Yohyun's mother always told him he could be the hero of his own life. But here, at the end of the world, he was about to learn just how wrong she was. She said that no matter how hard life got, if he just held on to his dream, he would one day become the protagonist of his own story. And he believed her. That was his greatest mistake. The taste of iron and dust fills his mouth as he coughs up blood. Each breath is a sharp, ragged pull that tears at his insides. His body gives out, slumping to the ground. He can't even feel his legs anymore. This is the end. Leaning against a slab of blood-soaked concrete, the world blurs. A single, crushing thought takes hold. Is this really where I die? He knows this wound is fatal. A cursed demonic spear isn't something you walk away from with a simple healing potion. The only cure is an elixir, something impossibly rare. But then, a flicker of hope cuts through the pain. Doyun, he might have one. But as heavy footsteps approach, that fragile hope shatters. Through the smoke and fire, he sees them. His companions. The people he'd fought beside, led by the one man he thought he could trust. Choi Doyun. His silver hair is almost white in the firelight, his eyes as cold as the grave he's about to leave Yohyun in. He and the others just stand there, looking down. Yohyun's voice is a weak rasp as he calls out his name. But Doyun just scoffs, cold and dismissive, claiming he never needed Yohyun's help to begin with. The woman beside him just laughs in agreement. A dry, broken laugh escapes Yohyun's lips. Doyun's voice cuts in, sharp and questioning, but Yohyun just shakes his head. Of course. That's exactly what he expected from him. He remembers clawing his way through hell to get here, fighting day after day just to survive. He'd even allied himself with this cold-hearted monster for a chance to live. And this is his reward, dying to save the very man who won't even try to save him. He looks past them, to the civilians he protected, the ones Doyun had been ready to abandon. Those same people are now clinging to Doyun, thanking him, calling him their savior. Not a single one of them spares him a glance. With his last ounce of strength, he asks Doyon if he has an elixir. After a tense pause, Doyon gives a cold, simple yes. Yohyun already knows the answer to his next question, but he has to ask, "And you're not going to use it on me, are you?" Doyun holds up a bottle, its contents glowing with a cruel light. He says an elixir is far too valuable and that he's saving it for himself. And then Doyun delivers the final, soul-crushing blow. He's not going to use the elixir on someone who isn't valuable. Not valuable enough. The words ring in Yohyun's ears as the world starts to tilt, the last of his strength finally giving out. Slumped against the rock, completely defeated, he can only mutter the truth. What a messed up world. But someone is watching all of this from above. The divine spirits, the higher beings of the heavens. For them, humanity's desperate struggle for survival is just a reality show. Floating panels pop up around Yohyun, filled with their casual comments. They wonder if he's going to die, deciding it doesn't really matter either way. They loved Doyun's cruel, self-serving nature. It was entertaining. A disposable pawn like Yohyun, he was never even on their radar. No one ever cared. Not from the very beginning. A final surge of rage boils inside him. He curses the world, the divine spirits, and Doyun. One of the women with Doyun starts to object, but he cuts her off with a sharp command to be quiet. Doyun turns back, a strange look in his eyes. He asks Yohyun why he did it. Why did someone who always stayed in the back providing intel suddenly jump into the fight? Yohyun manages a bitter smile. He was just tired. Tired of being a parasite, tired of living a life he couldn't be proud of. This was his limit. Doyun seems confused. So he threw his life away just to save a few civilians? The women beside him look on, shocked at the thought. But before he can answer, a figure appears in a flash of blue light, a long cloak whipping in the wind. It's a teller, one of the beings who guides humanity towards its end, all for the amusement of the gods. The teller's voice booms with condescending praise for their survival. Yohyun knows that tone. It's the sound of amusement. They're all the same, no matter how many humans die. As the teller promises more trials to come, Yohyun uses his dying breath to tell Doyun to just go. Hurry up and leave with your minions, he spits. The red-haired woman bristles at the insult, but Doyun tells her to ignore it. Doyun's expression softens into something that almost looks like pity. Yohyun scoffs. Is he finally feeling sad? Sad enough to use the elixir on him now? But Doyoon just turns his back. Without another word, he and his party walk away, leaving Yohyun to die alone in the fire and rubble. A single word, almost lost to the wind, escapes Doyoon's lips. Goodbye. And just like that, Yohyun is completely alone. His body convulses, a final agonizing gasp for air that never comes. In the end, he couldn't become the protagonist. Not in the world, and not even in his own life. He was just a side character, forever trapped in the shadow of someone else's spotlight. His vision blurs as the last embers of his life fade. What was I even living for? He'd hoped, he prayed, that after all this suffering, there would be some kind of paradise waiting. If only. His hand reaches for something that isn't there. If he just had one more chance. One chance to fix this single regret. He would climb higher than anyone. So high that he'd never have to envy anyone again. So high that he could finally be proud of himself. Tears stream down his face as he makes his final wish. I want to live a life like that. He covers his face, his dying body shaken by a silent sob. A brilliant light floods his vision. That's the life I want. His mind slowly returns, but something feels wrong. He feels small and soft, and when he looks down, he sees he's become some kind of squishy white blob. What is this? As his vision clears, a single question fills his thoughts. Where is he? Is he still alive? No, that can't be right. He remembers the spear, the certainty of death. There's no way he could have survived that. He looks around, dazed and utterly lost. Before him stands a massive, ominous gate, flanked by eerie purple flames. And he's not alone. He's surrounded by a crowd of identical, wide-eyed, squishy creatures. A wave of panic hits him. What are all these things? A deep, resonant voice cuts through the chaos. It seems like you're all here. Standing before them is a tall figure in a sharp suit, with a deer's skull for a head, its eyes glowing red. A teller? He looks different from the one he saw at the end. The deer skull teller continues, explaining that they will all now be working as tellers for something called the Celestial Body Inc. They are all here to prove their skills. Yohyun is completely lost. What is going on? The teller announces that the explanation is over. Without another word, a vortex of purple energy erupts from him, sucking all the tiny creatures into it. Now, his voice booms as they're flung into a cosmic abyss. Show us what you've got. They're floating in the vast emptiness of space. One of the other creatures screeches in terror, thinking they're all about to die. But then, a blue system window appears, activating Genesis' blessing. A gentle blue aura surrounds each of the small tellers, wrapping them in a protective bubble. Yohyun takes a shaky breath. He can breathe. A mission window appears before him. It says his job is to present stories to the divine spirits by contracting with the human. Success means promotion. Failure means death. And the time limit is 1 hour. A 1-hour time limit, just like that, and he'll die if he fails? The panic starts to rise. His eyes widen as he spots something in the distance. There's no mistaking it. That's Earth. The blue planet hangs in the void, surrounded by him and all the other new tellers in their little bubbles. But that's impossible. He remembers it clearly. Earth was destroyed years ago. So how can it be here, whole and pristine? The pieces start clicking into place. He died. Then he was reincarnated as a teller and somehow sent back in time. A timer appears, already counting down from 60 minutes. He's not sure what's happening, but he has to focus on the mission. If this really is the past, it must be from before the apocalypse. This is the era of the collectors. He remembers it all too well. Even before the world ended, life on Earth was anything but normal. Gates had appeared all over the planet, unleashing monsters, and the collectors were the ones who hunted them. So he just has to pick a collector who doesn't have a contract yet. But something about this feels strange. He remembers the collectors needed contracts with tellers to get stronger. Any sane collector would be desperate to sign with one. It's a relationship that benefits both sides. He looks at the mission window again. Isn't this mission a little too easy? With a mental shrug, he accepts. A map interface pops up. His destination is Seoul, South Korea. He tries to press the holographic screen, but his new body is clumsy and his arms are ridiculously short. Ugh, he doesn't even have fingers. He groans in frustration. But just as he's struggling, a brilliant flash of light envelops him. Back in the celestial void, the deer skull teller watches the rookies on his monitors, looking bored. He sighs. Most of them haven't even figured out what's going on. It looks like this batch isn't going to be very entertaining. But then, something on one of the screens catches his eye. On the monitor, Yo-Yuan is no longer a white blob. He's a man, floating in space in a sharp white coat, calmly interacting with a holographic interface. The teller flinches. What is that? Yo-Yuan looks at his own hands in shock. He's human again. Did he change just by wishing for it? He shakes his head, forcing himself to focus. That's not important right now. He reaches out and presses the map. He shoots towards Earth like a living comet. The other tellers watch him streak past, shouting in confusion. He changed his appearance. How is that possible? The deer skull teller stares, completely stunned. A newborn teller usually takes weeks, sometimes a month, to manifest a human form. But this one, he did it in 3 minutes. A sharp, predatory grin spreads across the teller's skull. Impossible. This boring mission just got very, very interesting. Seoul, South Korea. Yo-Hyun finds himself standing in the middle of a bustling city, surrounded by towering skyscrapers under a sky he hadn't seen in years. He peeks out from an alley, taking in the familiar, long-lost sight of his home. A bead of sweat drips down his face. It's really the past. He recognizes the building across the street, the Collector Association. The last time he saw it, it was a pile of ash. He clenches his fist. No. There's no time to get emotional. He pulls up his interface. He needs to find a collector, and fast. A map of the area appears, covered in red and blue dots. The red must be collectors who are already contracted, and the blue are the ones he can choose from. The pressure of the choice settles in. If he picks someone without talent, he won't be able to attract the attention of the divine spirits, and he'll get nowhere. What a difficult first mission. Just then, a security guard spots him and calls out. The guard approaches, asking if he's a collector. Without even looking at him, Yo-Yun says he's looking for someone and tells him not to interrupt. The guard is taken aback. The guard puts a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that only authorized people are allowed inside. A blue light flashes as Yo-Yun's system activates, sending a jolt of energy through the guard, who cries out in pain and surprise. The guard stumbles back, his face pale with shock. He stammers, asking if Yo-Yun is a teller. Yo-Yun simply says yes. The guard immediately starts bowing, apologizing profusely for his mistake. He quickly gets out of the way. Yo-Yun watches him go. The way humans treated tellers back then, it really hammers home that he's in the past. Whatever. He walks into the association building, his eyes glued to his holographic screen. As he moves through the crowd, data appears over people's heads. Just their names and ages. He frowns. Names and ages are useless. This information doesn't help him at all. He runs a hand through his hair in frustration. This is harder than he thought. He can't just interview every person here. Just then, something new catches his eye. Floating above everyone's heads, he sees them. Faint, ethereal books. Books? He looks around, but no one else seems to notice. He's the only one who can see them. It's not his system showing him this, which means this must be his own exclusive skill. He glances at the timer. 31 minutes left. Not much, but it's enough time to test his theory. He reaches out his hand, concentrating on one of the floating books. The book flies toward him, landing gently in his grasp. A spark of excitement ignites in his eyes. It actually worked. He opens the book, a hopeful look on his face. Please let me be able to read this. His eyes fly open in shock as he scans the contents. He stops dead in his tracks. Wait a second. A slow, excited grin spreads across his face. The book contains the person's entire life story. Their past, their personality, even their hidden potential. This is way too powerful. He knows it for certain now. This skill is the key to everything. The clock ticks down. Only 3 minutes remain. The deer skull teller watches his screen. All the other rookies have found a contractor. Yo-Yun is the only one left. He was so excited to see what this one would do. He sighs, disappointed. But with only a minute left, it's basically over, no matter how talented he is. Suddenly, Yo-Yun teleports into a messy apartment. He's looking at a woman in glasses and a tracksuit, slurping instant noodles. She looks up, startled. She yelps, scrambling back and knocking over her cup of noodles. Panicked, she points a shaky finger at him, demanding to know who he is and how he got in, threatening to call the police. He just looks down at her with a confident, almost smug expression. She stammers, asking if he's even listening. A golden, glowing book floats above her head, more brilliant and powerful than any he's seen before, and she has no idea. The deer skull teller had said it was impossible, but as Yo-Yun looks at the girl, his face contorts into a triumphant, almost crazed grin. Found you? He'd been given a cheat code to this new life. But he was starting to realize this was a world where cheating was the entire point. This was the mixed world, a place where abstract concepts, if believed in by enough people, could become terrifyingly real. Myths, legends, even horror stories, they were all part of the fabric of this reality, and this was the world he now lived in. So, even if he learned an ability that seemed completely broken, it wouldn't actually be all that strange. He looks down at the book in his hands, a smirk playing on his lips. This is basically cheating, isn't it? He flips through the book of a random man he passed. It details everything, from his name and age to the mediocre water cannon skill he awakened 5 years ago. It even laid out his entire family history. This ability was insane. A thought crosses his mind. He pats himself down, wondering if he has a book of his own. But there's nothing there. A little disappointing, but he wasn't really expecting one. He then notices something else. Why are the books different colors? He summons another, this one with a silver cover, and compares it to the bronze one he'd been reading. He opens the silver book, his eyes scanning the contents. And his eyes widen in realization. A theory forms in his mind. If his guess is correct, then this changes everything. It all clicks into place. The color of the book must represent the value of the life that person has lived so far. He's seen bronze and silver, so there must be a gold one out there too. But there's more. The aura a book gives off represents a person's innate potential, so even if someone's life story is only bronze, a silver aura means they have the potential to reach that level. He could see a collector's true worth before he even signed a contract. He closes the book, his mind racing. This is incredible. With a determined glint in his eye, he knows what he has to do. He checks the timer, less than half an hour left. He just needs to find the person with the most potential, he says with confidence. I'm sure I'll be able to find a good one with this ability, startling a nearby couple. But it's not that easy. Time ticks by, and he's found nothing. He lies on the ground, comically defeated. Damn it, why isn't there a single one? He glances at the timer. 10 minutes left. The pressure is on. But he can't give up. He won't settle for silver or bronze when he knows a golden tier collector has to be out there somewhere. He curses the cooldown on his teleportation skill. He stops walking. An idea strikes him. Wait a minute. He quickly stops a woman passing by to ask what year it is. She gives him a weird look before answering, muttering about how strange he is as she walks away. So it's 5 years before the end of the world. Now he has a solid time frame. He racks his brain trying to remember the heroes of this era. Who was the one collector that hadn't emerged yet, but would become a legend in 6 months? And then he remembers. The ones they called the Miraculous Three. The mysterious saint, Bang Sang. The powerful flame knight, Kwan Inbiom. And the strongest of them all, the sword empress, Kang Hirum. That's about it. He can't recall anyone else on their level. He quickly weighs his options. Bang Sang was a complete ghost, impossible to find on a time limit. Kwan Inbium was in the US. That only left one person, the Sword Empress, Kang Hiram. She was unquestionably the strongest of the three, but a total mystery in her early days. This was his chance to find her before anyone else did. He brings up his teleportation menu and confirms his choice. In a flash of light, he vanishes from the street. He materializes in a new location, looking around in confusion. Where is this place? It's a small, incredibly messy dorm room. He can't believe it. A person like the future Sword Empress is living in a place like this? He sits on a pile of clothes as the mission timer drops to its final minute. He hears someone slurping noodles and turns his head. And there she is, the future Sword Empress. He calls out her name, Kang Hiram. She looks up, her eyes wide with shock. She scrambles backward, sending her instant noodles flying. She stammers, demanding to know who he is and threatening to call the police if he doesn't leave. He just looks down at her with a calm, almost amused expression as she asks if he's even listening. But he's not focused on her words. He's staring at the object floating right above her head, a book shining with a brilliant, unmistakable golden light. A bead of sweat drips down his face as a triumphant, hungry grin spreads across his lips. Found you? He composes himself, speaking formally. He asks if she is Collector Kong Hiram. She stammers a yes and asks who he is. He introduces himself as Kang Yoyun, a teller from Celestial Body Inc. He tells her he's here to make a contract with her. Her eyes go wide with disbelief, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she asks if he's serious. He pauses for a second, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Did he make a mistake? Is this really the right person? She clasps her hands together, her eyes sparkling with hope, asking if he's really here to make a contract with her. He snaps out of it. The mission was to choose the right person, and he did. He gives her a charming smile, holding out the contract. But just as he confirms he's here for her, her excitement vanishes, replaced by doubt. She tells him her abilities are bad, and she can't even fight. He asks her, "Who told you such nonsense?" She looks down, her voice small, explaining that everyone around her said so. She'd given up on being a collector and was planning to study for the civil servant exam instead. He understands now. That's why a person with her staggering potential is living in a place like this. She hasn't realized her own talent. He tells her firmly that those people were wrong, that they just couldn't see how great her ability truly is. A single word, full of fragile hope, escapes her lips. Really? Of course, he says, his voice full of conviction. He's a teller, a storyteller for the gods. How could she not believe him? She flushes, flustered, trying to argue. He cuts her off, his hand glowing with power. He promises to help her unleash her potential. All she has to do is sign. She looks from the contract to him, her resolve hardening. She's going to be a collector. With only 16 seconds left, he gives her a reassuring smile. She is more than worthy. She frantically searches for a pen, finally pulling one from her messy bun. She quickly signs the paper. Yoyun watches, sweating, as the final seconds tick away. Hurry. "It's done," she exclaims, holding up the signed contract with a proud smile. The timer hits 2 seconds. A system window pops up with a triumphant chime. Mission complete. He's been promoted. He made it. He looks at his new collector with a determined smile. He made a vow before he died that he wouldn't live a life of regret. This is the first step. He smoothly tells her he's looking forward to working with her. She beams back, asking him to take care of her. He never expected to be reborn as a teller, but since it happened, he's going to make this the most fulfilling life possible. In his past life, the Sword Empress was so powerful people assumed she came from a noble family. It's almost comical how different the reality is. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he summons her golden book again. Hiram just looks at it, confused. "Let's see what we've got," he thinks, opening it. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. What in the world? He can't believe what he's reading. She has 3 separate main character specializations. One of them is the story of a legendary swordsman, 3 of the highest-ranked talents in existence, and 2 of them are still dormant. He looks at the clueless girl clutching the contract. If she were to awaken all 3, she would be unstoppable. He calls out her name. She snaps to attention. He smiles, telling her to call him Yoyun, and asks if she knows about her talents. She laughs nervously, assuming he's about to make fun of her. She knows her talents are really bad, right? Yoyun just stares, dumbfounded. She explains that during training, they were told not to share information about their talents with others. He reminds her, with a slight edge to his voice, that they're partners now. There are no secrets between them. She chuckles sheepishly. The name of the talent is Goryeo-era Swordmaster. Isn't that kind of a joke? A vein pops on Yoyun's forehead. Everyone else would kill for a talent like that, and she's looking down on it. He points to the contract, asking if she's told anyone else. She shakes her head. People don't usually ask, and besides, it's embarrassing. He holds her book, a dark expression on his face. Her ignorance is truly terrifying. Seeing his expression, she starts to panic, worried he's disappointed and wants to back out of the contract. He quickly reassures her. He's not disappointed in the slightest. Just then, a system notification chimes. A new, mandatory mission appears. He has to attend an entrance ceremony for new employees. He tells Hiram he has to step out for a bit. She's surprised, asking how long he'll be gone. He admits he's not sure, but it doesn't seem like it will be quick. He asks what kind of equipment she uses. She points to a beat-up shield in the corner of her room. He's baffled. She has a shield instead of a weapon? She explains that since her strength is unusually high, she figured she could act as a frontline tank. She says she used a spear during training because her instructors told her its long reach would be safer. Yoyun grits his teeth. Of all the weapons, she somehow managed to avoid the one she was born to wield. He puts a hand on her shield. He gives her 2 simple instructions. Exchange this shield for a sword, then go find an open area and just practice swinging it. She looks puzzled. That's all she has to do? He gives her a mysterious smile. She'll see what he means soon enough. She'll see just how incredible her Goryeo-era swordmaster talent really is. An image of the legendary warrior flashes behind her. Make sure you practice, he says before accepting his new mission. A pillar of light engulfs him, and he vanishes, leaving Hiram alone in her messy room, calling out for him to wait. A while later, Hiram stands in an empty, derelict lot, holding a simple steel sword. She exchanged it like he said, but she's still skeptical. The blade gleams in the light. Can she really learn how to use a sword just by swinging it? She's never even held one before. She gets frustrated, swinging the sword wildly and calling Yo-Yun a dummy for not being more specific. But as she grips the hilt properly, she stops short. What is this feeling? A strange energy flows from the blade into her body as she naturally falls into a perfect swordsman's stance. It's a sensation she's never felt before. Her form is flawless, as if she's been training for years. Her eyes glow with a golden light as she swings, a powerful aura erupting from the blade. She looks at her hands, breathless. What just happened? Yo-Yun reappears, leaning against a console. That entrance ceremony took longer than he expected. He stands up, wondering what Hiram is up to, and then he freezes. He sees her in the yard below, sword in hand, her posture absolutely perfect. Her form is steady and powerful, even though no one has ever taught her. A proud smile spreads across his face. She's called the Sword Empress for a reason. He appears behind her, making her jump. She asks when he got back. He says he didn't want to bother her since she was so focused. She blushes, embarrassed, just as a system notification chimes. Another mission, a long-term one to create a personal library to showcase his stories. A mission for promotion, he figures. Hiram peeks over his shoulder, asking what he's doing. He tells her he's thinking of making a library. She's confused. Isn't that the first thing tellers do? He admits he just started, and she's shocked. She thought he was a veteran. He deadpans, "What would I gain from lying to you?" A prompt appears asking for a name for his library. He wonders what he should call it. He pulls up a list of other libraries for inspiration and is immediately assaulted by a flood of ridiculous clickbait titles. He grits his teeth. You damn trolls. He wonders if he really has to name his library something like that to get attention. He notices one has already started their story and decides to take a look. He watches a feed of some poor collector being mobbed by slimes while comments from divine spirits flood in, calling him a noob and his story boring. He grimaces. This is exactly why picking the right collector is so important, though he has to admit that guy really is pretty bad. He decides to leave the naming for later and just creates the library. A chime confirms he now has a personal library and an observer's room. He turns to Hiram, a glint in his eye. Is she ready to swing her sword for real? She looks confused. In a flash of light, they teleport away. They arrive in a massive cavern before a swirling portal of energy. Hiram asks where they are. He explains it's an entrance to the world of thoughts, a place built from legends and stories. He explains their job. Tellers and collectors work together to show these stories to the divine spirits. He then asks her a question. Does she know what these stories are actually about? She thinks for a moment, guessing it's the life of the character. He agrees, but clarifies that different gods like different kinds of stories. But even among all the genres, he continues, a book of heroic tales appearing in his hand, there's one that is always the most popular, heroic tales. He places a hand on her shoulder. From now on, she will be the main character of a heroic tale. She looks terrified, doubting she can do it. He smiles confidently. She can, because he'll make sure of it. He tells her their destination, the Cobalt Mines. As they walk toward the dark cave entrance, he asks if she knows about kobolds. She nods nervously. He opens his library interface. It's currently untitled with 0 viewers. He adds the Heroic Tales tag and starts the broadcast. Immediately, 3 notifications pop up. 3 divine spirits have entered his library. He coolly welcomes them to his library. He recognizes their names. Weren't they the ones leaving hate comments in the other room? They must be here to see him fail. The comments start rolling in. They're already impatient, telling him to get on with it and mocking him. Hiram trembles as she sees their words. They're just waiting for a disaster. He tells Hiram he's heading to the observer's room and that she'll be fighting alone. She panics, her face pale. Alone? He reassures her. She just has to swing her sword like she did at the training ground. As he speaks, the heavy footsteps of a monster echo from the darkness. A reptilian kobold emerges. She screams for him as it approaches. He gives her one last encouragement to believe in herself before vanishing. But his words don't reach her. She's frozen solid, trembling from head to toe. She's so scared. The kobold lunges, grabbing her and slamming her against the cave wall. She screams in pain and terror. It raises its claw to strike again. She holds up her sword, but she's too scared to move. Someone, please help me. The kobold slams its foot down, pinning her to the ground. She tries to fight back, but her body won't obey. Her mind is blank with fear. I'm going to die. The divine spirit's cruel comments pop up around her, enjoying her terror. One thought screams through her mind, I have to escape. The voices of her old classmates flood her memory, whispering and mocking her. Is that her? The one with nothing but brute strength? Her talents are nothing special. She can't even get a contract. She should just give up. The cruel laughter echoes around her, crushing what little spirit she has left. She remembers studying for that civil servant test, her dreams of being a hero abandoned. She remembers sitting alone in her dark, messy room, her future looking just as bleak. She had asked herself back then, can I really keep going like this? But now, her eyes, once filled with despair, burn with a different light. Run away? Her grip on the sword tightens. If she runs away again, then she really is just a useless person. An image of the cheap instant noodles she was eating flashes in her mind, a symbol of her pathetic, stagnant life. So no matter what she does, nothing will change. But then a voice cuts through her thoughts. It's Yo-Yun's. Her head snaps up. She remembers his words, his hand reaching out to her. I've come to form a contract with you. If she fails here, she won't be able to face him. It doesn't matter what happens to her. Her hand tightens on the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning white. From his observer's room, Yo-Yun screams at the screen. Dodge it. The kobold lunges, its claws outstretched for the final blow. But this time, she moves. She ducks under the attack with impossible speed. Her eyes flash open, no longer filled with fear, but with a golden, predatory light. The light of a true warrior. In a single, fluid motion, she spins, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from her sword. Blood splatters across her face, but she doesn't even flinch. The arc of her blade slices clean through the kobold's neck. The divine spirits are stunned into silence. Yo-Yun stares at his screen, his jaw on the floor. Oh my God. The kobold's body slumps to the ground. Hiram stands over it, breathing heavily. I will no longer. She looks up, her face streaked with blood, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Be afraid. She stands there, breathing heavily in the quiet that follows, the body of the kobold at her feet. The air is thick with the smell of blood, and for the first time, victory. From his observer's room, a proud, satisfied smirk spreads across Yo-Yun's face. That's it, Kang Hiram. That's how you use a sword. She no longer looks like a scared girl in a tracksuit. She looks like a warrior. A brilliant golden light erupts from the fallen monster and flows into her, a system window announcing she's obtained 7 teller points. She stares at her hands, then at the dead creature, her eyes wide with disbelief as she finally catches her breath. I did it! Yo-Yun's image appears before her. Well done, he says with a genuine smile. I knew you could do it. Hiram's face breaks into a triumphant grin. I really did it. But your fight isn't over yet. From the shadows, more growls echo as a whole. Pack of kobolds, armed with pickaxes, emerges from the darkness. As she instinctively raises her sword, Yo-Yun's voice urges her on. This world is full of things that will bring you joy. You can't stop here. The divine spirits are going wild in the comments as donations pour in. Yo-Yun's voice is like a devil's whisper in her ear. Be more greedy. Desire more. Can you do it? A fierce, confident smile spreads across her face, a look he's never seen on her before. Yes, she shouts, a thrill running through her. She's loving this. It's too early to be happy, she yells, charging headfirst into the wave of monsters. Meanwhile, in the sterile offices of Celestial Body Inc., another teller is noticing the commotion. What is this? He looks at his monitor, which shows the viewer counts for all tellers. A new, untitled library already has 15 viewers. 15 viewers in less than an hour? This is Tao Dan, a senior associate teller. And to him, a result like this is impossible. He pulls up the file for the teller in question. Kang Yoyun, a fresh-faced new employee. Tao Dan mutters to himself that it makes no sense, even if a whole department was backing him. He has to be a newbie. The lizard-like teller narrows his eyes in suspicion. To gather this many viewers already, he must be using some kind of dirty trick. He needs to check this out right away. He pulls up Yoyun's stream on his own monitor. His jaw drops, sweat beads on his scaly skin. What is happening? He watches, completely transfixed, as Hiram carves a path through the kobold swarm. Who is this collector? She has no protective gear and her weapon looks like a standard-issue sword. I've seen all kinds of collectors, but this one is stronger than any I've seen before. He watches her fight, a whirlwind of steel and fury. And she's growing stronger by the minute. Back in the mine, Yohyun is amazed. Kang Hirim has adjusted to her power so quickly. He addresses the divine spirits, his voice booming with showmanship. How's that, divine spirits? This is her first battle. Isn't she amazing? The comment section explodes with shock. Yohyun just smirks. But that's not all. She can do even more than this. As if on cue, Hiram wipes a bit of blood from her cheek and the donations start flooding in, hundreds of points at a time. After cutting down another kobold, Hiram calls out to him. He appears beside her and she points her sword toward a glowing red line at the end of the cave, asking what it is. The border. Beyond that point is not part of the designated farming area. He explains that it's an unofficial rule among collectors, a way to safely and reliably earn points without taking any real risks. She looks at the border, understanding dawning on her face. But, as she looks, her hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of her sword. From his observer's room, Yohyun watches her. She's already cleared the entire farming zone. For a first-timer, that alone is incredibly impressive. He materializes beside her again. She looks at him, the high from the battle starting to fade, and asks if he's disappointed. Yeah, a little, she admits, looking back at the border with a longing expression. It feels like it's over too soon. A sly grin plays on Yohyun's lips. I never said it's over. We came all this way. We might as well see it through to the end. Her eyes widen. She knows what he means. Yes, you're going to clear this entire mind realm. He explains that these realms can be permanently eliminated by clearing them completely. But because no one can know the story of a new realm beforehand, everyone was too afraid of the unknown to clear the ones they already had. So the collectors all agreed to never fully clear them, instead just using them as safe, repeatable farming grounds. She asks if that's okay, worried about breaking the unspoken rule. Yohyun just shrugs. If any problems come up, she could just say he made her do it. Besides, he adds, his gaze turning serious, you don't look like you want to stop here. She meets his gaze, a hungry, competitive smirk spreading across her face. Is it that obvious? All right, I'll do as you say. The divine spirits love her decision, one of them cheering her on. Tao Dan watches from his office, panicking. He tries to get in on the action, cheering her on to his empty room, but inside he's freaking out. Wait, is she trying to cross the border? No, there's no way she can. But Hiram already has her sword ready, her stance firm. A protagonist should never give up on their goals. With a single, powerful step, she crosses the line. She's going to show them what it truly means to be a hero. Tao Dan is aghast. She really went in? Is she out of her mind? That's banned. But as she crosses, the donations and viewers just keep climbing. He stares at the viewer count, which has now hit 20. This is not going as it should. Yohyun knows the truth. In his past, the world was full of adventure, but the collectors chose safety over glory, farming the same old content again and again. Because of that, the divine spirits got bored. And to cure their boredom, they started an apocalypse. He stares into the darkness of the mine, his expression grim. I know how this world ends. This world needs to change, not by some outside force, but on its own, from within. And Hiram, standing amidst the bodies of slain monsters, is going to be the catalyst for that change. He finally gives his library a title, Chronicles of the Sword Empress. The viewer count jumps to 25. Well done, Hiram, he calls out, appearing beside her. We're already at the deepest level of the mines. She jumps with a little yelp and then beams at him, her fierce warrior persona gone in an instant. She looked so scary just a moment ago. We're almost there. Why don't you take a break? She sits down on a rock, relieved. Sure, I was getting a bit tired. He analyzes her condition. Her special talents let her fight like this, but her body isn't used to it yet. He makes a mental note to get her started on endurance training. How was fighting with the sword? He asks. Her eyes light up and she gives him a big thumbs up. The best! I should have started with it from the beginning. He summons her book and notices it's glowing even brighter than before. What she accomplished today must have changed something fundamental within her. This is the last level now, he says. The kobolds that ran off earlier are probably all waiting for you. Hiram nods. She figured they had a leader, their movements were too organized, and waiting for them in the final chamber is just that. A massive kobold chief surrounded by his guards. What will you do? Yohyun asks. You can still stop here if you want. She just scoffs. You're kidding, right? She says with a grin. He just asks if it sounded like he was. She stands up, rolling her shoulders. She came all this way, so she might as well finish things. She levels her sword at him playfully, asking if he's going to play dumb after making her cross the border. He smiles. Of course not. I take responsibility for my words. Then we're going, she asks, more of a declaration than a question. Of course. Yohyun watches her, impressed. He was ready to talk her out of it if she hesitated, but it seems she's already made up her mind. It might be dangerous, so we should set a goal first. Do you know how to clear a mind realm? She nods. She learned about it in training. Then explaining will be easy. This realm's clearing condition is a raid. It's best to kill all of them, but you need to go after the leader first. She understands. This one is simple. Defeat a specific monster. Nice, she says, ready for a fight. As she's about to go in, Yohyun stops her. He thinks she should switch her weapon first. She looks down at her sword and cries out, "It's covered in cracks." He explains that the sword will break mid-battle if she takes it in like that. It held up pretty well for a freebie, though. She looks at him with teary eyes, asking what she should do now. He pulls up the teller point shop. She earned a lot of points on the way here, so she can pick a new one from a selection of powerful, expensive swords he's already picked out. She looks at the prices with giant, teary eyes and asks if there's a discount. He just gives her a cheeky smile. I need to make a living too. All the points I worked so hard for, she wails, as she reluctantly makes the purchase. Her point balance chimes as it drops to 0. A beautiful, sleek new sword materializes in her hands, but she's too busy crying over her lost points to appreciate it. Yohyun cheerfully points out how nice it is. She just continues to sob about her points. He pats her on the back. You can just earn them back. Let's go. From the mouth of the final cave, a low growl echoes. The kobold leader and his cronies stand ready for battle. Hiram glares at them, her sadness over her lost points turning into pure anger. It's all because of you guys, that my sword broke. She raises her new weapon, ready to make them pay. The kobolds look at each other, confused by her sudden rage. It's all your fault, she screams, launching herself at them. She brings her sword down with a powerful crash, shattering the ground and sending kobolds flying. You're all dead. Do you know how hard I worked for those points? She yells, tearing through their ranks in a point-fueled rampage. Her eyes glow, a whirlwind of deadly grace and fury. She leaps into the air, bringing her sword down directly on the leader's head. The kobold leader looks up, its eyes wide with terror as the blade descends. With a final, furious slash, she cuts him down, ending the raid. A system window dings, announcing her victory. You have cleared the kobold mines of the Anvar mountain ranges. Back in Seoul, Hiram lets out a cry of pure bliss. She takes a bite of fancy cake at a cafe. It's so good, I didn't know cake this delicious existed. Yohyun sips his drink, amused. He asks if it's really that good. She nods enthusiastically, explaining she never imagined she could eat dessert this good and that she's so glad she got so many points from clearing the mine. You're overreacting over some cake, he teases. You could eat cake all day if you keep this up. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. Really? He tells her. It's up to her how she uses her points, but smirks, adding that it's also her responsibility if she gains weight. She throws her fork at him, telling him he's being rude. She changes the subject, asking him to explain her special trait. She learned a bit while fighting, but what exactly is the Goryeo Age's swordmaster? Yohyun leans forward, a serious look on his face. Do you know about Cheok Junyoung? Hiram freezes, a piece of cake halfway to her mouth, the name of a legendary figure hanging in the air between them. He begins to tell her the story of Chiok Jung-yong, a low-class military officer from the ancient Goryeo era. He was a man of legendary feats. He once single-handedly scaled the walls of a castle held by a rival tribe and wiped out every soldier inside. It wasn't just a few enemies either. He took on thousands that surrounded him, completely alone. He would charge into armies of tens of thousands and mercilessly slay them all. He was a man who had completely surpassed human limits, a monster on the battlefield who earned a fearsome nickname, the Goryeo-era Swordmaster. Hiram's eyes are wide with awe. Wow, so he was that great? Why haven't I heard of him? His story could be a drama. Yoyun hesitates. Well, his friend's name is a bit weird. She leans in, curious. What's his friend's name? I can't say it out loud, he says, turning away. She leans even closer, her eyes sparkling. Come on, you're making me more curious. Tell me. Stop. I can't say it, so stop asking, he says, his face turning red. I'll report you for sexual harassment. Hiram recoils in shock. What? You're saying I'm sexually harassing you? If you're that curious, look it up yourself, he huffs. You have a smartphone, don't you? She pulls out her phone, muttering, how bad could the name possibly be? She types it in. Her eyes widen, her face flushes a deep shade of crimson, and steam practically shoots out of her ears. Pervert! I'll report you for sexual harassment, she screams, slamming her phone on the table. Yoyun throws his hands up in defense. Why are you taking it out on me? After things cool down, he explains that the story was likely never published because of that friend's name. But that doesn't change how valiant he was. He leans back, his expression serious. The talent you have is a lot stronger than you think. Hiram gets a dreamy, excited look on her face, her anger completely forgotten. Then, does that mean I have a really special talent? Yoyun looks at this goofy girl, completely starstruck by her own potential, and has a moment of doubt. He thinks of the elegant, powerful sword empress from his past life. Where is that person? Was she just putting on an act the whole time? He shakes his head, grabbing her wrist. Anyway, we don't have time to waste. We have to move up our plans. Hiram is pulled along, confused. What plans? She stammers as he drags her from the cafe. We need to work on your image, he declares, ignoring her cries of, but I haven't even finished my cake. Sometime later, Hiram stands before him, completely transformed. She's dressed in an elegant martial arts uniform, her hair tied up neatly. She looks uncertain, asking if this is really okay. He gives her a confident smile. It looks good. You should be more confident. Now, before we go, he asks, what did I tell you earlier? She fidgets, reciting his instructions. Don't laugh stupidly, and be careful how I act in front of the divine spirits. Good. We can go now. He opens his library and notifications immediately flood the screen. The divine spirits are pouring in. There are more people than before. Did word get out already? The divine comments are filled with shock. One of them rubs his eyes in disbelief. Yoyun is confused for a second. Then it dawns on him. Ah, that's right. The divine spirits have never seen Kang Hiram looking so heroic. She strikes a pose, and the donations start flooding the screen. Yoyun knows that if you ask what the most important part of a character is, most people would say strength. But if you ask about the second most important thing, everyone gives a different answer. But if it were him, he would confidently say looks. The divine spirits clearly agree as heart emojis fill the comments section. He thinks to himself that she always had a good foundation. She just never bothered to dress up. Now, before you go into the mind realm, you should learn this. He holds out his hands, and orbs of glowing blue energy appear. What's this? Hiram asks. It's the stories that I bought earlier. Is this your first time seeing it up close? Glowing panels float between them, listing different skills. She's amazed. I've heard of it, but this is the first time. You'll be seeing it a lot more from now on, he tells her. He explains that while her talents are good, she can't handle every problem with them alone. They need to be prepared. She nods gratefully. I see. Thank you. He pushes the glowing orbs into her chest. How does it feel? It feels kind of refreshing, she says, surprised. He nods, impressed. That's a good reaction. Most collectors have a hard time absorbing even two at once. She looks at him, a new question forming. But Mr. Yohyun, these stories, Johyu, whose points did you use to buy them? He cuts her off, grabbing her hand with a huge, energetic smile. Now, shall we get going? We should show the divine spirits a good show. With a flash of light, they teleport to their next destination. They arrive in a swirling vortex of blue energy. "Where is this place?" she asks. He reminds her of his earlier lesson, and she quickly straightens up, clearing her throat. They step out into a dark stone corridor. She asks where they are, noting how desolate it is. Yo-yun feigns ignorance, clearing his throat. Yes, so this place is the Labyrinth of Crete, a mind realm that has been attempted before but never cleared. Hyodam turns to him. "Why not?" He explains that no one could figure out the clear conditions, and the maze itself is incredibly dangerous. Just then, Hiram spots something on the ground ahead and gasps. It's a dead body, an armored warrior with arrows sticking out of his chest. "Don't make a sound," Yo-yun whispers, putting a finger to his lips. He confirms that they're all corpses, and based on their condition, they're from a group that entered very recently. He checks his monitor. The viewer count has already surpassed 100. There are even other tellers watching now, their comments filled with expectation. Their intent is obvious. They're trying to steal ideas from the rookie who suddenly became popular. Yo-yun just smirks. He doesn't care. You can watch all you want. Our goal today is to turn all of you into regular subscribers. He hands Hiram an object. "Here, take this." She looks at it. "Isn't this a spool of thread?" He explains the myth behind the labyrinth. The hero Theseus used a spool of thread to find his way out. She should use it just in case she gets lost. "Then, I'll be praying for your success," he says, before teleporting away to his observer's room. Hiram is left alone in the dark, spooky labyrinth, clutching the spool of thread. Yo-yun's voice echoes from her comms. "You just have to advance forward without looking back, as if this is nothing more than a trivial matter." Her expression hardens with determination. "Yes." She ties the thread to her waist and the donations start pouring in again. She walks confidently past the corpses and skeletons littering the stone floor. Yo-yun watches, impressed. Hiram might not realize it, but her mental fortitude is way above average. She's not panicking at all, even after seeing such a gruesome scene. She stops at a corner, peering cautiously around it. She sees a bright light coming from a passageway at the end of the hall. A light? She wonders, and starts to head toward it. Yo-hyun's panicked voice shouts from her comms, "Hold on, Miss Hiram!" But it's too late. As she steps into the light, darkness and a foul stench overwhelm her. A massive, blood-splattered figure with the head of a bull looms over her, its eyes glowing red. The Minotaur. A monstrous roar rips through the corridor as the Minotaur opens its jaw wide. Hiram is frozen in shock for a split second. The Minotaur slams its fist into the ground where she just stood. From his monitor, Yo-hyun screams her name. The Minotaur glares, its eyes burning with rage. It seems surprised that its attack missed. Hiram stands a few feet away, her sword raised. Blood splatters from a deep gash she's carved into the monster's arm. The Minotaur roars in pain. A savage grin spreads across Hiram's face. Tonight's dinner will be cowhead soup. Yo-yun facepalms, groaning. "Oh, come on, I said not to use those corny lines." The divine spirits are just confused, asking what cowhead soup is. He quickly tries to give her a strategy. "Miss Hiram, the Minotaur is way stronger than a kobold. Its skin is thick and strong, so it'll be tough to take it down in one go. You should use hit-and-run tactics to tire it out, then finish it with a final blow. Miss Hiram, are you listening?" He stares at his screen, completely dumbfounded. What is she doing? Kong Hiram is not retreating. She's standing her ground, gripping her sword tightly, staring the beast down. Does she have no intention of backing off? She drops into a low stance, ready to meet the monster head-on. Yo-yun can only watch, bewildered. A faint turquoise aura begins to swirl around her blade. Kong Hiram raises her sword high, the aura intensifying, crackling with raw power. He can't believe his eyes. She's already learned. Sword aura? Sword ki, more commonly known as sword aura. It's a skill that only those who have reached a certain threshold can use, a technique that lets them infuse their own life force into their weapon. Most collectors never learn sword aura on their own. It's an incredibly rare skill that's almost always acquired through a purchased story. But Kong Hiram, her eyes glowing and her sword alight with raw power, developed it all on her own. Seriously. She stares down the charging Minotaur, not a hint of fear in her eyes. With a powerful cry, she brings the glowing blade down, cleaving straight through the Minotaur's skull. The force of the blow sends the massive creature plummeting into the chasm below. Such unbelievable talent. The Minotaur's body lies broken at the bottom of the pit. Hyrem stands above, calm and collected, not even out of breath. She walks over to the edge, the brilliant aura from her sword slowly fading. The divine audience is losing its mind. Donations flood the screen in a constant stream, hundreds of points at a time. The spirits are ecstatic. Yo-Yoon watches from his observer's room, a stunned smile on his face. He didn't even have to do anything. The number of subscribed spirits has doubled. They're growing at an incredible rate. Suddenly, Hiram's voice cuts through his thoughts. Yo-Yoon, something's weird. He snaps back to reality. What's wrong? She tells him that even though she defeated the monster, the mind realm hasn't been cleared. The divine spirits are just as confused. Yo-Yoon appears beside her. That's because the mind realm isn't over yet. She looks at him, bewildered. What? He addresses her and, by extension, the divine spirits watching. He knows they must be curious why the labyrinth is still here, even though the monster is gone. This labyrinth doesn't end just because you kill the Minotaur. He explains that in his past life, many people tried to clear this realm the same way. But none of them ever succeeded. They could never figure out the right method. But one day, he continues, a scavenger finally cleared it. Thanks to him, I learned the secret. The way to clear this place is by escaping the labyrinth. Hiram's eyes light up with understanding. I see. Then all I have to do is follow the thread back. He points out that while she's not wrong, that would just take her back to the entrance. Labyrinth exits are usually far away from the start. She looks around, confused. Then where's the exit? He smiles and points straight up. There. She looks up at the dark, rocky ceiling, where a faint circle of light can be seen far above. He asks her if she knows the story of Daedalus. She remembers. He was the one who created this labyrinth. Yo-Yoon explains the myth. Daedalus was a genius inventor who built this supposedly inescapable maze. The problem was, someone managed to escape. She guesses correctly. It was the hero Theseus, using the thread method that Daedalus himself had told him about. As punishment for this betrayal, the furious king trapped Daedalus and his son Icarus inside their own creation. But even then, Daedalus found a way to escape. As he's talking, Hiram spots a single white feather on the ground. He smiles. She noticed. There are feathers scattered all around this area. Her eyes go wide with excitement as the story clicks into place. Yes, I know what to do now. She immediately starts running around, gathering all the feathers she can find. She proudly presents him with a huge armful of feathers. Yo-Hyun just stares, not quite sure what to say. I think this should be enough. She holds her arms out and the feathers begin to float and swirl around her. They glow with a brilliant light, reforming and weaving themselves together. Yo-Hyun, this is beautiful, majestic white wings sprout from her back. Congratulations, Hiram, he says as a system window announces her reward. Icarus's wings. She had found the hidden item. Hiram looks at her new wings in utter disbelief. I can't believe it. What are you standing there dazed for? He prompts. You should say the line I told you earlier. She snaps out of it. Right. She strikes a cool pose, sighing dramatically. How lucky of me. A system notification immediately chimes, announcing that she has cleared the Labyrinthos maze and earned a massive 4,000 teller points. The divine spirits shower her with even more donations. Another window declares it an unbelievable feat. She cleared an entire mental realm all by herself. They teleport back to her messy dorm room. Hiram spreads her new wings proudly. What do you think, Yo-Yoon? Awesome, right? She asks, sparkling with excitement. He stammers, Yeah, they look great. She puffs out her chest. I'm a full-fledged collector now. Plus, with all the points we earned, I'm not the same as before, she boasts, getting right in his face. What do you think? I'm pretty, right? Charming? He looks completely exasperated. Could you please stop doing that? She leans in even closer, winking. Hey, come on, don't be shy. My looks even work on the gods. I can tell you're just pretending not to like me. Yo-Yoon finally snaps, screaming in agony. Stop that, unless you want to get hit, he yells, pointing an accusatory finger at her. She recoils, looking like she's about to cry. You're so mean, he sighs, rubbing his temples. Enough with the silly talk. Have you gone to the association yet? She's still pouting, asking why. He tells her it's time she updated her class. She can't stay a class 9 forever. You need to move up in the ranks if you want to earn more money. At the mention of money, her eyes turn into dollar signs. Money? I'll go there right away, she declares, launching herself out the window and taking flight. Yo-Yun panics. Don't use the wings for stuff like this. Hiram, wait for me. He chases after her, a single thought running through his mind. If I send her alone, she's going to get taken advantage of. They arrive at the Collectors Association. Two men at the entrance watch them walk in, whispering to each other. They don't remember seeing a collector like her before. She has an extraordinary aura around her, not like your average collector. And above all, she's gorgeous. The two men are completely captivated as she and Yo-Yun walk past. Yo-Yun leans over and whispers sternly, I'm telling you this, just in case, but don't even think about showing off your wings in here. She immediately straightens up, looking guilty. I have no thoughts like that whatsoever. They approach the front desk. The receptionist stammers nervously as he asks how he can help them. Yo-Yun can feel the guy's intimidation. Her powerful spirit is overwhelming. We're here to get the reward for clearing a mental realm, Yo-Yun says, while Hiram is already thinking about what she's going to eat for dinner. The receptionist's statement draws the attention of everyone nearby. What? A reward for clearing a mental realm? Someone whispers. I heard two were conquered recently. Don't tell me she's the one who did it. Are they blinded by fame or something? Another one scoffs. I can't believe they crossed the border and cleared a realm, another mutters with disdain. They won't last long with that selfish attitude. The receptionist turns to Yo-Yun. Did anyone else accompany you? Yo-Yun replies coolly. No, she cleared it all by herself. The whole room buzzes with disbelief. What? No way, he's got to be lying, one man insists. The receptionist, trying to stay professional, asks for the collector's class. Yo-Yun answers plainly. Class 9. The receptionist stumbles over his words, saying he'll call the person in charge. The whispers get louder. Did you hear that? He said she's a Class 9. I thought she'd at least be Class 5. Isn't her clearing a mental realm a lie? The doubt and scorn in the room are thick. Yo-Hyun glances at Hiram, who seems unfazed. He's just glad she looks okay. Suddenly, a large man steps in front of him. Look at you. The man sneers down at him. Do scammers these days just waltz in and lie through their teeth? He gets right in Hiram's face. This girl cleared a mental realm? What a joke. He turns back to Yo-Hyun. Where do you think you are? How dare a scammer like you run your mouth in here? Hiram just gives him a cold, dead stare. The man, Lee Wanzik, is furious. I can't believe this lowly Class 9 just ignored me. He laughs mockingly. So you can't even respond? A mere Class 9 collector cleared a mental realm? Your joke is so bad it's actually funny. She continues to stare at him, her expression unchanging. Are you ignoring me right now? He growls, clenching his fist. Yo-Hyun steps in. I'm sorry, but she doesn't really want to talk to you. And who the hell are you? Wanzik snaps. You're just her manager. How dare you interfere between two collectors? Yo-Hyun smiles faintly. I'd rather you call me her colleague. Her colleague? So you're a con artist too? He gets in Yo-Hyun's face. I don't know where you came from, but this is the Collectors Association. Unless you want to get beaten up, get the hell out of here. Yo-Hyun just gives him a challenging smirk. And if I don't? You little... Wanzik pulls his fist back, but Yo-Hyun just calmly warns him. Just so you know, she can be pretty fierce. You better be careful. You bastard! Wanzik roars, throwing a punch. But his fist is caught mid-air, not by Yo-Hyun, but by Hiram. What's your deal now? He growls, trying to pull his hand free. She just glares at him, her grip like steel. You better let go while I'm being nice. The onlookers gasp. With a single, explosive movement, she slams him into the floor, shattering the tiles beneath him. He lies in the crater, completely knocked out. Yo-Hyun sits down casually on a nearby bench, a smug look on his face. See, I warned you. I told you to be careful. Hiram stands over the unconscious bully, her eyes burning with cold fury. The timid girl is gone. In her place stands the sword Empress. Just moments ago, this loud-mouthed collector was swaggering, convinced he could put Hiram in her place. Now, he lies sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. He can't understand how he, a respected Class 7, was so easily dismantled by a mere Class 9. A sharp crack echoes through the hall as the full force of Hiram's strike settles into his chest, leaving him breathless. He cries out in agony while Hiram stands over him, perfectly composed. She hasn't even broken a sweat, showing just how little effort this entire fight required. The onlookers are stunned. Whispers ripple through the crowd as they stare in awe. The bully had been so confident, and now he's been utterly humiliated. Hiram presses her foot down on him, holding him firmly in place. He lets out one last pained gasp before his eyes roll back, the fight completely over. The crowd buzzes with disbelief. They all wonder how a Class 7, known for his skill, could be so easily defeated by a Class 9. The sight of the cracked floor beneath him is impossible to deny. Even unconscious, the bully's face is twitching with rage and humiliation. He never expected a defeat like this. From a distance, Yo-Yoon watches the scene unfold, a subtle, satisfied smirk on his lips. The defeated man looks up, his eyes widening in a furious realization. This was all part of Yo-Yoon's plan from the very start. Just as the bully tries to move, Hiram snaps into action again, delivering another precise strike that sends him flying. The crowd gasps, recognizing her mastery of a difficult technique. Chaos erupts. People panic, shouting about the recklessness of fighting inside the association building. Driven by humiliation, the man attempts to rise once more, his face an ugly sneer. He vows revenge, screaming that he'll show her his true strength. But Hiram doesn't even flinch. With a chillingly calm expression, she delivers another powerful kick, shutting him down completely. His eyes wide with stunned defeat, the bully can only stare up at the ceiling, lost. He simply can't comprehend how he was so thoroughly overpowered. Yo-Yoon looks at Hiram with calculating pride. He notes her rapid progress, mastering advanced skills all on her own. He chose her for her future potential, but her current growth is exceeding even his highest expectations. Hiram, suddenly aware of his intense gaze, blushes and shyly looks away. Yo-Yoon can't help but wonder why she's suddenly so shy after being so dominant. The crowd continues to buzz, unable to reconcile what they just saw with her supposed rank. How could a Class 9 be so powerful? Just then, a group of stern-faced association officials finally arrive, cutting through the crowd. They demand to know who is causing such a disturbance. As they approach, Yo-Yoon's sharp mind analyzes the situation. Their slow response wasn't a mistake. They were waiting for the right moment. He's certain someone powerful is pulling the strings. More footsteps approach, heavy and deliberate. A low voice cuts through the air, questioning the audacity of fighting within these halls. A tall, imposing figure steps forward. It's Choi Jongmo, a high-ranking official, his face etched with indignation. He demands to know if they think the association is some kind of joke. Jongmo's gaze falls on a junior staff member, demanding to know if he is in charge. The junior staffer nervously confirms it, but before he can continue, Yo-Yoon steps forward calmly, introducing himself as a colleague of the person involved. Jongmo raises an eyebrow. Yo-Yoon smoothly deflects the idea of a fight, claiming it was merely a slight conflict of opinion, a misunderstanding. He continues his calculated explanation, asserting that the other man started it, leaving Hiram with no choice but to apprehend him. He frames it entirely as an act of self-defense. He drives his point home, gesturing towards Hiram, who stands perfectly calm. He argues her peaceful demeanor is proof she wasn't truly fighting, and boldly suggests that Junmo should be thankful. The surrounding onlookers, swayed by Yo-Yoon's clever words, start murmuring in agreement. The bully really was the one who started it. Jungmo, though still wary, is forced to concede. With a slight frown, he admits he may have misunderstood and offers a polite apology. Yo-Yoon immediately presses for their rewards, asking when the person in charge will show up. Jangmo reveals that he is that person and asks for their understanding about the delay. Jangmo suggests they discuss the matter privately. Yo-Yoon readily agrees, letting Hiram know her job is done for now. A more serious conversation is about to begin. As Hiram walks away, the crowd continues to admire her, her reputation growing by the second. Yo-Yoon watches her go, a small, knowing smile on his lips. Her debut was magnificent, but he knows the true challenges are only just beginning. Yo-Yoon and Hiram follow Junmo through the association building to a private space. His ultimate goal is simple: exploit every single advantage this system has to offer. Yo-Yoon uses his ability and sees Jungmo's book. Its binding is bright silver, radiating a powerful light. Not gold like Hiram's, but Yo-Yoon recognizes that Jungmo is no easy opponent. He analyzes Jungmo's behavior. The official tried to pressure them, but immediately changed his approach when it failed. This isn't just talent, It's the cunning of a seasoned veteran. Junmo gestures them into a private office. Yo-yun internally notes how shrewd he is, like an old raccoon. Inside the office, the formal introductions begin. Jongmo states his name and title, while Yo-yun introduces himself and Hiram, setting the stage. Jongmo opens by acknowledging that he's heard they cleared the mind realm. Yo-yun quickly corrects him, emphasizing that Hyerim cleared it on her own, highlighting her individual power. Jongmo's expression shifts to surprise, remarking that it's even more unbelievable for a single person to accomplish such a feat. Yo-yun recalls how everyone doubted her until she proved them all wrong. Jongmo, with a polite smile, asks what exactly they want from the association. Yo-yun finds his indirectness strange. He states simply that they want the rights and rewards they are due, and then challenges him, asking if he intends to deny them. Yo-hyun's direct gaze makes Jongmo flinch, putting him on the defensive. Jongmo tries to evade, explaining he isn't solely responsible. Yo-yun immediately calls him out, pointing out that Jongmo clearly brought them here because he is hard in charge. Jongmo gives a strained apology, admitting the situation is complicated. Yo-yun cuts through the pleasantries. He tells Jongmo directly that he already knew the association wouldn't want to give them their proper rewards. He continues, his expression serious. They should stop beating around the bush. What truly matters is that the association doesn't want to reward them for their achievement. Jongmo, resigned, nods slightly, agreeing to speak plainly. He finally explains the association's hidden policy. If a mind realm isn't cleared, a new one won't appear. So, everyone has tacitly agreed to maintain the status quo, leaving realms uncleared out of fear of the unknown. Jongmo sighs. This policy exists to avoid extra work and to allow collectors to farm safely, minimizing risk. He leans forward, accusing them of disrupting this fragile balance. He asks if they are truly aware of the chaos their actions could cause. Yo-yun counters sharply. The purpose of mind realms is to create compelling stories for the divine spirits. The current actions of the association are violating that fundamental purpose. Jongmo dismisses the accusation, insisting his approach is reasonable. Creating new mind realms is costly and risky. They leave them alone to prevent the tragic loss of life. Yo-yun's face holds a sarcastic smirk. Impressive excuse. Jongmo, agitated, bangs his fist on the table. He shouts that their actions maintain stability and asks if Yo-yun will take responsibility if someone dies. With a cold smile, Yo-yun dismisses the question. Why would he take responsibility? They are simply fulfilling their role as collectors. It's strange to be asked to take on responsibility when they aren't even getting their reward. Jongmo's face twists in anger. He snaps that life and death are a matter of fate and ability, and warns Yo-yun to watch his words. But Yo-yun continues to provoke him. He calmly states that while he might feel bad for those who die, there's no need for him to take responsibility. Jongmo explodes, asking how he can speak so carelessly about people's lives. Yo-hyun's expression turns cold, a dismissive sneer on his lips. People's lives are on the line, he echoes, then adds with a chilling tone. How laughable. A painful memory flashes in his mind. His past life, kneeling amidst a burning, ruined world. He remembers Jongmo's words about preventing death, and then the crushing reality. At the end of that safe path, it all led to destruction anyway. The question hangs heavy in the air. When everything was said and done, how many people really died? Jongmo tries to recover, stating that people dying is indeed a tragic thing. But Yo-hyun stands his ground. Leaving mind realms uncleared out of fear solves nothing. That's why they chose to act. He continues his scathing criticism, claiming collectors are currently rotten and cowardly. Jongmo challenges him, asking if he's claiming to be different. Yo-hyun's confident smirk returns. Yes, they are different. Unlike others, they won't hide or stop striving for more. Jongmo laughs mockingly, asking if they truly believe they can be rewarded for such a stance. He looks at them, dismissive, and asks if they really think their actions will earn them any reward. Jongmo's face hardens. He asserts that no matter what Yo-hyun says, nothing will change. This is just how the system works. Yo-hyun simply smiles. He then confidently asks if Jongmo isn't afraid of the aftermath. Jongmo laughs again, asking what just the two of them could possibly do. Yo-hyun's smile deepens, a chilling hint of superiority in his eyes. He states that while it might seem like it's just the two of them, the real question is how the others will react. Jongmo's confidence vanishes as he stutters, wondering who these others could be. Jongmo's eyes widen, his face contorting into a mask of pure shock and dawning horror. Suddenly, the air crackles. All around him, ethereal blue panels flicker into existence. Yoyun sits calmly, a knowing smirk on his face as Jongmo stares up at the impossible sight. The glowing panels are filled with messages, furious complaints, and disbelief. These aren't human messages, they are direct communications from the divine spirits themselves. Yoyun leans forward, a sly glint in his eye. "Oh yeah," he says, "I didn't properly introduce myself." With a confident, almost theatrical flourish, Yoyun finally introduces himself. He is Kang Yohyun, a teller from Celestial Body Inc., specializing in writing stories. His true identity as a direct agent of the gods is laid bare. Yohyun sits back, a powerful, knowing smile on his face, as the messages of the divine spirits continue to surround the stunned official. He extends a chilling invitation, welcoming Junmo not just to his office but to his library, a devastating declaration that Junmo is now merely a character in his grand narrative. In the chilling silence that followed, Choi Ju-Mo's mind raced. He'd thought Kang Yohyun was just a savvy manager, a simple caretaker. He couldn't have been more wrong. He thought back to Yohyun's surprisingly humble demeanor, his adept negotiation skills, and the way he seemed to genuinely care for Hyrim. Junmo realized with a jolt that these qualities were far beyond what he'd come to expect from other tellers, those beings who often looked down on humans. Yohyun was on an entirely different level. Yet, a chilling thought began to form in his mind. As Yohyun sat before him, surrounded by the glowing messages of the divine spirits, Joyomo stared. When, he wondered, had Yohyun started planning all of this? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He wondered how long Yohyun had been orchestrating this, then corrected himself. No, that wasn't right. He understood now. This man wasn't reacting to events. He was acting based on a grand design, a meticulous plan he'd had from the very beginning. Sweat dripped from Jungmo's face. With the undeniable proof of the divine spirit's presence, he knew no excuse could turn this around. He was completely cornered. If the association's image was tarnished in the eyes of the divine spirits, and if bad rumors started to circulate amongst them, it could cause monumental trouble, not just for the association, but for every single collector under their banner. Joymo slumped forward, his face pale. The sheer weight of the impending disaster pressed down on him. He had to find a way out, to salvage what he could. He desperately urged himself to think of a solution. His eyes were wide with a mix of fear and desperation, his mind screaming for an escape. Yohyun, ever composed, watched Jungmo's distress with an unreadable expression. A subtle smirk played on his lips, an almost indifferent amusement at the official's turmoil. The pressure emanating from Yohyun felt like a physical weight. Jungmo stared, panicked, as sweat continued to pour down his face. In the reflection of Yohyun's purple eye, Jungmo appeared small and insignificant, completely trapped. It was as if Yohyun was a colossal figure, effortlessly holding a tiny, shrinking Jungmo in the palm of his hand. Jungmo's legs trembled, barely able to support him. He was no longer an imposing official, just a man consumed by fear. With a soft thump, he collapsed onto the couch, physically and mentally overwhelmed. All resistance was gone. Yohyun, seeing his complete surrender, offered a gentle, almost benevolent smile. His voice was smooth as he praised Jungmo's sharp wits, looking down at the defeated man. Internally, Yohyun felt a touch of disappointment. He'd actually hoped Junmo would be more foolish and fight back, which would have given him more to exploit. But he had to admit, Junmo was intelligent for recognizing when he'd lost. Junmo's voice was strained as he finally gave in, asking what Yohyun wanted. Yohyun simply said he thought he'd already explained enough. Joymo quickly agreed, confirming they would receive a fitting reward, plus an extra one as an apology. Yohyun feigned humility, saying it wasn't necessary, but that it wouldn't be polite to refuse. A satisfied smile touched his lips. Yohyun turned his attention back to the glowing panels, asking the divine spirits their opinion. Most were satisfied, agreeing to let the matter go. However, one panel flashed violently, a furious spirit demanding the association be destroyed. Yohyun observed this with a detached air. There's always one. But Yohyun wouldn't let a single dissenter spoil his narrative. He calmly extended his hand, and the angry message dissolved. He blocked the troublesome spirit, explaining it was for the best. He looked on with a pleased expression. Despite the slight hiccup, things had worked out pretty well. With everything settled, Yo-Yun instructed Jungmo to make sure the rewards were in their account by the end of the day. Jungmo hastily promised he would. Just as he was about to leave, Yo-Yun stopped him again. Jungmo flinched, tensing up, wondering what else he could possibly want. Yo-Yun told him not to be so tense, he just needed him to find someone. Jungmo, still wary, asked who. Yo-Yun revealed the name, Choi Do-Yun. Jungmo looked puzzled, admitting he'd never heard of him. Yo-Yun explained that he wasn't sure if Do-Yun was a collector yet, but gave a rough description. 18 or 19 years old, tall and handsome enough to be a celebrity. He asked Jungmo to look into it and send him the information. Jungmo, still hesitant, asked if Do-Yun had any other distinct traits. Yo-Yun paused, thinking carefully about the most defining trait of his former betrayer. His expression hardened as he stated bluntly that Choi Do-Yun is rude as hell. Jungmo looked utterly shocked by the harsh description. Outside, Hiram let out a relieved sigh, admitting she thought she'd die of nervousness during the confrontation. Yo-Yun praised her, telling her she held on well. She admitted she desperately put on an act, feeling she couldn't afford a single mistake. Yo-Yun, ever practical, told her she better get used to it. Hiram's eyes widened in horror, asking if she couldn't just act like her usual self. Yo-Yun's mind screamed, never! The thought of her goofy, cake-loving, money-obsessed true self was a nightmare for her public image. This story was his to control. He leaned in, his voice persuasive, reminding her of how everyone was calling her charismatic and intelligent. He asked how awesome that felt. He told her everyone was probably still admiring how beautiful and awesome she was, and urged her to push her public persona through to the end. He painted a picture for her, a future where she's famous and sitting on a pile of money. Hiram's eyes lit up at the thought of a pile of money. Instantly re-energized, Hiram declared she would treat him to celebrate. Yo-Yun stopped her, reminding her there were still other matters to attend to. Hiram looked surprised. Yo-Yun calmly told her it was nothing much, just. His eyes narrowed, his attention suddenly drawn away by an unseen force. Hiram noticed his shift in demeanor. Yo-Yun explained that something urgent had come up and he needed to step out. A glowing interface from the Genesis system appeared. He selected yes and reassured Hiram he'd be back in no time. With a flash of light, Yo-Yun disappeared, leaving Hiram stunned. He materialized high above a sprawling city, looking down from a floating platform. Another teller appeared nearby, an older man in a dark suit. He looked at Yo-Yun and asked in a challenging tone, "Who are you?" Yo-Yun, his back to the man, repeated the question, then turned to face him, a dismissive look on his face. What an impolite brat. The bearded teller, Jinpong, looked surprised. He assumed Yo-Yun was a new recruit and welcomed him. Jinpong, with a superior air, explained he was there to offer Yo-Yun the honor of joining their prestigious Pentagram division. Yo-Yun ignored the offer, his voice firm as he asked one last time, "Who are you?" Jinpong, annoyed, finally introduced himself, pointedly adding, "I'm your senior." Yo-Yun then asked what business he had with him. Jinpong exploded in anger, berating him as an insolent, nameless rascal. Yo-Yun's expression was cool. "Sorry, but I have a name," he said, cutting through the rant. "It's Kang Yo-Yun." Jinpong's furious face froze in utter shock. Jinpong was completely flustered, muttering to himself, unable to believe Yo-Yun already had a name, an achievement that took him over 3 weeks. Jinpong regained some composure and imperiously told Yo-Yun to shut up and join his division. Yo-Yun's answer was immediate and flat. "I don't want to." Jinpong's eyes bugged out, demanding to know what he just said. Livid, he screamed at Yo-Yun to repeat his refusal. Yo-Yun, perfectly calm, stared back. "I said I don't want to join. Do I have to repeat that for you to understand?" Jinpong's face turned purple with rage, demanding to know if Yo-Yun had any idea who he was. Yo-Yun calmly responded that he did. He was just giving a piece of his mind to a teller acting all high and mighty based on his meager position. Jinpong fumed, wondering how this brat dared to speak to him like that. Yo-Yun, observing his turmoil, smirked. "What's wrong? Worried I joined another division? Don't be. I'm not a member anywhere yet." Jinpong, enraged, sputtered, asking how he dared to speak to a senior like that. Yo-Yun cut him off. "Act like a senior if you want to be treated like one." He dismantled Jinpong's authority, pointing out that he was just an employee and that Celestial Body Inc., judges seniority on performance, not time served. Jinpeng's face paled, shocked by Yo-Yun's precise knowledge of their internal hierarchy. Yo-Yun pressed on, pointing out that Jinpeng had assumed he was an easy target. Jinpeng defiantly asked if Yo-Yun even knew which division he belonged to. Yo-Yun dismissed the challenge. He told Jinpeng to return to his great division and tell them he would never join them. He then added a final, cutting message for the one who sent him. Yo-Hyun's eyes narrowed, his voice low and cold. He told Jinpeng to inform his superior that if they want him, they should at least send someone with some discernment, or just come themselves. He delivered the final blow. Got it? Now get lost. Jinpeng's face contorted in fury and humiliation, trembling with impotent rage. As Yo-Yun dematerialized, Jinpeng stared after him, muttering a furious, empty threat. Just you wait. Yo-Yun reappeared next to Hiram, who looked relieved. You really came back in no time, she said. He calmly responded, of course, while internally dismissing the other tellers as a bunch of weirdos. Hiram, her eyes wide with anticipation, asked about the other matter he mentioned. Yo-Yun's expression turned serious. Right. I think it's about time, he finished his thought, looking directly at Hiram. We hire a manager for you. Hiram looked stunned, clearly not expecting this new development. They search for the right management company, walking past one after another. Yo-Yun shakes his head. This isn't the place. He remembers clearly what he's looking for. As they continue their search, his gaze sweeps over the buildings. If his memory serves him right, it should be right around here. Then his eyes lock onto it. He stops dead in his tracks. Here it is, Yo-Yun says, stopping in front of a modest building. Hiram looks up, surprised. Here? Her tone is not exactly convinced. They stand before Baekwa Management. Hiram's disappointment is clear. The place looks lackluster compared to the others. She asks if this is really the right place, but he calmly confirms it. Yo-Yun knocks lightly on the door, calling out, "Hello?" Inside, a harried voice yells, "1 second!" and rapid footsteps approach the door. They stand patiently, waiting. The door creaks open, revealing someone peeking out from behind it. A young woman with short brown hair nervously asks what they're here for, wary of the unexpected visitors. Yo-Yun offers a polite greeting. Internally, he notes that while her aura is different now, she still looks just like he remembered. A chilling memory from his past life washes over him. A voice echoes with regret, acknowledging that it's too late. The ominous sound of footsteps echoes through the dark, blood-splattered ruins of his memory. A desperate thought flashes. Still, in the grim vision, his past self stands amidst a burning landscape. Another voice speaks of a regrettable farewell, the moment of his ultimate betrayal. His past self stares, eyes wide with horror. The memory jolts him back to the present, sweat beading on his face. He knows, deep down, that the person about to be choked should have stayed away from a monster like Choi Do-yoon. In the flashback, a shadowy Choi Do-yoon stands over someone in the ruins, his hand around their throat. Yo-Yun's past self watches, powerless. A close-up on the victim, their face streaked with blood, being choked by a gloved hand. A brutal, painful memory. Do-yoon's deceptive words from the past echo in his mind. The promise of a deal that was nothing but a lie. Yo-Yun snaps back to reality with a jolt. "Hello," he says, a little too loud as Baek Soo-yun stands before him looking confused. He quickly collects himself, offering an apology. Internally, he notes that while her energy is different, her appearance is familiar. Yo-Hyun asks if this is indeed Baekwa Management. Seated across from them, the woman introduces herself as Baek Soo-yun, CEO of the company. Her face lights up with a wide, eager smile. She cuts straight to the chase, asking if they're here to join her company. Yo-Yun gestures to Hiram, stating that she is the one who wishes to join. Baek Soo-yun looks at Hiram, her eyes wide with excitement. Baek Soo-yun's eyes sparkle. This chic, cool-looking collector wants to join her tiny company? She wonders if she's dreaming. She immediately puts Hiram at ease, telling her she doesn't have to put on an act here. Hiram's expression instantly changes from poised to goofy, letting out a relieved, "Really? That's a relief." Yo-Yun looks on in exasperation as Hiram bursts into laughter. Baek Soo-yun stares in confusion as Hiram admits she was tired from pretending all day. Baek Soo-yun regains her composure. She acknowledges Hiram is a collector, then turns to Yo-Yun, asking him to guess who Heek is. She muses aloud, connecting the dots. He's not a collector himself, and he's not from another company. She narrows it down. Baek Suyun's eyes widen in realization. Could you be a teller? Yo-Yun is visibly shocked. Even a seasoned official like Choi Jongmo couldn't guess his true identity. She explains her deduction. If you look closely at tellers, there's a distinct aura about them that makes them seem otherworldly. Yo-Yun's internal monologue reveals his deeper knowledge of Baek Suyun. He knows that while she's currently a CEO of a small company, in his past life, after the apocalypse began, she became the leader of the Baekwa squad, a captain known for her impeccable decision-making and charisma. Baek Suyun bows slightly, apologizing if she was wrong, but that was why she thought he was a teller. With a confident smile, he confirms her guess. Yes, you're correct. I'm Kang Yo-Yun, a teller of Celestial Body Inc. Her eyes widen again, radiating excitement. A collector and a teller in her office? Hiram, beaming with pride, tells Baek Soo-hyun that Yo-Hyun is amazing, not just an average teller. Baek Soo-hyun, captivated, takes Hiram's hand, asking how they met. She listens intently as Hiram begins to recount their first meeting. Well, I was eating ramyun at my house, but suddenly Yo-Yun looks on with a pained smile as Hiram undoubtedly simplifies their dramatic first encounter. He gently steers the conversation back on track, asking to see the contract. Baek Soo-hyun's eyes light up. A contract! She's thrilled, immediately agreeing to discuss the conditions. Hiram exclaims that this is great. Yo-Yun playfully chastises her, reminding her that Shisyu is the main character of this contract. A few moments later, Yo-Yun holds a pen over a document. He states that the contract should be acceptable now. As they prepare to sign, Hiram asks what a manager usually does. Yo-Yun wonders if they're already getting along a little too well. Baek Soo-hyun explains her role, managing schedules, diet, physical condition, and even acting as a broker for interviews. Hiram is surprised. Baek Soo-hyun proudly states she can do it all, having worked for a well-known clan before starting her own company. She admits she should ideally be driving them around, but she didn't have enough money for a car. Yo-Yun is surprised she can drive. She confirms she has licenses for both regular and large vehicles. She casually adds that she also has a forklift certification and can weld. A chibi Baek Soo-hyun operates an excavator, utterly shocking Hiram. Why? Baek Soo-hyun explains it's just a backup plan. Anyway, Baek Soo-hyun says, please believe in me. I can do it. Yo-Yun reassures her she doesn't have to worry, as he will be handling most of the big decisions for now. He explains that since Hiram's name isn't widely known yet, they won't need her full services right away. Baek Soo-hyun, a little deflated, asks if there's anything she can do. Yo-Hyun internally acknowledges that while there isn't anything right now, something will definitely come up soon. His expression grows calculating. When the time comes, Baek Soo-hyun won't have any time to sleep or rest. They take their leave, telling Baek Soo-hyun they'll contact her when the time is right. As they walk away, Yo-Yun pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He turns back to her. I know this is random, but Baek Soo-hyun looks at him, curious. What is it? Yo-Yun asks her a profound question. Do you have a dream? His thoughts drift to his past life, to her as the Baekwa squad captain, wondering what she planned to do after the apocalypse. He recalls her answer from the past. She'd said she didn't have a good life even before the end came. Her expression in that grim memory, still holding a faint smile as she considered her future. Her single, simple desire. Back in the present, Baek Soo-hyun's eyes light up. She declares, just want to make a ton of money. Yoo-hyun smiles wryly. I see. Internally, he confirms, yup, she's the Baek Soo-hyun I know. They finally take their leave. Yo-Yun's thoughts linger on her dream. Make a ton of money, huh? Hiram smiles brightly. Doesn't it seem like I would get along really well with her? Yo-Yun thinks that there's definitely a reason they got along so well. Hiram giggles, admitting it feels like they've been friends for a long time, completely unaware of the truth. Baek Soo-hyun, in her captain's uniform from the apocalypse, stands smiling and confident, facing Hiram. Hiram reaches out, their expressions resolute against a fiery backdrop. The image confirms their fated bond as allies. Back in the present, Yo-Yun dismisses her question with a casual, not at all. Hiram, oblivious, giggles, wondering if they were best friends in a previous life. Meanwhile, back at his office, Jinpong is in a state of absolute fury, his desk a mess. That bastard, he roars. He can't believe Yo-Yun, who isn't even in his division, dared to disrespect him. He fumes. Jin Pong stares at his screen, confirming Yo-Yun's incredible rise. He vows to get him back. He grinds his teeth, frustrated. He knows Yo-Yun is currently protected, but he refuses to give up. Suddenly, a wicked smirk spreads across his face. Wait, that's it. There's that way. He's found a loophole, a dark path for his revenge. 1 week later, a bustling crowd gathers around a newly opened Mind Realm gate. Among the crowd stand Yo-Yun and Hiram. Whispers ripple through the onlookers, noting that Hiram has already cleared 4 Mind Realms and become a Class 7 in her first week, an unprecedented feat. Yo-Hyun tells Hiram that the Mind Realm opening today is a special one. A glowing portal shimmers into existence. Yo-Hyun explains that unlike other realms, this one can only be entered once every 3 months, and if you fail, you can never enter again. Hiram asks why he chose such a dangerous place. Yo-Yun turns to her, his gaze intense. You became a collector to be successful, right? Hiram nods. Yes. Yo-Yun then states, I am the same. He continues, explaining that even as a teller, his goals aren't so different. He also wants to succeed, and her motivations should be just as ambitious. He acknowledges her personal desires aren't a bad thing, but warns that a half-assed desire will only hold her back. He pushes her, challenging her resolve. If she truly has something she wants, she shouldn't give up, even if your bones break and your flesh shreds. He looks directly into her eyes, asking, do you have the confidence to do that? She hesitates, unsure how to answer. Suddenly, a loud shout cuts through the air. The Mind Realm is opening. A massive burst of blue energy erupts from the portal. As people surge forward, Yo-Hyun calmly tells her, I won't ask for an answer right away, but you will need to answer sooner or later. The portal pulses with raw power. Yo-Hyun's words echo, reminding her that the answer is, for me. Hiram stares into the portal, which now reveals a chaotic, ancient battlefield teeming with countless warriors. Yo-Yun's final words hang in the air, a profound challenge. The answer is not just for him, but for yourself as well. This isn't just a dungeon, it's a test of her true ambition. The portal opens onto a scene of pure carnage. Soldiers in ancient armor fight desperately on the fortress walls. For a moment, Hiram looks stunned, asking if they're really supposed to jump into that chaos. But then a grin spreads across her face. To her, this just looks like fun. But while Hiram sees fun, Yo-Hyun sees a nightmare. A cold sweat runs down his face as the sounds of battle pull him back into a painful memory from his past life. The memory is a blur of shouting soldiers, desperate to hold the line against an overwhelming enemy, screaming to teach the dirty Ottomans a lesson. Their faces are twisted with fear as they yell that they can't lose, that it's all over if the enemy breaks through. A thick sense of doom hangs over the battlefield. A soldier screams, "Die!" as swords clash and metal grinds. The world is nothing but chaos and the sound of men dying. And through it all, Yo-Hyun's past self screams for help, his voice raw with terror and a feeling of complete powerlessness. The plea echoes in his mind. Someone, help me. A cry for a salvation that he knew would never arrive. He remembers people running, scattering in panic, their faces just masks of fear. He hears someone cry out that they don't want to die. A single, desperate word screams through his memory. Help. His past self stands frozen amidst the carnage, hearing the panicked shouts to get out of the way. He frantically calls out a name, searching for someone in the chaos. Me. Where are you? His face is a portrait of pure agony and terror as he screams for help one last time, watching helplessly as his world falls apart. Back in the present, Yo-Hyun's eyes harden with resolve. The blue system panels glow around him, but his focus is singular. He made a promise to himself. That will never happen again. This brings us to about a week ago, when a different kind of event was unfolding at Celestial Body Incorporated. Inside a grand, otherworldly hall, a tall figure with antlers informs Yo-Hyun and other newcomers about the day's event. He warns them that their entry ceremony is happening at the same time as an invitation ceremony for the divine spirits. The small, blob-like beings known as little tellers look up in surprise, whispering amongst themselves. The divine spirits? They wonder if they'll actually get to see such a place. Yo-Yoon listens quietly as the antlered teller explains that while many famous divine spirits are present, their ceremony is in a separate room, so they shouldn't worry about running into them. The hall itself is a lavish banquet, filled with tellers of all shapes and sizes, mingling around tables overflowing with food and drink. Yo-Yoon swirls the red wine in his glass, taking in the ornate room with its massive windows and golden chandeliers. The cute little tellers scurry about, adding a touch of chaos to the formal gathering. He stares into his glass, his thoughts on Celestial Body Inc., the organization that governs all tellers. It's the most powerful of the three great teller organizations, and he's currently standing in its headquarters, surrounded by some of the most influential beings in this world. Even with all his knowledge from his past life, Yo-Yoon has to admit, he's never been to a place quite like this. The entire hall seems to be floating in space, like an island among the stars. Suddenly, a small teller with horns on his head marches up to him looking annoyed. He asks Yo-Yoon what he's doing just standing there. The little horned teller demands to know why Yo-Yoon isn't enjoying the banquet. Yo-Yoon mentally notes the teller's strange appearance, guessing he only partially succeeded in his transformation. Yo-Yoon calmly replies that he doesn't feel like participating. This seems to offend the horned teller, who accuses Yo-Yoon of acting superior just because he managed a perfect transformation. With a huff, the horned teller declares that he'll catch up to Yo-Yoon's level soon enough before storming off. Yo-Yoon just sips his wine, quietly amused by the encounter. He watches as more tellers wander the hall, each with their own unique form. Soon, another group approaches, and a teller with light brown hair steps forward to introduce herself. She asks if the event is already over, but the antlered teller politely encourages her to continue enjoying the banquet. Yo-Yoon watches them, knowing exactly what's going on. These tellers are from other departments. They say they're here to greet new employees, but he knows their true motive is to scout for talent. This friendly banquet is actually a battlefield for recruitment. Tellers with horns, lizard heads, and bear heads are all trying to poach the best newcomers for their own teams. Yo-Yoon has no interest in their political games. Deciding it would be too exhausting to get involved, he quietly tries to slip away from the crowd. But he's not fast enough. Another teller spots him, excitedly calling him out as the newbie who transformed right away. Yo-Yoon freezes, realizing he's already become a topic of gossip. Before he can escape, the teller offers him a spot in the finance department. Immediately, others swarm him, all making offers for their own departments. He can't believe how quickly this escalated. Trapped, Yo-Yoon forces a polite smile. He thanks them for the attention, but all he's really thinking is, how do I get out of here? Just as the crowd closes in, his eyes lock onto someone else in the room, a shadowy figure standing alone. He realizes this is his only chance. Yo-Yoon quickly breaks through the crowd and approaches the shadowy figure, forcing a laugh and acting as if they're old friends. He puts on a show for the others, pretending to be annoyed. "Geez, you don't recognize me?" he says playfully, silently pleading for the stranger to just play along. The shadowy figure finally speaks, his voice low. Sorry. I was a bit distracted." Relief washes over Yo-Yoon. His plan worked. Still playing his part, Yo-Yoon suggests they go talk somewhere else. As they walk away, one of the other tellers scoffs, annoyed that such a promising recruit was already taken. The disgruntled teller mutters to himself, wondering who that shadowy figure even was. He doesn't recognize him at all. Another teller agrees, saying he's never seen him before and has no idea which department he could be from. Once they're clear of the crowd, Yo-Yoon turns to the mysterious teller and thanks him for playing along, admitting he used him to escape. But the shadowy figure just stands there, silent. An uneasy feeling creeps over Yo-Yoon. Why isn't he saying anything? This is getting creepy. Trying to keep his composure, Yo-Yoon bows slightly and tries to excuse himself, saying he should get going. But as he turns to leave, a low, amused voice stops him cold. "How amusing." Yo-Yoon freezes. This is no ordinary teller. The shadowy figure turns, his glowing eyes fixed on Yo-Yoon. He says he disguised himself perfectly so no other tellers could see him, and then he asks a chilling question. "How were you able to see me?" Yo-Yoon's composure shatters. A look of pure shock spreads across his face as he whispers, "What?" A massive, spectral serpent begins to form behind the teller, its presence radiating immense power. Yo-Yoon's heart hammers in his chest. This is bad. Looking closer, he can see the intricate, glowing patterns on the teller's form. There's no doubt in his mind, this man is dangerous. Yo-Yun steels himself and asks what he wants. The figure replies that he's just curious, and for now, he doesn't wish him any harm. For now, at least, he adds, the unspoken threat hanging in the air. He presses again, demanding to know how Yo-Yun saw him. With the other tellers still mingling obliviously in the background, Yo-Yun looks at the figure and shakes his head. I didn't, he says simply. He clarifies. I just saw a book. Hovering in the air behind the teller is a glowing black book pulsing with a dark, powerful energy that no one else seems to notice. Yo-Yun explains that he saw the strange book floating there and focused his unique teller ability on it. He says that by focusing on the book, he was able to see past the powerful disguise, revealing the figure standing before him. He explains this incredible power with two simple words. It's my special ability. The shadowy teller seems intrigued. Yo-Yun confirms he has a good eye for things others can't see, adding with a hint of challenge that he can see the figure's true nature as well. The teller admits he was skeptical at first, but seeing that no one else could perceive him, he now understands. He calls Yo-Yun's ability quite hard to believe. A small smirk plays on Yo-Yun's lips. But it's the truth, he says, fully embracing his own power. I'm different from the other tellers. The shadowy figure seems genuinely impressed, admitting he's never seen a teller with such a unique appearance or ability so early in their career. He apologizes for his directness, but Yo-Yun just looks at him, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Suddenly, the teller's eyes gleam. He declares that their meeting must be fate, and proposes a bet. Yo-Yun is taken aback. He just wants to get out of here. The rules are simple, the figure explains. Yo-Hyun just has to guess who he is. If he's right, he'll be rewarded accordingly. Yo-Hyun's foot taps nervously. And if I don't, he asks. The teller's voice drops, laced with menace. Then you'll need to take responsibility for interrupting my entertainment. Damn it, Yo-Hyun thinks. The guy is completely certain he'll lose. But it's fine. He just needs to use his ability again and look at the book too. Yo-Hyun's eyes go wide with shock. A gasp escapes his lips as he stares at the figure, his mind reeling. I can't open the book? His hands hover uselessly over the black book. The realization hits him like a physical blow. This being is so powerful that Yo-Yun's ability doesn't even work on him. The system has its rules. In this world, no one can act beyond their designated level. The fundamental power of the story won't allow it. And Yo-Yun has just hit a wall he can't break through. He remembers what the antlered teller said earlier about the divine spirits being present, but in a separate room. The pieces suddenly click into place. A terrifying realization dawns on Yo-Yun as he stares at the shadowy figure. Wait, he whispers, then is this man? Images of the 5 largest divine forces flash through his mind. Eden's heaven, Asgard's Einherjar, Hermopolis's Ogdoad, and Olympus's Pantheon. And then, the 5th. A terrifying realm of chained demons and monsters, their red eyes glowing in the dark. The name of this force sends a chill down his spine. Pandemonium. This is the realm where the highest-ranked stories reside. A place of absolute, unimaginable power. Yo-Hyun looks at the ominous black book, its energy almost suffocating him. He now understands the chilling truth behind this creepy book and the being it belongs to. The name on the book is clear as day. The Three-Headed Snake. Yo-Yun's gaze hardens, his voice filled with a grim understanding as he prepares to speak the name of the being before him. A chilling whisper echoes in his mind, describing the being's true nature. A snake that corrupts, a red dragon that sets flames, the one who was once close to the brightest light, but ended up falling to the darkest pits. The shadowy figure stands tall, the snake-like patterns on his suit glowing faintly as Yo-Yun finally understands the ancient evil he's facing. The full weight of the truth slams into him. The man in front of me is... His face is a mask of awe and terror. He's speaking to a legend, Pandemonium's first-generation divine spirit. With absolute certainty, Yo-Yun utters the name that commands fear and respect throughout the cosmos, Satan. The figure, now revealed as Satan, lets out a low, satisfied laugh that echoes with ancient power. Satan claps his hands, blue energy radiating from him. Correct, he exclaims, a wide grin spreading across his face. I didn't think you could actually do it. You win. Yo-Yun takes a shaky step back, relief flooding his voice. Am I spared now? Satan leans in, a playful but dangerous glint in his eye. He says the threat was partly a joke, but admits Yo-Yoon has surprised him. He clarifies that while he should be punished, he can't be the one to do it. A bead of sweat drips down Yo-Yoon's temple. Liar, he thinks. He knows with certainty that if he had lost that bet, Satan would have punished him without a second thought. The danger was very real. Satan strokes his chin thoughtfully. Anyway, I lost, he muses. I should keep my promise. What should I give you? In that moment, an idea sparks in Yo-Yoon's mind, a stroke of absolute genius. Yo-Yoon looks up at the divine spirit. He reminds Satan that as a teller, he'll soon be creating his own library to showcase a story. A pristine, futuristic library materializes below them. Yo-Yoon's eyes glint with cunning as he lays out his proposal. So, let's do this. He looks the ancient being directly in the eyes and makes an offer no one would have dared to imagine. I'll become your library's sponsor. Satan looms over him, a powerful aura radiating from his form as he considers the unprecedented request. Yo-Yoon presses his advantage, his voice steady. What do you think? He knows that an offer of sponsorship from him is an honor most tellers couldn't even dream of. They'd beg for the attention of a third-generation spirit, let alone one of his stature. This is the chance of a lifetime, an opportunity that will never come again. The pressure is immense, and sweat beads on Yo-Yoon's brow as he awaits the answer. Satan extends a glowing hand, a silent invitation to seal the deal. Yo-Yoon stares at it, knowing that if he takes that hand, unimaginable power will be his. But as he stares, a single doubt cuts through the temptation. Is this really okay? His eyes are wide, filled with a storm of calculation and fear. He's grappling with a decision that will define his entire existence. Satan's voice cuts through the silence, tinged with surprise. Really? Yo-Yoon takes a final, steadying breath, ready to give his unbelievable answer. I apologize, he begins. Standing firm before the godlike being, his voice is steady as he delivers the final blow. But I must decline your offer. Satan's glowing eyes widen, a rare look of genuine surprise on his face. He leans in, his shadowy form radiating a dangerous curiosity. Can I ask why? He asks, the question laced with intrigue. Yo-Yoon explains his logic. While Satan's sponsorship would bring great power, it would cost him his freedom. In a worst-case scenario, it would earn him the hostility of other divine forces, especially those from Eden, Pandemonium's greatest rivals. Satan listens, his hand still outstretched. I understand your reasoning, he says. But even so, wouldn't the benefits still be worth it? Yo-Yoon's face is set with absolute conviction. The benefits you offer are not enough for me. Satan's expression shifts to one of pure bafflement. Not enough? He repeats, as if he can't comprehend the words. Yo-Yoon knows the spirits of Pandemonium are unbelievably powerful. He looks Satan in the eye. Especially you, he says, acknowledging his rank as one of the 7 executives. Of course, I'm eager to work with you, but there's a catch. He reveals his true fear. The moment they partner, his stories would be forever tied to Pandemonium's theme. More importantly, the authority over his own library, his own narrative, would belong to Satan. And Yo-Yoon believes his story has endless possibilities. He is aiming for something far greater than being caged, no matter how golden the bars. A vision of Hiram flashes in his mind, standing tall with her sword, her potential limitless. This is the future he is building, and he must be the sole architect. So, Yo-Yoon concludes, his voice ringing with defiance, I must refuse. The path I walk is mine and mine alone. He finishes, certain that Satan will understand. And then, the divine spirit lets out a sudden, delighted snort. A wide, sinister grin spreads across his face. Satan erupts in booming laughter, his body radiating a chaotic, joyful energy. To think you have ambitions even greater than owning Pandemonium itself. Yo-Yoon looks flustered, but a hint of pride touches his face. Yo-Yoon starts to deny it, but Satan waves him off. Don't worry, he says. I am sincerely complimenting you. And you're right. He confirms the hidden cost. The moment he sponsors a library, he essentially owns it. The teller gives up their own potential in exchange for his power. But Yo-Yoon didn't make that trade. He chose to keep his potential for himself. Satan nods, a flicker of respect in his eyes. You left the easy path to walk a difficult one, he says. In my eyes, it seems foolish. But perhaps, he adds, a dangerous glint in his eye, it's your foolishness that caught my attention. Satan decides to end it, saying he isn't one to force himself on those who don't want him. So, he asks, are you giving up on this? His shadowy form darkens and a predatory smile returns. Honestly, I'm not so sure, he admits, his voice dropping. It just makes me more greedy. His power surges, a palpable desire to possess Yoyun's potential. It makes me want to take you by force. He extends his hand one last time, a miniature Yoyun in his palm. Are you sure you don't want my sponsorship? Yoyun doesn't flinch. He wants donations from the spirits to come from their own free will, not from a coercive deal. Satan looks at him, truly impressed. He admits any other teller would be punished for such arrogance. With that, Satan begins to walk away. He muses that it would be bad for his image to lose a bet and give nothing in return. He reminds Yoyun that a price must be paid for winning. While he can't give him a gift now, he promises to send a powerful item bearing his name very soon. He turns his head one last time, a final, knowing grin on his face. I was truly happy to meet you today, he says, as his form begins to fade. His voice echoes as he vanishes completely. I'll be sure to visit your library in the near future. Yoyun is left standing there, the tension slowly leaving his body. He's alone again in the grand hall, his mind still reeling from the encounter. He's drenched in sweat, the pressure of talking to a literal divine spirit finally hitting him. He mutters to himself, wondering how much time has passed. He knows the other tellers will be looking for him after he vanished from the banquet. He decides to run for it, needing to escape before he gets tangled in any more political games. Yoyun dashes through the halls of Celestial Body Inc., taking refuge in the first quiet place he can find, a vast, ancient library filled with towering shelves. He looks around in awe. He had just run blindly, but to think a place like this existed here. Best of all, it's completely empty. He decides to read for a bit to kill some time, pulling a random book from a nearby shelf. He wanders deeper into the endless rows, the silence, a welcome change from the chaos of the banquet. But as he walks, he senses a presence. His head snaps up. How strange, a voice whispers from the aisles. For a guest to come here, he's not alone. A blinding golden light appears in the distance, slowly coalescing into a human shape. What is that? Yoyun murmurs, watching the light with fascination. He stares, completely mesmerized by the figure emerging from the light, a gasp escaping his lips. The light fades to reveal an ancient elder in a white robe, his hair and beard long and flowing. Above him hovers a massive golden book, radiating a power that feels ancient and pure. The book is enormous, its golden light filling the library with a warm, ethereal glow. Yohyun looks from the elder to the book, wondering aloud just how valuable a story must be to shine so brightly. The elder looks at him with piercing yellow eyes. "Who are you?" he asks, his voice ancient and deep. "Most people don't come here." Yohyun introduces himself simply as a new teller. The elder looks surprised. "A new worker?" The elder chuckles softly. "Forgive my rudeness," he says. "Your appearance is so complete, I didn't realize you were new." He smiles. "To think I'd meet the rumored person myself." Yohyun asks what brings the elder to this forgotten corner of the library. "What else?" the elder replies. "I am the manager of this place." Yohyun is surprised. He learns this is a section all other departments had given up on. Now retired, the elder volunteered to manage it himself. Yohyun glances at the powerful golden book again. Someone with a book like that retired? He realizes this old teller must have a very unusual past. The elder asks with a hint of amusement if Yohyun shouldn't be at the ceremony. When Yohyun explains he ran to escape the recruitment frenzy, the elder laughs, saying the same thing happened to him in his youth. He then asks if Yohyun plans to remain independent. "Correct," Yohyun confirms, "and I plan to keep it that way." The elder's gaze becomes piercing. "To choose a path without allegiance, does that not frighten you?" The elder looks away, a sad, knowing look on his face. "If I said I wasn't afraid, I'd be lying." But Yohyun's eyes are firm. "But I still have a goal," he states. The elder looks back at him, a flicker of understanding in his ancient eyes. A knowing expression crosses the elder's face. "So you have longing too?" Yohyun looks at him, confused by the word. The elder explains that tellers are created, not born. They are given abilities, but are otherwise blank slates. without their own desires or purpose. Their paths are usually dictated by the system or by senior tellers. To choose a path not because you were ordered to, but because you want to, is fundamentally alien to their nature. Regrettably, the elder sighs, most tellers don't have longing. He then looks at Yoyun with a rare smile. But very rarely, there are tellers like you who aren't swayed by others and have a clear path in their hearts. The elder turns, beckoning him. Follow me, he says, his voice filled with ancient promise. I'll show you something fun. Yoyun's eyes widen with curiosity and awe as he follows the elder down a hidden corridor. They step into a magnificent, echoing hall. This is? Yoyun whispers. The elder explains that this sacred place stores all the stories that have had the most influence on the world since their company was founded. Also known as the Hall of Fame, the elder clarifies. Yoyun stares at the countless shining books, each one representing a life, a world, a story. In these stories, the elder says, gesturing to the infinite shelves, are the lives of everyone. A profound sense of wonder washes over Yoyun, his eyes gleaming with a newfound purpose. Incredible, he murmurs, deeply moved. He takes a step forward, drawn to the vast collection of narratives that shaped reality itself. The elder stops at a darkened, quiet section. This is the end, he says somberly. Yoyun looks at him, confused. 30 years ago, the elder explains, his eyes filled with a deep sadness, life was completely cut off. I brought you here because I wanted someone to remember this place. He laments that this history has been locked away, forgotten by a new generation that only sees these brilliant stories as failures. He turns, a pained look on his face. If I disappear one day, it would sadden me to know that no one would remember this place. That's why I brought you. You are the only guest who has ever visited this shabby old place, he says, seeing something special in Yoyun. He explains that other tellers only care about points, repeating the same safe stories over and over. The old tales that once warmed the heart are now just seen as cheesy relics. But as the elder looks at Yoyun, hope returns to his eyes. But I believe, he says with conviction, that one day a story like this will be necessary again. A story of true purpose. Yohine looks at a story on the shelf, and a bitter thought crosses his mind. If Choi Doyon hadn't betrayed them, if he had kept fighting, his story might have ended up here, in this Hall of Fame. A fierce determination burns in Yohyun's eyes. I want to be here too, he thinks. He doesn't just want to win, he wants to leave a mark. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening into something unbreakable. This Hall of Fame is no longer just a museum. It's his destination. Yohyun turns to the elder, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. Elder, thank you for this experience. At that moment, a system notification appears. The initiation ceremony is about to end. Eager to know the name of this wise being, Yohyun asks, May I know your name, elder? The elder looks at him with a twinkle in his eye. If you come visit this place again, he promises, I'll tell you. It's an invitation and a challenge. As the light of the system surrounds him, Yohyun's face is set with a powerful new determination. He finally understands his purpose, his goal, and the true meaning of his own longing. See you soon, he says with confidence. The future of his story and the fate of the world now rests firmly in his hands. The initiation ceremony has ended. A new chapter in Yohyun's journey has truly begun. For Hiram, the training wheels are off. She's been thrown into the middle of a war that she has absolutely no chance of winning. A voice cuts through the chaos, pulling her back to reality. It's Yohyun. His calm voice asking if she can hear him. Her eyes are wide with shock, the roar of battle echoing all around her. She manages to find her voice, a little shaky as she replies, Yes, I can hear you. Yohyun's tone is a steady anchor in the storm, telling her to stay focused. All around them, soldiers are fighting and dying. Hiram stares at the carnage and asks the obvious question, Mr. Yohyun, is this a war zone? He calmly confirms her fears, explaining that they've been dropped into the siege of Constantinople, a legendary battle that ended an entire era. The name sinks in. Hiram knows this story. This was the war where the Roman Empire finally fell to the Ottomans, and a horrifying realization dawns on her. They're on the losing side. She has to be sure, her voice trembling, as she asks if they're really defending this castle as part of the Roman army. Looking out at the sea of enemy flags, Yo-hyun's voice comes back with a simple, chilling answer. That's right. But for Yo-hyun, this isn't a random suicide mission. He remembers this place from his past life. This very battlefield is where the original Kang Hyrim awakened her power and first earned the title of Sword Empress. For the girl he's training now, this trial by fire is essential. Back on the wall, Hyrim's fear is visible on his monitor. He can see the doubt in her eyes. He tells her calmly that he sees everything clearly. Her question hangs heavy in the air, weighed down by the sheer hopeless scale of the battle before them. Can we win this? From his library, Yo-hyun analyzes the situation. He'd thought 50 collectors might be enough, but he was wrong. The numbers are hopelessly stacked against them. The defense has only 7,000 soldiers against an attacking force of 150,000. And that's not even the worst of it. Including support units, the enemy numbers swell to a staggering 300,000. Their army stretches to the horizon, a sea of red flags promising certain death. Hyrim can't understand it. Looking at the other collectors on the wall, she wonders why they came. They had to have known the odds. Why walk willingly into a battle you can't possibly win? Yo-hyun explains the real reason. At this very moment, over 2,000 divine spirits are watching them. This was never about winning. It's a performance. A chance for collectors to show off for an audience of bored gods who are already chiming in, waiting for the show to start. A spark of understanding lights up Hyrim's face, followed by a small, cynical smile. Ah, so clearing this isn't the goal, she says. Everyone is just here for themselves. Yo-hyun confirms that, while blunt, she's not wrong. Yo-hyun knows this is how the game is played. Big events like this are used to promote a teller's library, but showing off has never been part of his plan. So he drops a bombshell on her. We will be aiming to clear this mind realm. Hyrim is floored. What? He quickly adds that they'll pull out if it gets too dangerous, but for now, they have to try. Yo-hyun remembers the past again. Even the legendary Sword Empress couldn't clear this place, though she lasted the longest. But he believes this Hyrim, the one he has personally guided, is already strong enough to match her past self. It's a long shot, but one he's willing to take. He watches her on the screen, a calculating look in his eyes. If there's even a small chance they can clear this place, then everything changes. Just then, a woman with pale hair approaches Hyrim from behind, asking if she plans on fighting alone. A muscular, silver-haired man steps up beside her with a smug grin, suggesting they work together to show off and split the rewards. Hyrim doesn't even bother to reply. She just turns her head and looks away, her expression cold. The man scoffs, annoyed at being ignored. The pink-haired woman tells him to just leave her. She says Hyrim is just acting cocky after clearing a few easy realms, and if she's so disrespectful, she can handle this all by herself. Hyrim knows they just wanted to use her. She forces herself to stay calm, reminding herself that she's doing this for Mr. Yo-hyun. Suddenly, a loud, regal voice rings out across the walls, welcoming them as mercenaries. An imposing figure in golden Roman armor stands before them. This is the illusionary being, leading the defense. He introduces himself as Constantinos, the Emperor of Rome, and thanks the gathered mercenaries for coming to defend his homeland. Hyrim watches him, her expression softening. She knows he's just an illusion, a piece of code written for this scenario. But he seems so real. The desperation in his eyes, the weight in his voice, it all feels genuine. The Emperor's face hardens as he turns to the battlefield. Ah, he says grimly, it seems the preparations are complete. A system message flashes. The siege of Constantinople will now begin. The objective, defend the castle and lead the battle to victory. And there's only one chance. A massive roar erupts from the enemy as they charge. Breach! For the Sultan, they scream. It's time to end this war. The other collectors leap into the fray. The silver-haired man and his partner go all out, unleashing flashy, powerful attacks, smashing through the enemy ranks with pure force. He grins, his fists glowing as he taunts the horde. Is that all you've got? Come on! His partner complains that the enemies aren't giving any rewards, but he just yells back, if you have time to talk, use it to cast another spell. Watching from his library, Yo-hyun's expression tightens. That's not right, he mutters. He can already see their fatal mistake. The silver-haired collector punches forward, sending out a shockwave of magic that obliterates a group of soldiers. His partner follows up with her own rapid-fire attacks, a ferocious look on her face as she tears through the front lines. but the adrenaline is already wearing off. The silver-haired man is panting, sweat dripping from his brow. He's burning through his stamina far too quickly. He looks up, and his confidence shatters. The soldiers they just defeated were nothing. The enemy horde is an endless rising tide. His voice is laced with panic as he turns to his partner. "Hey, when is this going to end?" She can only stare in horror at the approaching army, which seems to have no end at all. Across the different libraries, the same story is playing out. One collector is already screaming that he spent his strength too early, begging his divine spirits not to give up on him. Yo-Yun watches, unimpressed. It's exactly what he expected. They all went all out from the start to put on a good show, and now they're completely exhausted. On the other hand, he shifts his focus. He checks on Hiram. She's deep in the fight, her white uniform stained with blood, but her movements are efficient, controlled. He notes with satisfaction that she's still holding up. Curious, Yo-Yun decides to see how the other tellers are doing. A notification appears, transporting his perspective to the gathering hub for libraries. His view shifts to a grand hall filled with tellers of every imaginable shape and size, all monitoring their own collectors on massive screens. One teller is fuming, yelling at his screen about his foolish collector. "That's why I told you not to go all out from the start." A tiger-headed divine spirit scoffs nearby. He mutters that this is the end of the road for these cocky fools. The divine spirits are getting bored and are already looking for a better show. Just then, a message pops up. Someone asks how the Sword Empress's library is doing. The reply is instant. She's still going strong. Should we go there? The decision is unanimous. Let's go. The tiger-headed spirit turns, his interest suddenly piqued. The name Sword Empress is getting a lot of attention. Suddenly, notifications flood Yo-Yun's screen. One after another, divine spirits are pouring into his library. As Hiram continues to fight, her viewer count skyrockets past 500. The tiger-headed teller watches from his own library, his expression souring with jealousy. "Acting all cocky just because he's been doing well lately?" he growls. Back on the battlefield, the pink-haired woman is panicking. "You idiot, hurry up and fight," she screams at her partner. "Can't you see all the divine spirits are leaving?" He screams back that he's completely exhausted. She's furious, yelling that she should have known this would happen when he went full throttle from the very beginning. Yo-Yun observes calmly from his chair. The tide of the battle is beginning to turn. Everyone is getting tired, even Kong Hiram has slowed down. Though she seems fine for now, he knows that at this rate she'll burn out soon enough. A powerful blow sends Hiram staggering back. Yo-Yun leans forward, watching intently. This is the critical moment. When she's backed against a wall, what choice will she make? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the battlefield. A huge section of the castle wall crumbles to dust. "The wall is down!" someone screams. As Hiram stares in disbelief, Yo-Yun explains that it's the Orban cannon, the historical weapon used to breach these very walls. The Ottoman soldiers roar in triumph and pour through the breach. The defenders are in chaos, shouting for help and trying desperately to hold the line. Panic rips through the collectors. "Hey, what do we do?" one of them cries. "We're all going to die at this rate." The Emperor's voice booms over the chaos, pleading with them to lend their strength, begging them to protect his people, his homeland. His desperate plea sparks a flicker of hope in Hiram. That's right, there's still a chance. She believes if they all work together, they can push the enemy back. She turns to rally them, shouting, "Everyone, let's!" But her call is cut short. "I can't do this, I'm done!" One collector yells, activating his escape portal. Another quickly follows. "Damn it. I give up, too. I never planned on dying here." Hiram watches in stunned disbelief. "What are you doing?" she yells, grabbing one of the fleeing men. "If you all leave now, the defense." He shoves her away, his face twisted with fear. "What defense? Can't you see we're all about to die?" He sneers at her, calling her a newbie who doesn't get it. He says the real strategy was always to just hold out as long as you could, then run. When she asks about the soldiers they're supposed to protect, he looks at her like she's insane. "Soldiers?" he scoffs, a cruel smile on his lips. "The people here are all illusions." He gets in her face, screaming, "They're fake. What do I care if a bunch of fakes live or die? Stop bothering me and get out of the way. If you want to die so badly, then die alone." His words hit her like a punch to the gut. Her eyes narrow, a cold fury building inside her. A single, incredulous thought echoes in her mind. They're giving up this easily? She can't comprehend it. Everyone became a collector for a reason, she thinks. Isn't that why they fight in these realms? But her ideals mean nothing here. She can only watch, helpless, as the remaining collectors vanish into their portals, leaving her alone on the blood-soaked ground. What? The roar of battle fades to a distant hum. Hiram stands frozen, the last collector on a losing field, surrounded by enemies. The hope has drained from her face, replaced by utter shock and despair. A single question echoes in the sudden, deafening silence of her mind. What should I do? As Hiram stands alone on the battlefield, a voice echoes in her memory, a stark contrast to the silence of her abandonment. It's the Emperor, Konstantinos, welcoming the mercenaries with a dignity that defies his hopeless situation, introducing himself as the leader of a dying empire. He expresses his gratitude for their help, his voice heavy with the knowledge that the only welcome he can offer is a place in a doomed battle. But the Emperor knows something the others don't. He has seen this all before. He knows the so-called heroes will panic, screaming that they can't do this anymore. He knows they will be overwhelmed by their own fear of death. He knows that every single one of them will eventually run away, abandoning this world for their own. His face is a mask of weary resolve, a quiet pain in his eyes that speaks of a sorrow deeper than a single lost battle. He knows they will abandon him and his people, leaving them to die. Again, he stands alone against the tide of his enemies, a solitary figure of defiance. Because for him, this isn't the first time. He has lived this betrayal, this loss, countless times in an endless, repeating hell. And yet, despite knowing his fate is sealed, despite the crushing cycle of despair, he tightens his grip on his blood-stained sword. He cannot stop fighting. He throws himself back into the fray, his body a monument to his unbreakable will. He fights for a world whose end has already been written, and even if he is not real, just a collection of data in a simulated world, he screams his defiance against the wind. How could he ever just stand by and watch his people die? He roars that if this is his fate, then he will fight against that fate with everything he has. Slashing through another enemy, he vows that he will never give up, no matter how many times he must die. An enemy general spots him in the chaos, vowing to take his head and offer it to the Sultan. The Emperor meets the charge, taking a brutal slash across his armor with a cry of pain. But as he staggers back, he freezes. His eyes widen in disbelief. A soldier beside him gasps, "That woman!" A figure emerges from the smoke and chaos, her long hair flowing behind her. It's Hiram. She didn't run. The soldier recognizes her as one of the mercenaries. He stares, completely bewildered. "Are you Joan of Arc?" he asks, his voice filled with awe. Hiram walks towards them, her sword held ready, her expression a mask of cold determination. The Emperor, his voice filled with genuine concern, asks why she hasn't run. He tells her the war is already lost. It's hopeless. Hiram takes a steady step over the bodies of the fallen. "We still need to fight," she says, her voice low but firm. She meets his gaze. He shakes his head, telling her he doesn't want her to die here for nothing. Her response leaves him speechless. He tells her that every mercenary who has ever come here has run for their lives. She looks at him, truly seeing him for the first time. "You remember it all?" she asks. He admits that he must be just a remnant, a ghost of the man from history, created to repeat this story over and over. But Hiram cuts him off, her voice sharp with emotion. "That's not what you are. I think of you all as living people," she declares, her hand on her heart. "That is why I decided to help you, and that is why I'm still here." The Emperor is stunned. "You think of us as people?" he asks, almost unable to comprehend it. Hiram simply replies, "Do you not want me to?" Her words ignite something deep inside him, a fire in his heart that begins to burn. The feeling is so intense it leaves him speechless. It isn't rage, and it isn't sadness. This feeling is something else entirely. A slow, genuine smile spreads across his face, the first real expression of hope he's shown. "Of course I do," he says. "You're saying our lives, the things we wanted to protect, are real. How could I hate that?" He looks at her with sincere gratitude. "I really appreciate it." The moment is shattered by the enemy's roar. An Ottoman commander screams at his troops, "What are you doing? It's an opening." "Slay them!" The Emperor turns to Hiram, his voice filled with a renewed purpose. He asks her to buy them time to set up a defensive line. She simply replies, "Of course." With a powerful roar, the Emperor rallies his men. "Protect our front lines, our people, our nation." Then he adds one more command, his eyes locked on Hiram as she leaps into battle. "And our savior." Back in his library, Yo-Yun's eyes fly open in shock. He can see it happening. Hiram's book is turning from plain to a brilliant, shining silver. "She's caught up to herself from her past life," he gasps. He leans forward, his voice filled with raw anticipation. "Show us, Hiram. Show us your fight." A flood of notifications fills the screen. Her viewer count jumps to 800. Her special traits, Goryo Age's Swordmaster and the sealed Body Sword Union, have unlocked. On the battlefield, Hiram is transformed. An enemy charges, screaming, "Die!" His sword raised high. She moves with a savage grace she didn't have before, taking a cut across her face but returning the favor with a brutal, fatal blow of her own. She becomes a whirlwind of death, carving a path through the enemy soldiers with a feral grin on her face. In the library hub, the other tellers watch with amusement. The tiger-headed spirit smirks at Yo-Yun. "Hey, your collector is struggling. Why don't you just give up?" he continues. "She won't be able to hold on much longer, but he's cut off." Yo-Hyun's voice is quiet but sharp as glass. "Hey!" His face is cast in shadow, his eyes burning with cold fury. "Shut up, you idiots." The other tellers are stunned. The tiger spirit stammers, "What?" Yo-Hyun's voice is dangerously low. "Are you deaf?" I said. "Shut up." He looks at them with pure contempt. "You tucked your tails and ran. Don't you have any shame?" he sneers. "Or are you just hoping that I fail?" He clenches his fist. "You're all just garbage," he spits, accusing them of treating their collectors like nothing more than point-gathering machines. As Hiram continues her rampage on the screen behind him, he poses one final, cutting question. "Where do you get the audacity to look down on others?" The tiger-headed teller can only grunt in humiliation. "Shut up and watch," Yo-Yun says, his message clear. But on the battlefield, the situation is desperate. A massive explosion tears through the Roman defenses. The last line is falling. The soldiers panic, knowing it's all over if that line goes down. A young soldier near Hiram looks on in absolute terror. "Saintess," he stammers, seeing her as their only hope. Hiram turns, her body battered and bleeding, but her spirit unbroken. She throws herself towards the breach, a desperate fury on her face. "I need to stop them," she thinks, "even just one. Why?" The question echoes in her mind even as she fights. Why doesn't she give up? Why doesn't she run? She knows it's over if she dies. She knows she should get out of here. I don't know. But I feel like the moment I give up and run away, she holds her ground against the tide, her eyes burning with fierce resolve. I will lose something important to me. In that moment of pure conviction, her eyes widen in shock. A spear thrusts forward, faster than she can react, and pierces straight through her chest. A nearby soldier screams her name in horror. The enemy roars in triumph. "She's down!" "Kill them all!" Hiram can only watch as they surge forward. The remaining Roman soldiers form a desperate circle around her and the Emperor, screaming to protect them. The Emperor fights with the fury of a wounded lion, trying to save the woman who gave him back his hope. But it's not enough. The soldiers around her fall one by one. Hiram clutches her wound, her strength failing. "I believed we could win," she whispers, her hope finally shattering. Tears mix with blood on her face. "I was full of pride, so I thought everything would go my way." She collapses, the life fading from her eyes. "What should I do now?" The divine spirits are not happy. Messages flood in, calling her arrogant and foolish. They're disappointed, and they're leaving. In the library, Yo-Yun grits his teeth as the criticisms pour in, his reputation crumbling around him. There are too many negative comments. He reaches for the screen, knowing if he can't block them, his library will be ruined. "Damn it, quiet down," he mutters, completely overwhelmed. "What am I supposed to do?" And then, silence. The flood of comments just stopped. Yo-Yun looks up, confused. What happened? A new message appears, one that eclipses all others. The system announces, "The one, smiling from the darkest abyss, is entering the library." Yo-Yun's eyes widen in utter shock and dawning dread. Satan. A hush falls over the chaotic library. All the negative comments and panicked messages from the other divine spirits have vanished into thin air. A new message appears, its tone amused and playful, cutting through the silence. Satan asks why the atmosphere is so tense. Yo-Yun collects himself, a wry smirk touching his lips. Because everyone's nervous, he replies. The other divine spirits are shocked into silence by his casual, almost disrespectful tone. He continues, addressing Satan directly. But you're a bit late. I thought you'd get here sooner. Satan's reply is just as nonchalant, saying he's a busy man and that things finally seem to be getting interesting. A confident, knowing look flashes in Yo-Yun's eyes. It's going to get even more interesting from here on out, he promises. He leans back, his decision made. I'm done just sitting around. At that moment, a massive donation of 1,000 points appears on screen from Satan with a simple message, I'll look forward to it. A system window opens. Yo-Yun is leaving the viewing hub and entering the mind realm. He's breaking the biggest unspoken rule in their world. A teller is about to step onto the stage. In a flash of light, Yo-Yun appears on the war-torn battlefield. He walks to Hiram, who lies collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to her sword and her life. His voice is soft. Hiram, it's all over. She looks up, a broken smile on her blood-stained face. Yo-Yun, she whispers, her voice a faint breath. He tells her she can give up now, that she'll die if she stays here any longer. He looks at her with a gentle understanding, saying she did her best and that some things are just beyond our control. As if to prove his point, the battle rages on, a grim reminder that some fights are simply impossible to win. He asks her again, gently, will you give up? But her answer is a primal scream of refusal, a raw, desperate, no, that tears from her throat. She struggles to her knees, tears streaming down her face. I know I'm just being stubborn, she cries, admitting he's right that some things are impossible. But even then, how can I just give up? Her face twists in anguish. Why are you saying something so cruel? She flashes back to her old self, the timid girl everyone called hopeless, who was told to just quit. For a moment back then, she admits she did want to give up. However, you came and told me that I'm talented, she says, her voice trembling. That I can do something others can't. Thanks to you, I learned so much about myself. She tightens her grip on her sword, a new fire in her eyes. That's why I'm here right now, and I finally know what I want to do. I don't want to run anymore, she declares, pushing herself up. I'm sick and tired of running away. Yo-Yun's voice is flat as he states the obvious. You will die, Hiram. Through the haze of pain, she looks at the carnage and simply replies, I know. A small, pained smile touches her lips. But I still don't want to give up. I'm sorry. I'm really stupid, aren't I? Yo-Yun looks at her, and a flicker of something, pride maybe, crosses his face. I see. An Ottoman soldier sees his chance, charging forward with a scream. Die, you witch! Hiram's eyes widen. She tries to block, but her body won't respond. She has nothing left. I can't move. Despair washes over her as the blade descends. This is where I die. Her last thought is an apology. I'm sorry, Yo-Hyun. But just before the blade hits, she hears his voice, calm and clear. That's good. He's standing right beside her. She looks up, confused, as a system window appears before him. It asks if he wants to undo the Genesis system's blessing, a choice that can never be reversed. Without a moment of hesitation, Yo-Hyun's finger presses yes. Undo. The system confirms the blessing is gone. The attacking soldier freezes, watching in shock. A spray of blood erupts, but it's not from Hiram. Yo-Yun stands in front of her, his arm outstretched, having blocked the fatal blow with his own body. Hiram can only stare, her mind unable to process what just happened. From his place among the stars, Satan lets out a delighted, inhuman laugh. This is the show he came to see. Yo-Yun thinks to himself that he's always wanted to be the main character. The regret of his younger self, the hope others had for him, it was all extinguished by one person's words. The memory of Choi Do-yoon, his past life's leader, turning his back on him, his voice cold and final. You're hopeless. Back then, he believed those words. He thought he was useless, so he gave up his own dreams and dedicated his life to serving Do-yoon, forever a side character in someone else's story. But Hiram is different, he thinks, glancing back at her. She held onto her will until the very end. Even facing certain death, she stood her ground, beautiful in her resolve. The sounds of the charging army surround him, but his focus is singular, so I can't just sit here and watch. He pulls the blade from his shoulder and stands ready. Hiram, still in shock, stammers his name. "Are you insane?" she screams. "What if you die? You're not protected from danger anymore." He simply replies, "I just felt this was what I had to do." And just like that, he throws himself into the enemy horde. He meets their charge, his expression grim. "I'm just as determined as you are," he tells her, as his own blood flies. With a wild laugh, he cuts down a soldier and calls out, "Don't you think it's quite the stage for a nameless actor's debut?" Hiram can only laugh through her tears. As a warm, golden light begins to glow around her wounds, she whispers, "Thank you, Yo-yun." Her eyes fill with a new light, a mix of gratitude and incredible power. "With complete trust," she says, "I'm leaving it to you." Yo-yun grins, raising a sword he took from a fallen soldier. "All right, open dimension shop," he yells. He's going all in. They say that tellers are just onlookers. They never intervene. It's not an official rule, but it's an unspoken law. Their only job is to watch from the safety of their blessing. And that is exactly why he decided to fight. "I will use a method no one has ever used before," he thinks, to step onto the stage. He launches himself forward, becoming a player in his own story. The enemy soldiers see Hiram healing and refocus their attack. "Kill the witch. We can win if she's dead." They charge past Yo-hyun, ignoring him to get to the real threat. But he intercepts them, taking a blow meant for her. "I won't let you," he grits out. He stands before her like an unbreakable wall, swinging his sword in a wide arc. "No one shall pass." Hiram watches him, her wounds closing, her power returning. "Thank you for giving me courage, for telling me that I can keep going. The Ottoman soldiers are getting frustrated. Who is that bastard? He's just one person. Why can't we get through?" Yo-hyun parries another blow, a smirk on his face. He gives them a simple answer. "Because I'm strong." Hiram's voice is filled with awe. "And for giving up the blessing to fight beside me." So, she plants her sword in the ground, a surge of power radiating from her. Her eyes blaze with light. "I will also fight." Yo-hyun is panting, leaning on his sword. He's almost at his limit. How much longer can I hold on, he wonders. The enemy sees their chance. "Let's go. He's tired. Now we can kill him." But one of them stops, his voice trembling. "Wait, look." He points behind Yo-hyun, his voice filled with terror. "What in the world is that?" Yo-hyun turns, a strange, ethereal light bathing the area behind him. He sees it too, and his eyes widen slightly. It's Hiram, but she's different. Her eyes are glowing with an otherworldly power, blood dripping from one like a tear. The system announces her true awakening. Kang Hiram has fully awakened body-sword unison. A blade of pure energy extends from her sword as she raises it to the sky. The final notification rings out, signaling the birth of a legend. Kang Hiram has fully awakened the heavenly sword path. The Ottoman soldiers stare in pure terror. "What is that?" one of them screams. Another, sensing the immense power, shouts the only command that makes sense: "Fall back." But it's too late. With a single, elegant motion, Hiram unleashes a wave of brilliant energy that tears across the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. In the quiet aftermath, the ground is scorched and cracked. The enemy has been pushed back, leaving a pocket of calm around Hiram and Yo-hyun. Hiram turns to Yo-hyun, her power still swirling around her. Even he looks surprised, admitting he didn't expect her to become this much stronger. Emperor Konstantinos approaches, his face a mixture of awe and gratitude. He thanks them for buying some time, but Yo-hyun is all business, stating that it was only temporary. He explains that the enemy will just regroup and attack again. The emperor knows this, his face grim. He says they have no way to win, they simply don't have the numbers. "No," Yo-hyun says, his voice cutting through the despair. "There is something we can do." He looks at the blood on his sword, his gaze sharp and focused. This war won't be won through a battle of attrition. Raising his sword, he points toward the heart of the enemy camp. "We need to kill their leader. That's the only way we can win." The emperor is stunned by the sheer audacity of the plan. He asks if that's even possible. Yo-hyun glances at Hiram, his confidence absolute. It sounds impossible, but with Hiram, it's definitely doable. He lays out the grim reality of their situation. The Ottomans are backing off for now, but they still have them hopelessly outnumbered. He makes it clear that this will be a suicide mission. It's unlikely anyone will come back alive. To even have a chance, he says, they'll need at least 300 men. He turns to the emperor, the unspoken question hanging between them. Can you do it? The emperor is silent for a moment, the weight of the request settling on his shoulders. Then, a spark of resolve ignites in his eyes. He turns to face his remaining soldiers, his expression as hard as stone. His men look back, their faces battered and bloody, but their loyalty unshaken. The emperor addresses them, his voice ringing with honor. He tells them they have given everything to protect this nation, and he is deeply in their debt. He admits he told them the gods would help, but no help is coming. He clenches his fist, declaring that it is they, and they alone, who will protect this city. I must ask of you, to protect our homeland with me, until the very end. He places a hand over his heart, a king making a final plea to his men. He makes it clear this is not an order. Anyone can leave if they wish. They have the right to choose. He bows his head, his voice filled with a painful vulnerability. Is anyone willing to go with me? For a moment, there's only silence. Then, one by one, his soldiers step forward. They gather around him, a small, battered, but completely resolute force. Not a single man turns away. The emperor looks at the faces of the men who have chosen to die with him, a single, heartfelt, "Thank you," escaping his lips. Yoyun looks at their small army, a grim smile on his face. Now, let's go. From the Ottoman camp, the Sultan, Mehmed II, watches the commotion. He looks at the approaching force with a weary familiarity. Dragases, he says to himself, naming his rival emperor, you just won't give up. But as he watches, he senses something is different this time. He thought all the reinforcements had fled. He wonders, were there still some left? A soldier rushes to his side, shouting, "Sir, look over there. The Romans are coming." The small band charges forward on horseback, a desperate final assault led by the emperor, with Hiram and Yoyun at his side. The Sultan watches them approach, a curious, intrigued look on his face. What are you planning? The emperor raises his sword, his voice a thunderous roar that echoes across the plains. Everyone, attack! The Ottoman archers respond instantly, a commander yelling the order to fire. A warning cry goes up from the Roman side. Arrows! Stop them! A black cloud of arrows rains down from the sky, a deadly storm aimed at the charging heroes. The volley is devastating. Men and horses scream as they're struck down, the front line of the charge instantly erased. Hiram looks back in horror at the men dying around them. Hiram, don't look back, Yohyun yells. They came here knowing what would happen, he screams. They're doing this to protect their nation and their families. If you're really that sorry, then you have to succeed no matter what. The remaining soldiers push forward, their bodies forming a living shield to open a path. They throw themselves in front of Hiram, taking blades meant for her, buying her precious seconds with their very lives. Hiram's heart breaks, seeing their sacrifice. No, I need to help them, she cries, trying to turn her horse. But one of the dying soldiers calls out to her, We'll take care of things here. Don't worry about us. Just as they break through the main line, a new threat appears before them. The Sipahi, the elite cavalry of the Ottoman Empire, the Sultan's personal guard. Yohyun doesn't hesitate. He shoves Hiram off her horse. Hiram, get off! He pushes her forward, using his own body to give her momentum, sending her sprinting toward the goal. She lands and immediately starts running, her eyes fixed forward. Run, Hiram! Don't look back! Only look in front of you! Yohyun screams as he turns to face the elite cavalry alone. The Sipahi see their desperate gambit. They're headed for the Sultan. A group of them try to intercept Hiram, but she cuts them down without breaking stride, her voice a furious roar. Out of my way! Faster! She pushes herself harder, her face a mask of pure desperation. Stronger. They fight for survival. To protect, to save others. They're closing in. Hiram, we're almost there, Yohyun yells. Up ahead, they can see him. The Sultan. There's no time to fight through his personal guard. They have one shot. Yohyun spots a heavy shield on the ground. Hiram, I'll hold up the shield. Use it to launch yourself up, he yells. She glances back, confused. Huh? He grabs the shield and plants his feet, straining with every muscle. Now! She understands instantly, her expression hardening with resolve. She runs, planting her foot firmly on the shield as Yo-Yun heaves it upward with all his might. He launches her into the air, sending her flying over the heads of the Sultan's guards. "Hiram, fly!" he screams, putting every last bit of his hope into her. As she soars through the air, brilliant white angelic wings burst from her back, carrying her over the last line of soldiers. The archers panic, loosing another volley. Fire! Stop her somehow! Arrows slice through the air, tearing at her wings and her body, but she doesn't stop. She barrels towards her one and only target. The Sultan looks up as she descends from the sky like a fallen angel. He can only say one word, a whisper of pure awe. Amazing. She lands before him, her face a mask of grim determination, and raises her sword for the final strike. The Sultan, Mehmed II, looks at the girl who has defied an entire army to reach him. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Dragasis, my arch-nemesis. With a final, explosive surge of power, the Sword Empress and the Sultan clash, the fate of the war resting on this single, epic confrontation. A cataclysmic explosion of light and power rips across the battlefield, shaking the very foundations of the world. When the dust settles, Hiram stands over the defeated form of the Sultan, her sword still humming with energy. Yo-Hyun and the remaining soldiers can only watch from a distance, stunned into silence. The Ottoman soldiers are in disarray. Their leader is gone, their will to fight completely broken. Hiram stands tall amidst the carnage, her white robe stained with blood, both hers and her enemies. She raises her sword to the sky, a solitary figure of victory against a backdrop of fire and smoke. Her voice, clear and strong, rings out across the field. "We've won!" For a moment there's silence. Then, a wave of pure, unadulterated joy erupts from the Roman soldiers. They scream and cry, tears of relief streaming down their faces. "We won! We really won!" The emperor, his helmet now removed, looks on with an expression of profound peace. This was it. He watches his men embrace, their faces filled with a joy he has never been allowed to see before. This was what I wanted to see. The sight of them smiling, not the endless cycle of pain and death he was forced to endure. Hiram walks over to Yo-Yun, a tired but genuinely happy smile on her face. She looks at him, her expression turning serious and full of gratitude. "Truly, thank you." The emperor approaches them, bowing his head slightly. He tells them that even though they are just beings made for this world, he will never forget their kindness. Yo-Yun looks at the emperor, a gentle smile on his face. "We weren't made," he corrects him. The emperor looks down, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "You are smiling and shedding tears, aren't you?" Yo-Yun continues. "You are living people. Please, do not belittle yourselves." He tells him that between two proud beings, a simple thank you is enough. The emperor chuckles softly. "Is that so? I want to reward you both," the emperor says, "but I doubt I could ever express my gratitude with something as mundane as money. So, I will bestow upon you knighthood." Yo-Yun's eyes widen in genuine shock. Even Hiram is surprised by his reaction, asking him what's wrong. He explains that in this world, knighthood from a figure like the Roman emperor holds immense significance. It grants a collector the great power of storytelling, a precious, priceless reward that you could never obtain with points. The emperor addresses them, his voice full of regal authority. "Noble and strong people, in the name of Konstantinos, I grant you the distinguished honor of knighthood." A brilliant light envelops them as a notification confirms it. They have obtained the title Distinguished Knight, and all their abilities will be significantly increased. The emperor places his hand over his heart, his body beginning to glow and fade. "I hope pure glory lies ahead for both of you." His soldiers also begin to dissolve into light, their faces filled with peace. "Saintess, thank you," they cry out. "We will never forget you." Their final words echo as they disappear. "Thank you so much." Yo-Yun and Hiram stand alone on the fading battlefield, watching as the world they saved dissolves around them. "We did it in the end," Yo-Yun says, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Hiram looks over at him, her eyes still shining. "Yes, we did." Tears well up in her eyes as the reality of their achievement sinks in. "I thought we'd fail, but we actually did it." System notifications flood their vision. They've achieved something no one from the lower realm has ever done before, earning them 10,000 teller points. The message declares that their names will be celebrated throughout the mixed world. Hiram can only laugh through her happy tears. The rewards keep piling up. Points for being the first, points for breaking the curse, and more points from the complementing divine spirits. Hirim, ever practical, asks if this means they'll stay together. Yo-yoon looks at her, a genuine, confident smile on his face. "I don't know what the future holds," he tells her, "but no matter what, we will fight side by side. That's all that matters." Hirim beams, her happiness radiating as the final message appears. "Your names will be imprinted on the world." Yo-yoon recalls the words that used to haunt him. "You are worthless." That's what everyone said, he thinks, remembering his past life, and although he tried to fight against that judgment, he was too weak and eventually he gave up. "But I won't do that anymore. This is my first story." A glowing golden book materializes before him, its title shining brightly, "The Story of the Fighting Teller and Sword Empress." The story that will set the stage for this world. Back in reality, the phone is ringing off the hook at Baekwa Management. Baek Soo-yoon answers with professional cheer. She's immediately fielding an interview request, politely explaining that their schedule is completely booked. Yo-yoon watches her with a small smile. She really is good at her job. She hangs up the phone with a weary sigh. Turning to Yo-yoon, she asks the question that's been on her mind. "Are you really giving up the blessing?" Suddenly, a tiny Hiram pops up, lounging on Yo-yoon's lap. "Of course," she chirps. "That's how I can touch him like this." Yo-yoon, annoyed, warns her to move or he'll flick her. Soo-yoon presses the issue, asking if it isn't dangerous. He admits there are limitations now. He can't just teleport to safety during a battle. He explains that since he's fighting with Hiram, she can just think of him as another collector. Hiram happily declares this means their relationship is closer, earning her a sharp pinch on the cheek from Yo-yoon. He asks Soo-yoon if she's okay, noting how tired she looks. She just smiles, saying she's happy to have so much business. She admits she still can't believe they cleared that notorious mind realm. Yo-yoon confesses he didn't really think they'd succeed either. Soo-yoon shows them her planner, filled with rejected offers from guilds and clans. While she's turning down clans, she says they can't just ignore the media. She adds that they've already received commercial offers. Hirim's eyes go wide. Commercials? But Yo-yoon cuts in, telling Soo-yoon to reject them unless they're from major companies. Just then, his own system interface starts blinking with notifications. He sighs. After the battle, divine spirits have been trying to contact him with donations. He should have closed that off. He tells Soo-yoon that having too many subscribers is a problem, and they need rules. She notes that at least the spirits are keeping quiet for now. "That's because of this," Yo-yoon says, as a glowing apple-like fruit materializes in his hand. Hiram peers at it, confused. "Huh, what's that?" Soo-yoon, however, recognizes it instantly. She shrieks, "Is that the fruit of life?" Yo-yoon confirms it. Impressed, she knows what it is. He explains he received it as a gift. The notifications from other spirits pop up, showing their shock that Satan himself gave such a present. Yo-yoon knows exactly what Satan was doing. It was a clear message to everyone else watching. This teller is mine, so look elsewhere. Hiram is still confused, asking what's so great about it. Soo-yoon can't believe her ignorance. It's one of the 2 renowned fruits from the Bible. Yo-yoon confirms it's an item you couldn't buy with 10 million gold. But, he adds, it's a double-edged sword. If he were to carelessly eat it now, while he's still low class, his body wouldn't handle the power and would simply explode. He thinks to himself that Satan is a sly fox for giving him a gift he can't even use yet. Suddenly, a new message alert appears. He's confused, thinking he'd blocked all incoming mail. He freezes. The message isn't from just anyone. It's a private meeting request from a divine spirit known as He Who Resembles the Glittering Light. He stands up abruptly. "Everyone, please excuse me. An important guest has arrived." Ignoring their confused questions, he immediately accepts the request. In a flash of light, his consciousness is pulled elsewhere. He finds himself floating in an endless, cloudy expanse. "So this is the private space for meeting divine spirits?" he muses. "I've never even been here in my past life." A voice greets him from behind. "Welcome." He turns, and his calm expression shatters into one of pure shock. Meanwhile, back at Celestial Body Inc., Jinpong is having a meltdown in his room. He's ranting, unable to believe Yo-yoon cleared Constantinople. He reads the community buzz. Everyone is talking about the fearless teller who gave up his blessing to fight. He's shaking with rage and fear. "If I can't crush him, the department will punish me," he whimpers. "I need to somehow block him." He stops, a slow, sinister realization dawning on his face. Wait, since he gave up his blessing, I can attack him directly now. He can't touch the collector, Hiram, but the teller is now fair game. A wicked grin spreads across his face. If that's the case, the story changes. He pulls up the teller bulletin board and, under a cloak of anonymity, begins to type. The posts are filled with venom, calling the Sword Empress rude and suggesting someone should assassinate the annoying teller now that he has no blessing. Jinpong looks at his screen, his face twisted with malice as he thinks of Kang Yo-yun. I'll make you pay for fearlessly giving up that blessing. A calm, resonant voice cuts through the silence of the ethereal space. Welcome! His eyes widen slightly as he takes in the majestic being before him. This person is a figure of blinding light and celestial power hovers in the air, framed by massive white wings. It's the Archangel, Saint Michael. Yo-yun quickly regains his composure. It's no problem, he says smoothly. I never expected a request from Eden. Michael gestures, and a table and chairs materialize from thin air. Please, have a seat. Yo-yun notes the casual display of immense power. The Archangel seems amused by his calm demeanor. You aren't surprised, Yo-yun replies with practiced humility. How could I not be, when such an important person has come to meet me? Michael observes him keenly. You seem quite calm for someone saying such things. Michael gets straight to the point. The reason I called you here is to verify the rumors going around. He asks if anything comes to mind. Yo-yun plays it cool. Is that so? But he knows exactly what this is about. You must be talking about Satan. Michael's expression hardens at the name. As Yo-yun knows from his past life, Michael has been Satan's arch-nemesis since the dawn of time. Yo-yun quickly clarifies the situation. Let's just say it's a misunderstanding. I'm not affiliated with Pandemonium. Michael seems satisfied, saying, that's reassuring. But Yo-yun presses his own question. It's strange, he says. I didn't think Eden would think so highly of my library. Michael explains that after investigating, he confirmed Yo-yun has no official ties to Pandemonium. However, it is true that you and that evil monster are acquainted. He's asking, without asking, about the nature of their relationship. Yo-yun gives him the simple truth. He met Satan at the entrance ceremony. They talked for a bit and then parted ways. Michael is skeptical. And he gave you the fruit of life just for that? Yo-yun adds with a touch of calculated arrogance that Satan seemed to take an interest in him, so much so that he had a hard time declining his offer of sponsorship. This piques Michael's interest. Why did you do that? Aren't sponsors very important to tellers like you? Yo-yun agrees, but explains that people have different values. In his case, his personal goal is more important than any sponsorship. He adds that Satan ended up liking him more for being hard to get. Michael seems to accept this, noting it's better to verify rumors in person. Then I suppose it's safe to assume you have not sided with Pandemonium, Michael says. In that case, I'll take this chance to ask you. A halo of light flares behind him as he makes his offer. Are you willing to be sponsored by Eden? Yo-yun isn't surprised. He knew this was coming the moment they sent the Archangel Michael himself. Eden. It's a tempting offer. Eden has the greatest divine force in the mixed world, a pristine public image, and immense influence. However, I'll have to decline. Michael's serene expression doesn't change, but a flicker of surprise appears in his eyes. He asks for a reason. Yo-yun rests his chin on his hands, his gaze unwavering. It's for the same reason I declined Satan's offer. Because of my goal, I don't plan on taking any sponsors. I do not want my library to be aligned with any side. Michael leans forward, intrigued. He asks if this means the stories Yo-yun tells will contain both good and evil. Yo-yun clarifies that it's not that simple. He just wants his story to be free from any outside influence. A story that has never been told before. You can think of me as cocky. However, if you feel that's questionable, he continues, you can simply watch the path I take. He leans in, a confident, challenging smile on his face. Aren't you curious about the direction and the ending of the library that declined offers from both Eden and Pandemonium? Yo-yun knows his opponent. Michael may seem above it all, but he's still a divine spirit who craves good stories. And though he doesn't show it, Yo-yun knows he's burning with curiosity on the inside. Are you saying that you want to have both Eden and Pandemonium at once? Michael asks, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Yo-yun simply returns the smile. He's won. Understood. Michael says, rising from his chair. We from Eden shall respect your wishes. The story you're attempting has piqued my interest. I will confirm it with my own 2 eyes. Yo-Yun says he'll show his gratitude for the meeting separately. Michael is confused. Gratitude? Michael tells him it would be bad for Eden's image if he simply left after summoning him. It's a personal sign of thanks. Please take it. He holds out a beautiful, ornate egg, glowing with a soft white light. Yo-Yun takes the egg, a look of genuine surprise and delight on his face. So, back at the office, the egg rests on a small cushion. You got this from a customer? Soo-Yun asks, wondering what kind of egg it is. Hiram daydreams that a cute dragon will pop out and see her as its owner. But Yo-Yun shoots down that idea. To Eden, dragons are a symbol of evil. As he speaks, a crack appears on the egg's surface. Oh, look, it's hatching, Hiram shouts as everyone leans in. The shell breaks away to reveal a tiny, fluffy, white creature with huge, dark eyes. It lets out a small chirp. Owl. It's an owl. The tension immediately vanishes. Hiram and Soo-Yun are completely charmed, fawning over how cute it is. But when Hiram reaches out to pet it, the little owl flutters away and lands right on Yo-Yun's head, much to her disappointment. Soo-Yun chuckles, suggesting it's acknowledging Yo-Yun as its mother. Yo-Yun understands the hidden meaning. Satan's symbol is a snake, and owls are a snake's natural predator. He realizes Michael's gift was a subtle warning, a promise to catch him if he steps out of line. Hiram finds a booklet that came with the egg, confirming it's a heavenly owl. She immediately gets excited about naming it, suggesting Ul or Uli. Both Yo-Yun and Soo-Yun are appalled by her terrible naming sense. Soo-Yun suggests that Yo-Yun should name it, since he's its owner. Yo-Yun thinks for a moment, gently scooping the tiny owl into his hands. He smiles. Baekyo, meaning white owl. Your name will be Baekyo. The newly named Baekyo looks up at him, accepting its new identity. Sometime later, a group of collectors are waiting outside a gate in the city center. One asks another how the farming went. The other replies that it wasn't much, but it was enough. Suddenly, they both stop, sensing a powerful presence approaching. One of them thinks to himself that while Kang Hiram might be famous among normal citizens, that's Hiram and Yo-Hyun walk towards the gate, with Baekyo perched on Yo-Hyun's shoulder. The other collectors recognize her instantly. Isn't that the Sword Empress? But for collectors, she's like a demon who wreaks havoc everywhere she goes. Yo-Hyun explains to Hiram that because she destroys any mind realm she enters, instead of farming it for rewards like everyone else, she's earned a certain reputation. As such, other collectors call her, big news! The farming spot breaker is here! The collectors start to panic, realizing their farming day is about to be ruined. Hiram just smirks, a dangerous glint in her eye. Seeing their reaction makes me want to clear the mind realm even faster. Soo-Yun notes that she's already gotten used to her nickname. Before they enter, Yo-Yun asks Hiram to step aside. He has an announcement to make to his library. He opens his library and immediately, notifications start pouring in. Divine spirits from all over are flooding his channel. The numbers are staggering. Over 2,000 viewers join instantly, with his subscriber count already over 1,000. The rumors of his victory have spread like wildfire. He greets his audience, welcoming them to his story. They're already impatient, demanding he start. The chat is a mess of donations and demands. Some are telling the newcomers to be quiet, while others are screaming for the story to begin. The noise is overwhelming. Yo-Yun sighs. I miss Satan at times like this. His presence alone commanded respect. Everyone, please calm down, he says, his voice cutting through the noise. He announces that he's opening the library early to make a statement. He explains that thanks to their support, his library has grown quickly, but it's getting hard to manage. That's why he plans to announce some rules. First, no forming cliques within the library. Second, no mentioning of other libraries or collectors. Third, unnecessary hate speech towards other factions will be dealt with strictly. He finishes by saying any over-the-top requests through donations will also be dealt with. Immediately, a few spirits protest, complaining about the strict rules. One donates, saying the rumors brought him here, but this is making him want to leave. A window asks Yo-Yun if he wants to block the user. He doesn't hesitate. You're free to leave. A notification confirms you have kicked out a divine spirit. Most of the other spirits are impressed by his decisive action. He thinks to himself, you think you're special just because you're talking through donations? Just then, a huge donation of 1,000 points comes in from the White King of the Sea of the Setting Sun, who tells him to take it easy and promises more. Yohyun's expression hardens. It's a big amount, but rules are rules. If he makes an exception, there's no point. But before he can act, another notification flashes. The same spirit has donated a massive 10,000 points. Yohyun clenches his jaw. His eye twitches in fury. And right now, a massive donation alert floods his screen from a powerful new spectator, the White King of the Setting Sun Sea. His gaze sharpens. He knows that name. White King of the Setting Sun Sea. It doesn't take him long to connect the dots and figure out exactly which powerful divine spirit has just entered the chat. He confirms it internally. This is the Western White Dragon, one of the 4 Dragon Kings, a truly ancient and formidable being from the highest echelons of the heavens. Yohyun knew the big names would show up eventually, but he didn't expect one to arrive this soon, or this loudly. Another message appears. The Dragon King is raising his chin, a clear sign of pride, almost a challenge. Yohyun allows himself a small, curious smile. The messages keep coming, layered over more generous donations. The Dragon King suggests Yohyun shouldn't try so hard, that spirits like them should interact moderately. It's a veiled command, an attempt to set the rules. Yohyun can't help a soft chuckle. Moderately, he muses, the sound echoing in the silent, empty space of his library. His smile vanishes, replaced by a subtle, challenging smirk. The word hangs in the air, full of defiance. Moderately? He makes his position clear. He's sorry, but he can't do that. His rules are his rules, and they apply to everyone. Yohyun looks forward, his confident smile unwavering. The authority of a Dragon King means nothing to him. From behind, we see his lone silhouette. Across the celestial realm, all the other divine spirits have fallen silent, stunned by his audacity. A sharp ping. The Dragon King, clearly caught off guard by the rejection, demands to know what he means. Yohyun turns his head slightly, his tone firm. No means no, he asks almost mockingly, if his answer wasn't clear enough. The donations start flooding in, a furious, percussive rhythm of a wounded ego. The Dragon King demands to know if his money isn't enough to buy a little respect. Yohyun recognizes the sound of a powerful being whose pride has been shattered, someone who has never been told no in his entire existence. But Yohyun's gaze hardens. He is not like the others. He knows that no amount of points, no display of power or authority will ever make him bend. His rules are absolute. The space around him flashes crimson. Yohyun's decision is final, and it's aimed squarely at the Dragon King. Suddenly, the very air seems to vibrate with rage as a notification screams across the void. The Western White Dragon is furious. The scene cuts to Hiram, her eyes wide with shock. Baekyo, perched on her shoulder, seems to sense it too. They can both feel the raw, untamed anger of the Dragon King spilling into their world. Yohyun observes the chaos. For a high-ranking spirit to let their power leak into the lower realm like this, they must be truly enraged. But his calm expression shows he was expecting something like this. Suddenly, a wave of bright blue energy erupts. The Genesis system itself has been activated, preparing to retaliate against the Dragon King for breaking the rules. From a high vantage point, the city below looks peaceful, unaware of the celestial battle raging above. Yohyun knows that as long as the Genesis system is in charge, no divine spirit can act recklessly without consequences. The angry donations continue, a desperate final attempt. The Dragon King rages, calling Yohyun a lowly teller who can't be bought, asking if it's still not enough. Yohyun just looks down as the messages keep pouring in. Yohyun calmly raises his hand. He admits he's thankful for the points, but a new option has appeared on his screen. Would you like to block White King of the Setting Sun Sea? A smug smile spreads across his face. He notes that the Dragon King has just made a teller hate comment and mockingly congratulates him on graduating from his channel. A satisfied chuckle escapes his lips. A triumphant ping rings out. The notification changes, confirming it. The White King of the Setting Sun Sea has been removed from the library. Just like that, he's gone. Immediately, another message appears. The rest of the divine spirits are in disbelief. Blocking one of the most powerful beings in the heavens was something they never thought they'd see. Yohyun turns, a satisfied smirk on his face. Donations are donations, he states calmly, and rules are rules. A simple declaration of his unbending will, he continues, explaining that if he bends the rules now, at the very beginning, he'll never maintain order in his library. This was a necessary example, but suddenly, a roaring blast of crimson energy slams into the space around him. A furious message burns in the air, "You bastard!" The Western White Dragon refuses to be ignored. Yo-Yun's eyes widen in genuine surprise. The Dragon King has somehow bypassed the system's defenses. A new alert confirms it. The White King has forcibly entered his library. This is unprecedented. To defy the will of the Genesis system itself is an act of pure, reckless arrogance. Surrounded by furious red energy, Yo-Yun faces the unseen threat. He calmly acknowledges the dragon's anger, but points out that he's crossed a line. The dragon's voice booms back, telling the pathetic teller to shut up after taking all his money. The fiery words continue, accusing Yu-Hyun of a grave crime for disrespecting one of the heavenly realm's great powers. But Yu-Hyun calmly replies that he never insulted the heavenly realm. His expression is firm. He clarifies that he never insulted the Western White Dragon either. He simply removed a guest who broke the rules. His voice is cold, logical, and infuriatingly calm. Another flash of crimson fury. The Dragon King screams, "You! How dare you speak with that mouth of yours?" His rage threatens to tear the very fabric of the library apart. But then a serene blue light cuts through the red. A new notification announces the arrival of he who resembles the glittering light. A soft ping. The newcomer has also donated, though a much smaller amount. Yo-Yun's eyes widen slightly in recognition. "Michael," he murmurs. He's genuinely surprised. Wait, why is he here? The sudden appearance of the Archangel Michael at this exact moment is a development he hadn't planned for. Michael's arrival seems to trigger a system-wide response. The Genesis system roars to life. Notifications flood Yo-Yun's vision. A system anomaly has been detected. External interference confirmed. The target of the anomaly, the White King of the setting sun sea. The system is finally fighting back. The system announces it is now enforcing its rules. The blue light intensifies, asserting its ultimate authority over all. The world seems to crack under the strain. A massive surge of blue energy slams into the red, forcefully ejecting the intruder. Yo-Hyun watches, explaining that the Genesis system has a power that even high-ranking spirits can't defy. He scoffs at a barely mid-ranking spirit for even trying. A final, definitive blue notification appears. The White King of the setting sun sea has been forcefully evicted. Yo-Hyun calmly notes that for an stunt like that, the Dragon King will probably be sick for a few decades. A fitting price for his arrogance. The last embers of the dragon's rage are extinguished by the calm, blue light. Yo-Hyun turns, watching the aftermath with his back to us. He lets out a soft chuckle. He admits there was a bit of a commotion, but declares that this is what happens when you don't follow the rules. Then, he boldly asks if any other divine spirits have complaints, knowing perfectly well no one will dare to speak up. A ping confirms it. All the divine spirits say they have no complaints. In fact, they're all now watching Archangel Michael. Yo-Yun smirks. The Michael effect is working perfectly, keeping the rest of them in line. Yo-Yun turns to Hiram, tapping a nearby pole. With no more interruptions, he says they can proceed with their plan to clear another mind realm today. He mentions that a high-level place like Constantinople is too much right now, so they'll aim for something a bit easier. Some of the divine spirits quietly express their disappointment, but Hiram and Yo-Yun are focused. Yo-Yun steps closer to Hiram, his gaze firm. He reminds her they're here to clear the realm, not just farm for items. "Are you ready, Hiram?" he asks. Surrounded by cheers from the divine spirits, she looks back with determination. "Yes, I am." Their new destination is revealed, the Theodolant Wetlands. It's a strange, beautiful forest, filled with giant, colorful mushrooms that tower over them like alien trees. They walk through the whimsical landscape, dwarfed by the massive fungi. Yo-Hyun asks Hiram if this place feels different from the others, and the divine spirits murmur in agreement. Yo-Hyun explains their first goal is to find the realm's boundary line. He's about to give her a full briefing on their strategy. But just as he begins to speak, a friendly voice calls out from off-screen, interrupting him. "Hey!" A group of 4 people appears. A man with a beard seems to be the leader, accompanied by a striking blonde woman and 2 other men. He smiles, asking if Yoyun and Hiram would like to hunt together. The man notes that it's just the two of them. Hiram, standing beside a silent Yohyun, simply confirms, yes. The bearded man explains that his party used to be a group of 6, but they lost 2 members. He suggests they team up, saying it would be easier for everyone. Hiram wonders if this group has any idea who they are. Given their recent fame, it seems unlikely, but maybe they just don't keep up with the news. She begins to politely decline, explaining that they're here to clear the entire realm, not just casually farm monsters with another party. But before she can finish, Yoyun cuts her off with a cheerful laugh. "Oh, that's great," he says. "We were actually looking for a party, too." Hiram turns to him, completely stunned by his sudden change of heart. She looks at Yoyun, totally baffled. She tries to play along, but her mind is screaming, "Yoyun, why?" Her eyes dart to the side, and then a sudden, horrible realization dawns on her. She stares at the blonde woman in the other party, her eyes widening. Ah, perhaps, her thoughts race, focusing on the woman. A pretty blonde and an incredible body. Hiram's internal monologue is a mix of comical awe and rising panic. Her face twists in despair. She hates to admit it, but the woman is charming. And then she remembers how Yoyun showed zero reaction when she once touched him. But was that his taste? She cries internally, the thought sending her into a spiral of jealous anguish. Completely unaware of Hiram's meltdown, Yoyun smiles pleasantly at the bearded man. "Then let's do our best together," he says, before telling the still fuming Hiram to say hi. Hiram's face is a dark shadow, her eyes glowing with a menacing energy. Through gritted teeth, she slowly murmurs, "Nice to meet you." The bearded man breaks into a nervous sweat, completely unnerved by her bizarre, threatening greeting. The man, trying to break the tension, says they'll go get their things. Yoyun calmly agrees. Yoyun watches them go, a serene, almost pleased look on his face. He seems to be anticipating something. He turns to Hiram. "Hiram," he begins gently. She quickly replies, still dejected, "Yes, Yoyun, I understand. Everyone has different tastes." Tears well up in her eyes as she laments his style, but then bravely says that if she diets, she could also. Yoyun cuts her off, his expression one of pure exasperation. "What are you saying all of a sudden? Please protect your image." He leans in closer, his face suddenly serious. "Hiram," he begins, his voice low and firm. She looks up, confused by the sudden intensity. She gets flustered, her cheeks blushing. Yoyun? Suddenly? In a place like this?" She glances around nervously, adding that the divine spirits are watching, before quickly saying she's not complaining. But Yoyun's gaze is like ice, his eyes narrowed with a severe warning. "Listen well to what I'm about to say, Hiram." The playful mood vanishes instantly. His voice drops, cold and serious, as he reveals the truth. "That party is made up of scavengers." He pulls her close by the shoulder, a protective, warning gesture. Her eyes widen in dawning horror. The scene shifts to a grim discovery. A lifeless body lies in the murky, blood-stained water of the swamp, revealing the true, deadly nature of these so-called adventurers. We see the bearded man and the blonde woman again, but their friendly masks are gone. He clutches a bloody pouch, a sly, menacing look on his face. The man's face fills the screen, his smile wide and utterly chilling. His eyes gleam with cruel satisfaction. Yoyun's warning was real, and they've just walked straight into a trap. He explains that scavengers are parasites who lurk in the shadows of the mind realms, stealing the valuable stories that other collectors fight and bleed for. It's a simple, pathetic existence. They're too weak to hunt the powerful beings here themselves, so they prey on the hard work of others. Hiram looks at him, trying to understand. She asks if that means they just wanted to team up to steal their rewards. Yoyun just shakes his head with a grim smile. If that's all they wanted, he'd consider them saints. His expression darkens. Because among the scavengers, there are thieves, and then there are murderers. And he's almost certain the 4 who approach them are the much, much more dangerous kind. Hiram nods slowly, processing his words. She trusts his judgment completely. But then a question hits her. "But," her eyes widen as she looks at him. "How did you know?" Even the divine spirits watching from above are leaning in, curious. Yoyun glances toward where the scavengers were standing. He reminds her of what they said, that hunting here was too difficult. And yet, their clothes were spotless. Far too clean for anyone who'd actually been fighting in this place. He points out the obvious. Just walking in this swamp splashes mud everywhere. A real fight would have left them covered in it. He leans in, a playful glint in his eye. But the most suspicious part, how they approached the two of them so casually, pretending not to know who they were. He jokes, "Aren't we a little well known by now?" To approach strangers so fearlessly is a dead giveaway. Hiram is still confused. If he knew they were dangerous, why did he agree to their offer? Yo-Yun leans back with a sly smile. Where's the fun in that? He turns his attention to his unseen audience, the divine spirits, pulling them into his scheme. "Let me ask all of you," he declares. He spreads his hands wide, a master showman on his stage. He lays out the scene. Villains are in front of them, hiding knives behind their backs, thinking he and Hiram are the perfect, easy prey. He looks off into the distance, as if speaking directly to the heavens. If people like that came up to you, would you just walk away? He's challenging them, daring them to want a better story. The notifications flood in. The divine spirits are outraged. They can't tolerate it. They demand that Yo-Yun crush them completely. Even Archangel Michael agrees that this cannot be allowed to stand. Yo-Yun clenches his fist, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He lays out the plan. They'll play along, act ignorant, and then, at the perfect moment, they will turn the tables. Wouldn't that, he asks, a wicked glint in his eye, make for a more dramatic story? Hiram looks at him skeptically. She asks if they'll really be so easily fooled. But Yo-Yun understands their psychology perfectly. Do you know what type of people are the easiest to deceive? His expression turns chilling. The easiest people to fool, he explains, are the ones who are convinced they already know everything. The ones who are drunk on their own perceived superiority. People like that are my favorite prey. A monstrous shriek rips through the air. In a flash of green light, Hiram dispatches a huge, grotesque monster, shattering it with a single, devastating blow. The scavengers are genuinely stunned. The bearded man claps, exclaiming how amazing she is. The blonde woman agrees, saying she's never seen anything like it. The leader, Baek Woo-hyun, sweats nervously, his confidence rattled. He curses under his breath, wondering how the Sword Empress can be this strong. Yo-Yun turns to him with a knowing smile, saying he needs to step away for a moment. Woo-Yun immediately asks where he's going. He quickly advises Yo-Yun not to go alone, that it's too dangerous. He then orders the gray-haired scavenger, Yong-Woon, to go with him, reminding him that he also needed to use the bathroom. Yong-Woon looks completely startled. Huh? Yong-Woon glances nervously between them, forcing a strained smile. Right. He is clearly terrified of being put on the spot. Yo-Yun's voice enters Hiram's mind. Hiram, can you hear me? It's telepathy. He warns her that the scavengers will make their move as soon as he's gone. He tells her to wait and to act the second she sees anything suspicious. Her response is instant and firm. Got it. Yo-Yun and Young-Woon walk away, their footsteps splashing softly in the swamp. Young-Woon looks more and more uneasy with every step. Yo-Yun turns to him, his expression calm. Your name's Han Young-Woon, right? He asks. You've looked a bit off this whole time. Is something wrong? Young-Woon jumps, startled. Me? Yo-Yun's eyes sparkle. He tells the young man to speak freely if something is bothering him, and then he drops the bombshell. I already know everything. Yo-Yun thinks to himself that while the other three were inexcusable scum, his ability told him this one, Young-Woon, was different. He was just normal. Young-Woon's face is slick with sweat and desperation. He recognizes Yo-Yun's name. He looks at Yo-Yun, his eyes pleading. Please, he begs, run away from here, right now. The divine spirits are surprised. They wonder if Young-Woon isn't an ally of the scavengers after all. His betrayal has caught their attention. Trembling, Young-Woon confesses everything. He knows Yo-Hyun won't believe him, but he reveals that the other three are murderers and that their leader, Baek Woo-hyun, forced him to come along on a plan to kill 2 people. His face contorts in fear. He admits he tried to refuse, but he knew Woo-hyun would have killed him on the spot. He's consumed by guilt, knowing that by staying silent, he's just as much a part of it. He offers to go back and lie, to tell the others he killed them, just to give Yo-Yun and Hiram a chance to escape. Yo-Hyun listens patiently, then calmly asks, why do they want to kill us? Young-Woon admits he doesn't know the full story, only that they were hired by a teller from a famous division who promised them a contract if they succeeded. Yo-hyun's eyes narrow, a small chuckle escaping his lips. A teller from a famous division, you say? The pieces are all falling into place. A confident smile returns to Yo-hyun's face. He tells Young-woon that he should be the one to run away, that he'll take care of things here. He had planned to deal with Young-woon just like the others, but now he sees he won't have to. Yo-hyun puts a hand on his shoulder. I guess I have no choice then. Stay here. Young-woon is confused. What do you mean? Yo-hyun smiles. Did you really think we were stupid enough to trust strangers who just appeared out of nowhere? Young-woon's face explodes with shock. Wait! You're saying you already knew? Yo-hyun gives a slight nod. Basically, yeah, he reassures him, telling him not to be scared. He just proved he's not one of them. Young-woon starts to ask about the Sword Empress, but a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, cutting him off. Yo-hyun's expression remains perfectly calm. He looks back in the direction of the scream. I guess it's almost over, he states calmly. Young-woon looks at him, terrified. Almost over? Don't tell me. The scene cuts to a grim sight. Two of the male scavengers lie face down and motionless in the muddy water. Yo-hyun observes the scene with a slight smile. Looks like there's no need to tie them up. Hiram stands over them, her face like stone. He glances at her, a look of genuine admiration in his eyes. He admits he expected her to hesitate, but she has far exceeded his expectations. The blonde woman and Baek Woo-yun are groaning in the shallow water. Hiram looks down at them, her voice firm. Are you going to lie there forever? Get up. The bearded leader groans, slowly opening his eyes. Hiram looms over him. Are you finally awake now? His eyes snap open in shock as he sees Young-woon standing behind them. Han Young-woon? He growls. He explodes in a furious roar. Han Young-woon, was it you? Did you snitch on us? You fucking traitor. He lunges forward, screaming, You piece of shit. I'll kill you. But Yo-hyun is already there, his gaze unwavering, completely unimpressed by the man's rage. With a swift crack, Yo-hyun effortlessly blocks the attack, his hand meeting the scavenger's fist with bone-jarring force. Baek Woo-yun screams in pain as the impact sends him reeling. Yo-hyun looks down at him, his expression cold. It seems you're not aware of the situation you're in, he says, so let me enlighten you. Yo-hyun calmly lists the man's entire sordid history. Collector rank, class 7. Occupation, scavenger. Murder count, over 10 people. Not to mention his ties to gangs, extortion, and human trafficking. Woo-yun's face drains of color. How do you... He stammers. Yo-hyun's foot rests on his chest. And this time, he continues, his voice chillingly calm, you planned on killing a nameless man and a woman named the Sword Empress, huh? Stunned and defeated, Baek Woo-yun can only ask who hired them. Yo-hyun turns the question back on him, his voice demanding. Who is it? Who hired you gay? Woo-yun lets out a weak, defiant laugh. He asks if Yo-hyun is really going to kill him, if he can handle becoming a murderer. He taunts him, unafraid of the law. He dares Yo-hyun to send him to prison, vowing he'll get out and kill him later. But the divine spirits have already passed their judgment. A message flashes across the screen. Kill him. A powerful blue notification appears. Archangel Michael himself declares that the wicked must be punished for their sins. The verdict is final. Baek Woo-yun asks why he's so quiet. Yo-hyun's face is a blank canvas. Not really, he says. With a soft whisper of steel, Yo-hyun draws a short sword from his coat. The blade glints, a silent promise of what's to come. The blonde woman's face contorts in terror. With a sickening thud, the sword plunges into the other scavenger's chest, splattering blood across the clean blade. Baek Woo-yun can only mutter, Huh? As he watches his accomplice die before his eyes. Yo-hyun pulls the blade free, his expression detached. That's enough, he says, his voice cold and final. Now, both of the other men lie dead in the water. The blonde woman and Baek Woo-yun can only whimper, their bravado completely shattered. She lets out a piercing scream, pleading for her life. Yo-hyun watches her, a faint smear of blood on his cheek, a chilling smile on his face. She shrieks that she must have been out of her mind. Baek Woo-hyun joins in, begging for his life, trying to shift the blame. Yo-hyun raises his bloodied sword, poised to bring it down on the pathetic leader. His gaze is cold, unfeeling, ready to end it. But just as the sword begins to fall, Hiram's hand lands firmly on his arm, stopping him. Yo-hyun glances at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Hiram? He questions, wondering if she's trying to stop him. He thinks that from her perspective, this must look terrifying. The slow drip of blood from his blade underscores the grim reality of what he's doing. But then he sees her eyes, blazing with an intense fire. Her own sword is already drawn, already splattered with fresh blood. She stands over a new body, revealing she wasn't stopping him. She was joining him. Yo-Yun's eyes widen in genuine astonishment. He's stained with blood, but her sudden, decisive brutality catches him completely off guard. The blonde scavenger now lies lifeless in the water, her blood staining the lily pads around her. They stand together, looking down at the fallen woman. Hiram's resolve is absolute. A wide, impressed smile spreads across Yo-Yun's face. He lets out a soft chuckle. "I might have underestimated you, Hiram." Baekuhu-un lets out a guttural scream of pure terror. He trembles, knowing he's the last one left. Hiram steps forward, her eyes radiating a cold, unwavering light. She looks down at the terrified man and declares, her voice firm and chillingly confident, "I'll take care of him." The Sword Empress has arrived. As she walks forward, her steps heavy in the murky water, she thinks back to the recent past. She realized something during the Constantinople siege battle, a defining moment that changed her. It was the thing she knew she was supposed to do. Her face is set with grim determination, a faint bloodstain on her cheek. She knows now that to reach her goals, she's ready to do whatever it takes, no matter how brutal. There's no hesitation left in her. The last scavenger, Baekul-yun, is completely broken. He scrambles backward, his voice cracking with terror as he begs, "Don't come close! Please spare me." He's desperate, trying anything to survive. He pleads with her to talk it out, warning her that she'll have a lot of regrets if she kills him right now. But his threats are empty, his face a mask of pure fear. Yo-Yun, watching from the side, cuts in. He asks the man if he thinks he knows something valuable, but his tone is dismissive as he reminds the scavenger, "You don't even have the right to negotiate with us in the first place." The scavenger latches on to his last piece of leverage. But if you kill me," he sputters, a desperate grin on his face, "you won't be able to find out about the teller who hired me." He reveals the name, hoping it will save him. Jimpong, the teller from the Pentagram Division of the Celestial Body Inc. The name hangs in the air, and for a moment it seems like he might have found a way out, but Yo-Yun just smirks, completely unfazed. "You thought I wouldn't know about the secret deal you made with him?" The scavenger's face falls, his last hope crumbling as he stammers. How on earth do you?" Yo-Yun turns his back, his part in this finished. "Hiram, I'll leave the rest to you then," he says calmly. A blood-curdling scream rips through the wetlands. "No, don't come near me. Help!" The scavenger thrashes in the water, his desperate cries for help echoing unanswered as Hiram closes in. The gray-haired scavenger, Yong-woon, watches in absolute horror, trembling. The man on the ground screams his name. "Yong-woon, please save me. We're close, aren't we? Don't you remember how nice I was to you?" But Hiram doesn't stop. The man's pleas turn into terrified shrieks. "Don't come near me. Stay right there, please." We see a close-up of his face, tears streaming from his eyes. The camera shifts to Yo-Yun. He stands with his back to the execution. A slow, chilling smile spreads across his face. His internal thought flashes in his mind, "This is it." Yo-Yun's inner monologue continues, revealing the source of his dark pleasure. He's thinking about humans who run amok, thinking they're the best. He thinks about how these arrogant people are blissfully unaware of what truly lurks beneath them, how they mock and point fingers at others from their pedestals. And for people like that, watching the look on their faces as they finally realize how wretched and insignificant their reality is, a soft, almost breathless, "Ha-ha," escapes his lips, feels so exhilarating. He tries to rationalize it to himself, thinking, "I'm sure it's some kind of twisted sense of justice." The scene shifts to the water, now dark and still. Yo-Hyun admits to himself, "I'm aware. However, this is an inevitable aspect of my nature." An image flashes in his mind, the faces of his old party, the ones who betrayed him. This feeling, this dark part of him is the indelible mark left by enduring in that terrible world. He acknowledges that it might seem odd, but he can't help it. He touches his chin, a thoughtful, almost self-aware expression on his face. "Because it's who I am." He looks off into the distance, a cold smile on his lips as he thinks of his next target. "Jin Pong of Pentagram, I hope you can entertain me as well." As the grim scene unfolds, notifications from the divine spirits pop up. They say they feel very excited and are enjoying the spectacle. Some are still not satisfied, craving even more. Down below, Yongwoon trembles, completely overwhelmed. Yongwoon watches Hiram walk away from the body, her back turned. He can only stammer, what on earth? He looks down at the bloodied corpse of his former companion, his body shaking uncontrollably. His eyes are wide with shock and fear, a horrified eek escaping his lips as the reality of what just happened sinks in. He lets out a strangled cry as Yoyun and Harem walk past him, completely unfazed by the carnage they've just wrought. Yongwoon falls to his knees, panting heavily. What the hell have I done? He thinks, his mind reeling. Just when I decided to save someone and mustered the courage for the first time ever to think it was worth nothing as I was being played by those two from the start. The realization crushes him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of anguish. Why? He whispers, sweat pouring down his face. He finally snaps, yelling at them, "Why did you kill them?" Yoyun calmly replies without even turning around, "If we hadn't, we would have been the ones dead instead." Yoyun adds that if they hadn't done this, Yongwoon wouldn't have been safe either. But Yongwoon isn't listening. He explodes in frustration. Everything must have seemed a joke to you. After all, tellers choose you, and the divine spirits sponsor you because you're just so strong, right? He continues to vent his despair. What would you know? What it feels like to have nothing going for you. Despite that, we have to somehow keep living. What? Why only me? Yoyun just listens, his expression unreadable. After a moment of silence, Yoyun finally speaks. Everyone has their unique role in life. He turns to face Yongwoon, whose face is stained with tears. Yoyun continues, "We just refuse to accept ours, striving for more. We steeled our resolve, worked hard, and even risked our lives for the sake of that." He stands beside Hiram, a united front of overwhelming power. "To you, it might seem like we were chosen," he says, "but we are just like you." Yongwoon's voice cracks as he asks the question that's tearing him apart. Then, why am I like this? Tears stream down his face, his world consumed by a dark purple despair. Yoyun looks down at him, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Because you have conformed to reality," he states simply. "I refuse to be content with what's given. If I don't have it, I'll create it or take it from someone else if I have to." "Do you think I want to give up?" Yongwoon cries out, his face a mess of tears and desperation. "What can I do if nothing changes despite all my efforts? What am I supposed to do when everything I do ends in failure and ridicule?" Yoyun listens to his outburst, his expression calm and thoughtful, processing the young man's pain. After a long pause, Yoyun says quietly, "The world of humans is small." He approaches the kneeling Yongwoon. "You mistake what you see, hear, and feel for the entirety of the world. If someone labels you a failure, you think the whole world sees you that way." Yoyun stands over him, a figure of imposing wisdom. "Because that's all you focus on," he continues. "Did you know? The world beyond what you know doesn't even care about you. No one is blaming you. They don't know who you are, nor do they try to find out." His words finally seem to be getting through. Yongwoon looks up, his tears still flowing, but with a flicker of something new in his eyes. Yoyun tells him, "If you want to change, start by changing how you view the world around you. Show the people you don't know yet who you really are. It might be hard, but it's less pitiful than giving up without even trying." With that final piece of advice, Yoyun turns to leave. "Let's go, Hiram." They walk away, leaving Yongwoon kneeling in the water. Hiram glances back, asking, "Should we just leave them like this?" Yoyun doesn't break his stride. "Yeah, it'll be fine." As they move on, Hiram deals with the final obstacle. A massive, flower-like monster, the Theodolent Wetlands boss, Lepra, erupts from the ground, but she's already on the attack, her blade a blur of motion. With a series of lightning-fast slashes, she moves through the air like a dancer of death, her power undeniable. She tears through the boss and its minions with ease, a whirlwind of steel and righteous fury. A system notification confirms her victory. "You have cleared the Theodolent Wetlands. You've earned 3,000 TP as the clear reward." More rewards flood in. She acquires the Chi Sense expansion skill, which combines with her basic skill to become Chi Sense expansion, large. She gets the story of a weeder, 9 wetland roots, and leper resin. A shimmering light surrounds them as the system announces, "The mental realm is disappearing." Hiram looks at her hands as her martial arts outfit begins to fade. "Clearing the mental realm makes all of its traces vanish, huh?" she muses, adding with a touch of disappointment, "I'm glad I really like this outfit." Yo-Yoon clarifies that everything disappears except for injuries and rewards. Hiram turns to Yo-Yoon, a curious look on her face. "I see, by the way, Yo-Yoon," she starts. Yo-Yoon, who seems to be lost in thought, replies simply, "Yeah? You've been deep in thought since a while ago," she observes. Yo-Hyun remains silent for a moment, his gaze distant. His inner thoughts are revealed. "I used to think people are incapable of change." But maybe, he thinks back to Young-Woon, who is still kneeling in the fading realm. A glowing, golden book materializes in front of the distraught young man, a symbol of a new beginning, a new story. Yo-Hyun wonders, "Those who have a flip of a switch in their head are capable of it?" He snaps out of it, smiling at Hiram. "It's nothing," he says, dismissing her concern, though she still looks at him with a questioning glance. With a flash of light, they're back in the real world. A large crowd has gathered, their imposing presence filling the street. Yo-Hyun remarks, "Ah, we're back already." The crowd is a mob of disappointed collectors, many of them crying dramatically. "How could this be? The farming spot breaker already cleared it," one wails. Another cries, "I rushed here as soon as I heard the news for farming, but I was too late. Darn it!" Yo-Yoon watches them, a bead of sweat on his face as the divine spirits clap and enjoy the collector's reactions. A woman cries, demanding compensation. "I feel a bit sorry, but..." Yo-Yoon thinks to himself. He quickly decides to leave. "We've got everything we came for, let's head out," he says, walking away with Hiram. A couple of women in the crowd yell after them, "We don't care," clearly still upset. They arrive back at the Baekwa management building. Hiram stretches, looking exhausted. I'm so tired," Yo-Yoon asks her. "How was today?" Hiram shrugs. Nothing special," she says nonchalantly, before her face lights up. "But I still got so many rewards for clearing. See?" She excitedly shows him her status screen. Yo-Yoon looks at her, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Now that you mention it, Hiram, could you show me your status window?" Hiram, still excited, agrees. "Huh, yeah, here." Yo-Yoon examines the blue holographic screen. It lists her name, traits, titles, stories, and skills. But his eyes are drawn to the stats section at the bottom. He lets out a quiet, Hiram asks if something is wrong. Yo-Yoon, hand on his chin, replies, "Not exactly wrong. It's just that the stats section looks kind of vague." He points out the issue. "Doesn't it seem overly simplified? Despite rapid growth in your abilities, the stats still being marked as low rank is strange." Hiram thinks back to her training, realizing he's right. "It's certainly weird," she agrees. "It's more than just weird, it's a big issue," Yo-Yoon states seriously. He explains the problem. If stats are marked ambiguously like this, both tellers and collectors can't accurately gauge their true levels. It creates confusion and hides real progress. He stares intently at the status window, his mind flashing back to his past life. "After the apocalypse in my past life, there was a major overhaul of the stats windows," he recalls. "Back then, the metrics were detailed and precise." He poses a question to Hiram. "If you worked hard and grew, only to find out your stats are the same when you check the stat window, how do you think you'd feel?" Hiram looks troubled. Stats not increasing despite the amount of effort I put in would put me in despair, I guess?" "That's right," Yo-Yoon confirms. His expression hardens as he connects the dots. "This looks like an intentional attempt to demotivate the collectors by using obscure metrics," he concludes. A chilling realization dawns on him. Someone's meddling with this. His perspective on the past begins to shift. "Until now, I thought the apocalypse was a result of carelessness by the collectors," he thinks, remembering scenes of chaos and destruction. But what if there was another reason the collectors started slacking off? What if someone had been orchestrating this whole process from behind the scenes? He knows it's too early to come to a conclusion, but he can't shake the feeling. But if these outrageous suspicions turn out to be true, then Hiram notices his intense focus and snaps him out of it. "Yelyun?" she asks, a confused who? Escaping her lips. His mind is already racing, a silent vow forming. "Those of you lurking in the shadows, scheming to bring down this world?" He quickly recovers, turning to Hiram with a reassuring smile. It's nothing. But his internal thoughts are a declaration of war. Give it all you have got. Because only then, his face contorts into a terrifying, shadowed grin, his eyes wide with a manic, predatory glee. His hands are clasped together in eager anticipation. Quote, "Can I truly enjoy taking you down?" After the brutal fight in the wetlands, the team returns to the quiet, unassuming office of Baekwa management. A new day, a new set of schemes to put into motion. The door swings open, and Baek Suyun walks in, looking exhausted but relieved to be back. Hiram, who was lounging comfortably, sits up. "Suyun, where have you been?" Suyun explained she was meeting with magazine publishers, and that Hiram should probably prepare for an interview. Hiram's eyes go wide with horror. "What? An interview?" she gasps. But Suyun is thrilled. "Yes, this is your chance to get more exposure." Yoyun, sitting calmly with Baekyo on his head, isn't surprised. In this world, powerful collectors are celebrities. An interview is the perfect way to build Hiram's story and get her name out there. Hiram turns to him, a comical, teary-eyed look on her face. "Mr. Yoyun, can I please not do it? Fighting is all I'm good for," she whines. Yoyun calmly replies, "Money will start rolling in if you do." Instantly, the tears vanish. Her eyes sharpen with a fierce gleam. How much?" she asks. Yoyun tells her a couple 100,000 would be nothing. Without a second of hesitation, Hiram declares, "I'll do it." Suyun, having watched the entire exchange with a raised eyebrow, turns her attention to Yoyun. "That aside, what are you doing right now?" Yoyun smiles confidently. "I'm working on a new weapon." Suyun blinks, confused. "A new weapon?" She points at the cheap-looking sword in his hands, noting it looks like something you'd buy at the dimensional store. Yoyun confirms it. It's a common sword that only costs 100 points. He hands the sword to Hiram, telling her to check its info. The screen reads, "Salio, ancient relic, longsword." Hiram looks up, confused. "Is this supposed to be good?" Yoyun explains that, while they might not know it, Salio is a legendary name. The Salion Empire was destroyed 1,000 years ago, but it was famous for its magic engineering, a powerful fusion of magic and machinery. He holds the simple blade. This sword is a relic from that very empire. Its true value isn't known in the current world. A knowing smile spreads across his face. "But I, who have come from the future, do. This," he reveals, "is a hidden piece, a secret that can't be found in any mind realm." He then turns to Hiram. "Oh, right. You should start working on your main attack skill." She looks at him, puzzled. "My main attack skill?" Yoyun explains that while she's physically powerful, she lacks a signature skill to match, having skipped many of the normal growth stages. That's why she needs a high-level story to truly unleash her potential. Hiram turns to Suyun, worried. "Aren't those really expensive?" Suyun nods grimly. But Yoyun, ever the strategist, just smiles. He knows a way to get one for cheap. He tells Hiram to search for a skill called Lightning Steps. Hiram pulls up the dimensional store on a holographic screen. She finds it immediately. Lightning Steps, 100 TP. Next, he tells her to find Berserk Lightning Inner Skill, and then Thunder Fury. Hiram and Suyun look at him with growing dread. He tells them to buy all three. Suyun's face goes pale. "Mr. Yoyun, aren't those skills famous for being complete trash?" She quickly lists the problems. "Lightning Steps is too fast for anyone to control. Berserk Lightning. Inner Skill makes the user's body twitch uncontrollably, and Thunder Fury is a sword skill so difficult that it's practically useless." Suyun concludes that they're infamously known as the Three Useless Brothers. Hiram looks horrified. "What? Is it even safe to learn these?" Yoyun turns to her, his gaze direct. "Ms. Ari and Dai. Hiram, do you not trust me?" She sighs, her trust in him winning out over her fear. "Well, if you put it that way." She takes a deep breath, steeling herself. A faint blue glow emanates from her hand as she prepares to absorb the skills. "Fine. I just have to learn all three of these, right?" The blue light around her hand intensifies, swirling and fizzing with raw, unstable energy. A sudden burst of power erupts. Hiram lets out a sharp, pained scream as the chaotic energy racks her body. Suyun screams in alarm as lightning fills the room. Yoyun quickly checks on her. "Are you okay?" he asks, then immediately turns his focus to the sword. Now! He raises the cheap relic, channeling the chaotic energy from Hyrim directly into the blade. Blue lightning courses through his arm and into the sword. The blade transforms, bathed in brilliant blue light, its mundane appearance vanishing as it crackles with divine power. Suyun can only stare, her mouth agape. She stammers, completely stunned by the impossible sight. Yoyun holds the newly forged sword. It's a sleek, elegant blade, with arcs of blue lightning dancing across its surface. The blade practically hums with pulsating electrical energy, radiating immense power. Suyun points, still in shock. The shape of the sword has totally changed. Yuyun warns her to be careful, as raw lightning is still flowing through it. He smiles, admiring his creation. I knew it was an amazing sword, he muses, but it's even better in person. His gaze drifts. That aside, he focuses on Hyrim. Her eyes are glowing with a faint blue light. Looks like she's about done absorbing the stories. He turns to her, concerned. How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere? She seems fine. No, doesn't feel like it. He tells her to open her status screen, predicting a new skill should be there. A quick ping, and she confirms it. Oh, you're right. She reads the notification. The 3 skills she absorbed are gone, replaced by a single, powerful new skill called Heavenly Lightning Sword. Yoyun tells her this is the key to her future strength. An image of Hyrum wielding the new sword flashes, lightning arcing around her. Yoyun explains that this hidden piece allows her to control lightning from the heavens, a power that surpasses even high-level stories. Hyram's face lights up with pure joy. She beams at Yoyun, whispering his name. With a whoosh of delight, she throws herself towards him, screaming, "Thank you so much!" Yoyun swiftly dodges as stray lightning crackles around her. "Don't you know I'd be shocked if you hugged me without controlling your power?" he warns. Hyrim collapses comically in frustration. She recovers, still curious. She asks how he knew about such a powerful hidden piece. Yoyun knows the divine spirits would have loved to see the spectacle, but he also knows it would have led to a lot of troublesome questions. He wanted to avoid that. He hands the new lightning sword to Hyrim. "Forget that, you should hold on to this." He explains the sword will absorb the excess lightning she can't control yet. Suddenly, a look of dawning realization crosses Suyun's face. She's connected the dots. She pulls Yoyun aside, her voice urgent. "Did you," she asks in a hushed tone, "just use Ms. Estseni, Hyrum as a battery to make that sword?" Yoyun calmly deflects. "Didn't it work out? This is all to help her." He wonders if Suyun is genuinely worried about Hyrum, but then he realizes what she's really thinking. Suyun finishes his thought, her face contorted in anger. "My office would have burned to ashes," she exclaims. Yoyun just smiles. "Oh, so that's what you were worried about." She points an accusing finger at him. "From now on, if you're going to do something like this, give me a heads up." Yohyun realizes with some amusement that Suhyun isn't exactly normal either. Back at his desk, a new message notification pops up on his screen. The message is from Choi Junmo, the association manager. "I found information on Choi Doyoon." His blood runs cold. Yohyun's eyes snap wide open. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He abruptly stands up, startling Hyrum. "I'm heading out for a bit," he shouts, then turns to her with a stern warning. "Don't let that sword leave your body." Hyrum can only stare in confusion. His mind races. Why? Why is he still so driven to find the man who betrayed him? He tries to reason with himself. He has a new life now, a fresh start. He doesn't have to get involved with him again. But as he walks away, his mind is a tempest. Why am I so focused on him? He wonders what he would even feel. Would he be consumed by rage? Or would he, weirdly, feel nothing at all? The uncertainty is terrifying. But one thing is clear. Whatever the outcome, he has to meet him one more time. He arrives at a formal office building. The woman at the front desk greets him, and he requests to see the association manager, Choi Junmo. She recognizes him immediately. "Mr. Koth." "Yo-hyun!" His name is already getting known in these circles. Choi Junmo, an older man with glasses, steps forward. "Follow me," he says, his expression serious. They enter a quiet meeting room. They sit across from each other. Before anything else, Yohyun cuts straight to the point. "What is your relationship with Choi Doyoon?" Junmo shakes his head. "We're not acquainted. I've only heard rumors." Yohyun's expression gives nothing away. Junmo confirms he looked into the man as requested, and that thanks to the information Yohyun provided, It wasn't too hard to find him. He slides a photograph across the table. Is this the Choi Do-yoon you're looking for? Yo-yoon's eyes are locked on the image. It's him, the silver-haired man from his past. Yo-yoon's face contorts in a silent scream of pure shock. He slams his hands on the table, lunging forward. Yes, that's him. Where is he right now? He demands, his voice cracking with urgency. Jongmo's expression is somber as he delivers the crushing news. 10 years ago, he continues, his voice grave, when Earth was added to the mixed world, during the Mind Unification Day, he went missing. Yo-yoon's face drains of all color. His eyes are wide, utterly devastated. His quest for revenge has just hit a dead end. When your entire existence is fueled by a singular goal, what happens when you learn your target vanished a decade ago? Yo-yoon is reeling. Choi Do-yoon, gone? The association manager looks at him grimly. He explains that Do-yoon disappeared during the 99 Days of Revolution. They have a name for people like him, the vanishing. He describes that chaotic time, when Earth collided with the mixed world and the very fabric of reality was torn apart. The barriers between the real world and the world of stories collapsed. In a cataclysmic surge of energy, fiction bled into reality. They called it Mind Unification Day. During that time, countless people just disappeared. They were erased from reality without a trace, leaving nothing but empty spaces and unanswered questions. The exact cause of the vanishing remains a total mystery. No one knows why it happened or how its victims were chosen. But over time, one thing became clear. Those who vanished hadn't just died. They had been ripped from Earth and thrown into another dimension entirely. On the rare occasion that one of the vanishing returned, it was almost always as a corpse, a grim testament to the horrors they faced in other worlds. The thought alone is enough to send a shiver down the spine of any normal person, a constant, terrifying reminder of how fragile their new reality is. And the very, very few who managed to come back alive, they returned as twisted, unrecognizable monsters. Their minds and bodies had been warped by other worlds, turning them into nightmarish creatures that were only echoes of the humans they once were. Yil-hyun knows that in the future, he remembers, some of the vanishing would eventually return perfectly fine. They would be called other-world returnees. But that time hasn't come yet. The pieces click into place, forming a picture he never could have imagined. Choi Do-yoon was one of the vanishing. It means he disappeared on Mind Unification Day, only to return years later right as the world was ending. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The immense power, the cold, calculated judgment Do-yoon wielded during the apocalypse, it wasn't from Earth. It was forged in the brutal reality of another world. Just as he's processing this, the manager adds another crucial detail. He tells him that Choi Do-yoon has a mother. The word catches Yo-yoon completely off guard. Mother? The manager explains that after her son went missing, she has been searching for him tirelessly for 10 long years, and now she wants to meet Yo-yoon. Me? Yo-yoon is genuinely shocked. The idea is so unexpected it leaves him speechless. He thinks it over and understands. Of course she'd want to meet him. She must have heard that someone has information about the son she lost a decade ago. His enemy's mother. The thought is heavy, complicated. For a moment, his own past flashes before his eyes. Yo-hyun politely declines for now, saying he'll meet her later, on his own terms. He thanks the manager and leaves. As he walks, clutching the photograph, a cold realization washes over him. If Choi Do-yoon's mother is alive in this world, then his parents must be alive here now too. But that thought doesn't bring comfort. It brings fear. An existential dread begins to creep in. If he was reborn as a teller, a spiritual being, does that mean the other, human Kang Yo-yeon, is still out there somewhere? And if that's true, can he even call his mother and father his parents anymore? He imagines their faces but sees only suspicion. How would they react? Wouldn't they be disgusted, seeing a non-human entity wearing their son's face? What if they look at him and call him an imposter? A sharp voice yells his name, Yo-yoon, and rips him from his spiraling thoughts. He flinches, startled. He turns around, his usual composure completely gone. Standing there is Hairem, her sword on her back, a look of deep concern on her face. He asks what she's doing here. She shuffles awkwardly, explaining he looked so troubled when he left that she got worried and followed him. He quickly puts his mask back on, apologizing for worrying her and brushing it off. Hairem seems relieved. She brightens up, suggesting they head back. but her simple question makes him pause. The office? He asks if she has something else to do, but it's clear he's the one with something else on his mind. In that moment, Yo-Yun makes a decision. He remembers his core resolve to become the main character of his own life. A warm, hazy memory surfaces himself as a child, held between his mother and father. He realizes the biggest influence on that decision, on his entire drive to succeed, has always been his parents. So, even if they don't accept him, even if they see a stranger, there's no reason for him to be scared or to run away. His resolve hardens. He will face them. He turns to Hiram and asks, "Yes. Do you want to come with me?" Her face lights up instantly. "Can I?" "Yes. What are we going to do?" Yo-Yun looks ahead, his voice calm but filled with a new, profound purpose. "I need to go meet my saviors. Because no matter what he's become, no matter how they see him, they're still his parents." On the bus, Hiram watches him, fascinated. She remarks on how strange he is, a teller who avoids his own kind and carries a past no one knows. He denies it, but she just grins playfully. "Hey, no way! I believe you'll tell me one day." She asks who these saviors are. For him to speak so highly of them, they must be incredible people. He looks out the window and agrees. Yes, they are truly incredible. Hiram's curiosity deepens. Who could possibly earn such high praise from the ever-calculating Kang Yo-Yun? She looks at his profile, a quiet determination forming in her heart. This mysterious past of his, she wants to learn everything. Her thoughts make Yo-Yun wonder in turn. He glances at her. Does she have a family? His first instinct is to use his power, to read her book, and find out everything. But he stops himself. It feels wrong, a violation of the trust they're building. He pulls his hand back and decides to do it the right way. He turns to her and asks directly, "Hiram, do you have a family?" She's surprised. "Pardon?" A blush creeps onto her face as she teasingly asks if he's interested in her. He gets flustered, but she quickly cuts him off, laughing. "No, it's because I'm happy." Her expression softens, a thoughtful, bittersweet smile on her face as she considers the word family. Then she looks at him, her smile still there, and delivers a quiet bombshell. "I don't have any." Yo-Yun's eyes widen. "What?" She explains casually that she used to, but she doesn't even remember her dad's face. He ran away right after she was born. And maybe that's why her mom abused her so much. A dark, painful memory surfaces. A small, bruised girl clutching a teddy bear, her mother's cruel voice echoing in her mind, claiming Hiram wasn't her child. And then, the memory shifts. A young Hiram, her face covered in bandages, returns to a silent, empty home. "I'm back," she whispers. She looks towards a half-open door, a sliver of sunset light spilling into the dark room. She peeks inside, hesitantly calling out, "Mom," and there she saw it. Her mother, gone forever. The world fell silent around the little girl. Hiram's voice remains steady, but the memory hangs heavy in the air. There wasn't much after that. She ended up in an orphanage where she was bullied for being shy. And so, she concludes, she doesn't have a family. Yo-Yun can only stare, her name a silent word on his lips, Hiram. She tries to force a bright smile. "But it's okay. Things are different now. All thanks to—" But he interrupts, shouting her name, his voice strained. She looks at him, confused. "What?" He trails off, unable to find the words. "No." "It's nothing," he adds, his voice softer. "It must have been hard for you, too." She just waves it off. "It's fine. Thanks to you, I realized what I wanted to do." Yo-Yun looks at her and sees the cracks in her armor. She looks like she's about to break. He realizes the legendary sword empress he knew from his past was never like this. But then he corrects himself. No, he never truly knew her either. He only saw the legend, not the person. He looks at the girl beside him. She might be unstable, but she has so much potential. He realizes that, depending on his actions, he can help her change, help her become whole. He says her name, his voice firm and grounding. "Hiram."
It's okay.
He looks her directly in the eyes and makes a solemn promise. "At the very least, I will never abandon or leave you." For a girl who has only known abandonment, those words are everything. A look of pure, unadulterated joy bursts across her face, shining brighter than any victory. She beams, her voice full of light. "Me neither," It's a vow made between two broken people finding their way together. The bus comes to a stop with a gentle hiss. They get off, and Yo-Yoon finds himself standing in a place he knows all too well. His old neighborhood. Memories flood his senses. The gaming cafe, the bakery his mother loved, the food cart where he'd buy snacks, the tutoring academy he always dreaded. He looks around at the familiar streets. It's all the same. He walks forward, a heavy feeling in his chest. The only thing that's changed is me. They pass by a playground, and another memory hits him. He tells Hiram that he used to hide here to skip tutoring, but his mother would always find him and yell, "Hey, Kang Yora! Skipping again?" As he remembers his younger self shouting back, "I promised I'd go tomorrow." He's suddenly jolted back to the present. His eyes widen in shock, his breath catching in his throat. He sees a woman who looks exactly like his mother, chasing after a young boy. It's like his memory is playing out right in front of him. He can't believe what he's seeing. Huh? He came here for closure, but instead he's found a ghost story where he's the one who's vanished. Yo-Yoon is frozen, staring at a scene that should be impossible. A young girl, who looks unnervingly like a younger version of himself, is being chased by a woman who is, without a doubt, his mother. The girl stops right in front of them. The world seems to hold its breath as Yo-Yoon confronts the living, breathing proof that his entire life has been rewritten. This kid, he thinks, is. Hiram glances at him, confused by his sudden heavy silence. Just then his mother grabs the girl's shoulder, her voice sharp and achingly familiar, shouting a name he's never heard before. "Kang Yora," she scolds her. "I told you. One who runs away from their work will never succeed." The words are the same, but they're not for him anymore. The girl, Yora, complains, telling her mom to stop nagging in front of people. And for Yo-Yoon, the illusion shatters. This isn't a memory, this is real. His mother stands there, her posture exuding the same stern authority he remembers so well. She looks exactly the same, but as her eyes meet his, her expression softens with curiosity. She apologizes, bowing slightly. "I'm sorry. We were too loud, weren't we?" But Yo-Yoon can only stare, the word mother, a silent scream trapped in his mind. The sight of her, so close yet so impossibly far, hits him harder than any battle he's ever fought. His hope crumbles into dust. What was I even hoping for? He asks himself. His hand clenches into a fist, trembling with the weight of this impossible truth. The Kang Yo-Yoon who lived in this house, who played in this park, he doesn't exist here. There is already a new owner of his life. A new child living the life that should have been his. A new person standing where he should have been. He's so lost in his thoughts that he flinches when she speaks to him directly. Excuse me, have we met somewhere before?" she asks. Yora questions her, but she waves it off. "You just seem to resemble him." Yora's eyes widen as she puts it together. She points at Yo-Yoon. "Sir, do you know my dad?" The question throws him for a loop. But before he can even process it, Yora's attention snaps to the person standing behind him. Her jaw drops. "Oh my God, is this for real?" she shrieks, pointing at Hiram. "Mom, that's the person I told you about. The Sword Empress." Yora rushes forward, her eyes sparkling with adoration, and asks for an autograph. Her mom tries to pull her back, but the ice has been broken. The mother looks at them, a thoughtful expression on her face. "I guess it's fate that we met like this." She asks if they'd be willing to talk for a bit. Yo-Yoon, seeing an opportunity he can't pass up, smoothly agrees. A few minutes later, they're sitting at a cafe table. Yora is practically vibrating with excitement, sitting across from her hero. Yo-Yoon realizes he hasn't properly introduced himself. He turns to the mother, a polite smile on his face. "I am Kang Yo-Yoon," he says, projecting an air of cool professionalism. "I work at Celestial Body Inc. as a teller." Yora gasps. "A teller? Mom, he's a teller." The mother is equally shocked. "So you're not a person? You looked so much like my husband. I thought you were a relative." Yo-Yoon feels it immediately. His mother senses something from him, a connection she can't explain. He desperately wants to tell her the truth, but he knows he can't. Yora leans in, her eyes wide. "So you're a teller?" He simply confirms it with a calm, "Yeah." Without missing a beat, she asks the big question. "Then can you make me into a collector?" Her mother immediately snaps. "Yora, that's rude." Yo-Hyun just gives a small smile, thinking to himself that it doesn't hurt to ask. Yora takes his gentle reaction as a good sign. "See, he said it's okay. But Yoyun's expression turns serious. He tells her it's impossible. Tellers form contracts with people who are already collectors. The word impossible hits Yora like a physical blow. Her mother sighs in relief, glad he shut the idea down. The mother begins her lecture. Yora, depending on others, is wrong. Recognizing when something is impossible and letting it go is also a form of wisdom. Yora's eyes well up with tears, her dream crushed in an instant. She cries out in frustration and storms off, leaving the table in tears. The mother apologizes for her daughter's behavior. Yoyun tries to be diplomatic, saying it's normal for kids to think collectors are cool, but she continues, her voice laced with weary resignation. She says Yora only sees the glamorous side, never the struggle, and then, she says, the words that stop Yoyun's heart. And although I shouldn't say this as her mother, Yora has no talent. The words strike him like lightning. He's thrown back into his own past, hearing his mother's voice echoing the exact same sentiment. Yoo-hyun, you don't have the talent to become a collector. The memory is so vivid, a small boy standing before his disappointed mother, his own dreams dismissed just as easily. Yoyun's jaw tightens. This isn't just a stranger's problem anymore. This is his story, playing out all over again. He turns to Hiram and asks her to give them a moment. He tells her, Yora is at the playground, and asks her to talk to her. Hiram, sensing the gravity of the situation, agrees. As Hiram leaves, the air between Yoyun and his mother grows thick with unspoken history. Yoyun speaks, his voice measured but firm. There's no need to give up just because you don't have talent. His mother sighs, agreeing that dreams are important, but she says life has taught her a harsh lesson. Some dreams can't be achieved just by wishing. But Yoyun presses on. Still, she's your daughter, right? Yes, she admits. And because she's my child, I want to protect her from a difficult, dangerous job. I just want her to grow up well. Yoyun understands her fear. You're not wrong. But ma'am, he says, leaning forward, his gaze intense, you shouldn't. That's your child's dream. You can't just dismiss it. Are you saying I should just let her be? She asks. No, he clarifies. I'm suggesting you show her the reality, what it truly means to be a collector. The mother stares at him, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Just what are you? She wonders. Yohyun's voice rises with passion, filled with the pain of his own past. Because if she still won't give up after knowing everything, it means she's chosen it. Do you think so lightly of your child's determination? He knows better than anyone. A simple phrase, oh, or a small act of encouragement. We see an image of Yura running away from the past and toward a future guided by his words, can change a person's life. He tells her that an honest conversation will make things clear. So, I hope you'll believe in your child's dream just one more time. His words echo a forgotten part of herself, the very advice she used to give. No matter how hard reality is, you need to dream big. If you head towards your dreams, you will one day be the main character of your own life. Tears well up in her eyes. She admits she used to encourage Yura just like that. She looks at Yoyun, bewildered. How did you end up saying the same thing? Yoyun's eyes glow with an almost divine light. No matter how dangerous that path is, if your goal lies at its end, you cannot stop. This is the creed that has driven him since his rebirth. So I hope you'd believe in Yura a bit more, ma'am. His mother can only whisper, ah! She closes her eyes, a sad smile on her face. You're right. Perhaps I've overstepped as a mother, stifling her potential. She looks at him, a genuine warmth in her eyes. It's our first meeting, yet it feels like I'm speaking to my own grown child. Yoyun can only offer a strained laugh, the irony almost too much to bear. Just then, the cafe door opens. Yora and Hiram have returned. The mother looks at her daughter, a new resolve in her eyes. Yoyun turns to her. Ma'am, can I talk to Yora first? She readily agrees. Yohyun turns his full attention to the young girl. Yora, he asks if she has a moment. She looks up, her eyes still red from crying, and gives a silent nod. He asks her a simple question. Yora, why do you want to become a collector? She hesitates, afraid he'll make fun of her. You won't laugh, right? Of course not, he assures her gently. She confesses, her voice small but sincere. Their pride and confidence was so dazzling I wanted to be like them. She looks down, embarrassed. Funny, right? No, not at all, Yo-Yun says, a genuine smile on his face. I have a similar dream. Yora looks up, surprised. Really? He leans in, his tone shifting. Anyone can dream. What's important is your resolve. Are you willing to risk your life to become a collector? The question hangs in the air, heavy and serious. My life? He tells her the truth. The sword empress you admire so much has almost died several times. Most collectors have. Are you prepared for that? Yora shrinks back, terrified. She stammers, unable to answer. He tells her he doesn't expect an answer now, but she'll have to face that question eventually. She looks at him, her voice barely a whisper, and asks the most important question of all. Then, do you think I can do it? If I seriously wanted to become a collector and had the resolve, do you believe I can actually succeed? This is the validation he never got. The one question that could have changed everything for him. Yo-Yun looks at this girl, this reflection of his younger self, and gives her the answer he always needed to hear. Yup, you can do it. He thinks to himself, if someone had just told me I could do it, just once, I believe I would have turned out differently too. He leans in, his authority as a teller ringing in his voice. I'll assure you, you can definitely succeed. And in that instant, something shifts. A faint golden light begins to emanate from Yora, forming into the shape of a book above her head. He had given her the push she needed. So, I hope you can change. Yo-Hyun watches, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. A slow, genuine smile spreads across his face. Yeah, it's a golden book, the same as Hiram's. The mark of limitless potential. Yoara sits there, a blissful, determined smile on her face, unaware of the miracle that just occurred. For Yo-Yun, this changes everything. He came here to face his past, and instead, he's found a new future to build. That's enough. As the sun sets, casting a warm glow over the city, Yo-Yun's mother gives her thanks. It feels like an ending, but also like the beginning of something new. Yora pouts, wishing she could spend more time with Hiram. Her mother tells her they're busy people, but she agrees it was nice to meet them. She looks at Yo-Yun and sincerely wishes him well. He just gives a wry smile, thinking that with Yora's awakened potential, things will work out just fine. With a final, goodbye, Yo-Yun and Hiram prepare to leave. Yora waves enthusiastically while her mother watches them go, a thoughtful, almost sad expression on her face. They stand at the bus stop, the quiet settling in after the emotional whirlwind of the day. Hiram turns to him, a slight smile on her face. You look happy, Yo-Yun. He seems a little surprised. Do I? Anyway, what did you talk about with Yora? Hiram just gives a playful smile. Hee, that's a secret. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name again. Yo-Hyun. He turns to see his mother running towards them, out of breath. He asks what's wrong. He tells Hiram to wait a moment, and she nods in understanding. His mother catches her breath in front of him. What is it? He asks. She explains she felt like she didn't say something properly before he left. Before he can even react, she pulls him into a sudden, tight hug, and she whispers the words he longed to hear his entire past life. Words that cut through time and identity. You've worked hard. Yo-Hyun freezes, completely overwhelmed. His mind is reeling from the unexpected warmth of a mother he can't claim. His mind screams at him. He needs to say it. He needs to tell her he isn't her son. He has to draw the line, to tell her they're just strangers. It's the logical, correct thing to do. But as he feels her hand on his back, her genuine, unexplainable concern, the words get caught in his throat. His own hands tremble, wanting to return the hug, to accept this moment of comfort he's been denied for so long. And in the end, only one word comes out, barely a whisper. Yes. He says it back to her, accepting the sentiment for himself, for the boy he used to be. I've worked hard. In that embrace, he finds a moment of peace, a quiet acknowledgement of all the struggles he's endured. She pulls back, a gentle smile on her face. I'll cheer you on, forever. He can only manage a quiet, heartfelt thank you. As she turns to leave, a genuine smile finally graces Yo-Yun's lips. The weight on his shoulders feels a little lighter. Thank you. As he watches her walk away, he makes a silent vow. I hope you spend your days peacefully in this life. In his past life, his parents died at the beginning of the end. But not this time. In this timeline, they will not pass away. The end will not happen. His expression hardens with absolute resolve. I won't let them. Meanwhile, in a dark and frantic office, Jinpong slams his fists on his desk. Damn it! Just what happened? He rants to himself, staring at a report confirming his hired scavengers are all dead. He can't believe the rookie Kang Yohyun is alive, and they're dead. He clutches his head in desperation, realizing there's only one method left to deal with Yohyun. But the thought terrifies him. He recoils. No! I can't do that! A playful sing-song voice cuts through his panic. What can't you do? Jinpong flinches. He turns toward the window, his expression filled with dread. A tiny, fairy-like teller with green hair and shimmering wings hovers in his office. Argyle, he stammers. What brings you here? She smiles sweetly. I was wondering if my Jinpun was doing his work well. Her expression shifts, a shadow of disappointment crossing her face. But it seems you're not? She floats down to his desk, her voice dripping with mock sadness. Argyle feels incredibly disappointed. I believed in you, Jinpong. He frantically tries to defend himself. Argyle puts a finger to her lips, her eyes closed in fake sorrow. Argyle feels very sad. To think my Jinpong tried to kill his precious colleague. Jinpong panics. That's absurd! How could I? Argyle cuts him off, her smile turning sharp and dangerous. Then Jinpong, are you? Her eyes snap open, glowing with menacing power. Saying that I'm lying right now? With a flick of her power, she slams him to the ground, an immense pressure pinning him down. She hovers over him, her voice light and teasing. Are you curious how you're being apprehended by another teller in your own library? She explains the harsh reality. When he signed with her department, he gave up control of his library. To get it back, he has to become a senior associate, and until then, she has all the control. She slams him down again, meaning you can die in the safest place in the world for you. But then she stops, snapping her fingers. But don't worry, Argyle is a very kind senior, she chirps. I'll give you one more chance to deal with Kang Yohyun. She offers him a special service. She'll support him with points. Jinpong is terrified. By points, you want me to do that? Yes. A storytelling battle, she declares. It's a high-stakes bet between tellers, with control over their libraries on the line. For her, it's the ultimate entertainment. Jinpong protests, saying his collector is no match for the Sword Empress. But Argyle waves off his concerns, revealing their department has been secretly raising a new prodigy. She leans in, a conspiratorial glint in her eye. Although they're new, they're good enough to easily deal with a mid-class collector. The idea begins to take root in Jinpong's desperate mind. Argyle paints a tempting picture. If his rising star defeats the Sword Empress, the divine spirits will be ecstatic. The thought of victory fills his eyes with a greedy fire. Yes, if he defeats the Sword Empress and takes Yohyun's library, I can get rid of him. Back at the office, Yohyun is focused on a different kind of power. On the table are the materials for his next project. He sits peacefully, polishing the Salio ancient relic longsword. It's crackling with latent energy, but he knows its true self hasn't been revealed yet. Using a horn, he carefully engraves a mana circuit onto the blade. A brilliant blue light erupts from the sword. A system message announces its evolution into the Salio Empire magic-engineered sword. As a reward, he gains 100,000 points and a new story title. Before him, the sword transforms into its true, elegant form. He checks the stats and is blown away. Increased fatal blow chance, magic defense, shape transformation, no cooldown. Incredible. He notices a special window is still locked, but figures it's just because his own level is still too low. But as he inspects it further, he notices something unexpected. A hidden description warns that the sword contains an enormous dormant ego, one that could grant him immense strength or become a dangerous, double-edged sword. The sword begins to tremble violently in his hands. A loud, triumphant shout fills the room. I'm finally free! The hilt of the sword glows and reshapes itself. Wait, is this? A tiny, glowing figure emerges. A speaking sword with an ego. She stretches and yawns. Phew, I don't even know how long I've been asleep. She looks at Yohyun. You, the one who woke me up. Are you my master? Yohyun, ever composed, introduces himself. The spirit immediately freaks out. What? A teller? Why does a teller need a sword? Are you going to sell me? He quickly reassures her. Don't worry, I use swords myself. The spirit cocks her head. Huh? A teller does? You're an interesting guy. Anyway, what's your name? He asks for her name, but she looks sad. Not sure. I've been asleep so long, I think I forgot. With wide, hopeful eyes, she asks, if you can you give me a name? She insists he's a talented engraver, so he must be good at naming things too. Yo-yun looks at the sword's pure white blade, which reminds him of his little owl, Baikyo. He murmurs, it's like I'm looking at a white lotus. An idea strikes him. Then, what about Baekryon? Baekryon, a white-colored lotus. The name feels right, the little spirit considers it. Baekryon, not bad. Okay, Kang Yo-yun, she declares happily. From now on, you are my master. A wave of energy pulses as their contract is sealed. System messages flood his vision. He has become the sword's new master. As her ego awakens, a link forms between them. Her story flows into him, and his story flows into her. Suddenly, Baekryon lets out a blood-curdling scream, her eyes popping out of her head in sheer shock. What? Yo-yun is startled. What's wrong? Baekryon is sparking with panicked energy. Wait, that aside, Kang Yo-yun. You! She points a trembling finger at him, her voice filled with disbelief. Just what do you mean by being a reincarnation? Shekhar, who has already died and was reborn again. How do you explain to a magical sword spirit that you've already died once? For Yo-yun, the cat's out of the bag. His greatest secret is no longer his alone. Damn it, he thinks to himself. So she read my past using the owner contract. Baekryon is still trying to process the impossible truth she just learned. Yo-yun realizes there's no point in hiding it now. He decides to tell her everything. After he explains it all, she just says, I see. She tells him she always knew he was an unusual teller, but she never imagined a story like this. She puts the pieces together, asking if finding her was also thanks to his knowledge of the future. He confirms it. Baekryon figures the sword's previous owner only woke her up a little bit. But Yo-yun, she explains, has the engraver characteristic. That's why he was able to fully awaken her. Suddenly, her serious mood vanishes. She zips around him excitedly. Anyway, to think my master is a teller. I like this more. I think it'll be fun. I've always been curious about the stories they tell. Yo-hyun just gives a dry, knowing smile. You'll see an annoying amount of that now. He holds out his hand to her, a gesture of partnership. I hope we get along well. She happily grabs his finger. Me too. The scene shifts. Yo-yun and Hiram stand before a floating interface, ready for their next broadcast. Hiram, are you ready? He asks. She responds with a simple, confident yes. Then, I'll open it. With a single touch, he opens his library to the world. A flood of system notifications fills the air as divine spirits pour in, the viewer count skyrocketing past 2,000 in seconds. Yo-yun greets his audience with a professional smile. Hello, it's been a while. The chat explodes with excitement. The divine spirits are buzzing, demanding to see what's new. Yo-yun just gives a coy smile, telling them to wait as he slowly begins the show. He starts to explain the story for the day, but before he can finish, a sharp voice cuts him off, calling his name, Kang Yo-yun. A figure steps forward, interrupting the broadcast. Yo-yun recognizes the voice instantly. Jinpong. It's his rival, looking gaunt but filled with a new, desperate confidence. He makes a formal declaration. I request a storytelling battle with you. The challenge hangs in the air, bold and unexpected. The divine spirits go wild. A storytelling battle? It's a sudden, dramatic turn of events, and they are immediately hooked. Baekryon pops up on his shoulder, asking what a storytelling battle is. Yo-yun explains, it's a fight using stories, a duel exclusive to the Tellers of Celestial Body Inc. He asks how she can even be out in front of everyone, but she assures him that only he can see and hear her. With that cleared up, he continues his explanation. A storytelling battle is a duel that relies entirely on a collector's abilities and their teller's support. But the stakes are incredibly high. The winner is legally allowed to take complete control over the loser's library. Baekryon is shocked. Taking the library is a huge deal. Meanwhile, Jinpong smirks, pressing for an answer. Why aren't you answering, Kang Yo-yun? Yo-yun just hums thoughtfully, a slight smile on his lips. Then, with a casual, almost bored tone, he gives his answer. Don't wanna. Both Baekryon and Hiram are stunned. Jinpong is furious. What? The divine spirits are disappointed, but Yo-yun stands firm. He has no reason to accept. Baekryun freaks out, asking if it's really okay to refuse. He calmly explains that most tellers wouldn't because of their pride. But he's different. Jinpong resorts to insults, accusing him of being scared. But Yoyun coolly retorts, "Is that something an uninvited guest should say right now?" He calls out Jinpong's entire plan, ambushing the broadcast to put him on the spot. Jinpong starts to sweat, stammering defensively. Yoyun's voice booms as he addresses the divine spirits. "You thought if you requested a battle in front of this many divine spirits, I wouldn't have a choice." The chat erupts, the spirits furious at being used. Yoyun finishes with a cutting remark, "To try and use the supreme divine spirits in this way. How arrogant." The divine spirits pile on, demanding to know which department Jinpong is from. He's panicking, completely losing control. Yoyun then pretends to de-escalate, telling the spirits not to be too angry. But Baekryun sees right through it. "You're pretending to care while screwing him over," she whispers. He tells the spirits that if he treats Jinpong too coldly, it will reflect badly on his own library. And then he gives them what they want. Do the storytelling battle. He smiles. "Aren't you excited too?" The audience goes crazy, cheering for a battle between the popular pentagram department and the newly rising Sword Empress. With everyone on his side, Yoyun turns back to a stunned Jinpong. "But I have one condition." Yoyun's expression turns deadly serious. "If we're going to fight, we need to put something real on the line. So, let's bet everything we have." He declares his terms with absolute power. The winner takes everything the loser has, including the right to live or die. Jinpong is horrified. "Are you serious?" He can't believe Yoyun is walking into the trap himself. Yoyun pushes, and greed takes over Jinpong's mind. "Okay, good." He seals his own fate. "You're the one who suggested it, so you can't take it back." A system window appears, making it official. The storytelling battle is on. The method, deathmatch. From her own library, Argyle watches the broadcast. She puts a finger to her lip, a predatory smile on her face. This is unfolding quite interestingly. She's impressed. She was curious about this rising teller, and he's even better than she imagined. But his refusal to conform, his blatant disregard for the rules, that makes him a problem. "But it's fine," she purrs. "Since he's become such covetous prey, we can just eat him up." Back in the waiting room, Hiram is freaking out. "Yoyun, will we really be okay?" Yoyun is perfectly calm. He tells her he's doing it precisely because they'll be fine. He asks her if she's worried. She can't find the words. He tells her it's okay to be honest, admitting that even he has his doubts. Baekryun echoes the sentiment, pointing out it's basically a one-on-one fight against an entire department. "Just what were you thinking?" Yoyun simply asks Hiram, "Remember what I said last time?" He reminds her of his philosophy. The easiest people to deceive aren't the smart or stupid, but those who think they know everything when they really don't. He explains that this is just an extension of that. Jinpong is an arrogant bastard, as is the person manipulating him. Hiram's eyes widen in realization. "Then did you do that on purpose?" He confirms it. "Yes, I have a method to beat them." Baekryun looks at him with a deadpan expression. "Wow, you really are a psycho." Yoyun just smiles. "Thanks for the compliment." A system alert chimes. 5 minutes until the battle. Yoyun gently picks up Baekyo, his owl familiar. He sends the little owl out the window on a secret mission. Hiram asks if they should head out, but Yoyun stops her. "Before that, Hiram, I have something I want to ask of you." In the other waiting room, Jinpong is cackling to himself. "Stupid bastard." He scoffs, thinking Yoyun is only arrogant because he has the Sword Empress. But it'll be difficult for that great Sword Empress to win this time. Across the room, his collector, Shin Hyunjin, sits cloaked and silent, radiating a quiet confidence. Jinpong's ego soars. The department lent him such a powerful collector, it must mean they acknowledge his genius. 1 minute left. Jinpong tells his collector it's time to go. Hyunjin stretches lazily. So bothersome. The announcement sounds. "The battle is beginning. Both teams, please come out." Jinpong and Hyunjin walk out into the corridor leading to the arena. They emerge into a massive coliseum packed with a roaring crowd of divine spirits. Jinpong shoves Hyunjin forward. "Okay, hurry up." Hyunjin shoots back. "Don't order me around." "So annoying." Jinpong grits his teeth. This is all just a necessary step to finally defeat Kang Yoyun. Hunjin steps onto the sand, a predatory grin on his face. My opponent is the famous Sword Empress. I wonder what cutting her will taste like. A figure emerges from the opposite gate. Jinpong cheers. She's coming. But as the figure comes into full view, Jinpong's face goes blank with confusion. Huh? Watching from her library, Argyle is just as confused. Huh? Hyunjin calls out. Hey, old man, what happened? Because the person who just walked into the arena, that's not the Sword Empress. It's Kang Yoyun, dressed in his waistcoat and suit, his new sword hanging at his side. He looks across the arena, a confident, calculating smirk on his face. The ultimate gambit has been revealed. The stage is set. In a vast, sandy coliseum, two figures stand ready for a battle where the winner takes all and the loser loses everything. On one side stands Kang Yo-hyun, calm and composed, his new sword gleaming at his hip. The teller who has defied all expectations by stepping into the ring himself. Opposite him is the mysterious collector, Shin Hyunjin, his face shadowed by a dark hood, his lean frame hinting at a deadly power. The two opponents face each other, the tension in the air so thick you could cut it with a knife. In the audience, even the emotionless mannequins representing the divine spirits can feel the chill. As expected, one thinks, he never does things you can predict. Even Satan, the one smiling from the darkest abyss, is watching with keen interest. He never thought Yohyun would come out for the battle himself. A sinister smile spreads across his shadowy face. I hope he fulfills my expectations. Back in the arena, Hyunjin looks surprised. Wow, the Sword Empress's teller? Can a teller even fight in something like this? Jinpong, standing behind him, stammers. There's no rule against it. A wicked grin spreads across Jinpong's face. This is the perfect scenario. A legitimate opportunity to kill Yoyun himself without having to hire assassins. He barks an order at his collector. Go and make sure to kill him. Hunjin just scoffs. I was going to do that anyway. Stop ordering me around. Baekryun nervously flutters by Yoyun's ear. Hey, will this really be okay? Yoyun's gaze is fixed on his opponent, who is radiating a dark, menacing aura. That guy, he says calmly, is obviously not ordinary, but there's no need to worry. He casually summons a book into his hand, his unique ability activating. He's not going into this blind. His eyes scan the page, and his expression darkens. The collector's real name is Kim Han-jung. His traits, Whitechapel's murderer, and he who has returned from hell. Yoyun's eyes narrow. This guy, is he Jack the Ripper? His memories of the past timeline flood back. A year before the end, a terrifying serial killer hunted collectors in Korea. He was never caught, but as soon as the apocalypse began, he revealed his own identity. And in the end, that same killer, Kim Han-jung, died trying to take on Yoyun's ultimate target, Choi Do-yoon. But before he died, he killed thousands of innocent people. Yoyun grips his sword. To think the Pentagram Department would be secretly raising someone like him, it confirms a dark suspicion. The Pentagram Department always seemed to follow the narrative of the world's end. Now, there's no doubt in his mind, they're definitely connected to the apocalypse. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Hiram watches the broadcast, her hands clenched with worry. She's filled with regret. I should have been the one to go instead. The thought of something happening to Yoyun is unbearable. Her thoughts flash back to their conversation before the match. She had pleaded with him. What do you mean I can't go out? He had told her firmly. There's no need for you to go. This is my fight, he had said. There's no need for you to get swept up in this. She had argued back. I'm your collector. It's my job to fight for you, he had calmly replied. If I were your average teller, then yes. Her argument had crumbled. He'd looked at her, his expression softening. I understand that you're anxious, but in the end, you aren't believing in me. His words had hit her hard. You're being like this because you think I'll lose. Back in the present, she admits to herself that he was right. She's anxious because she doesn't fully believe in him. The thought fills her with shame. In the memory, Yoyun had placed a hand on her head, a rare gesture of comfort. Don't worry, he had said, ruffling her hair. I'm not as weak as you think. His voice had been filled with unshakable confidence. I'll show you that you're being anxious for nothing. I'll prove that everyone laughing at me is wrong. Back in the waiting room, Hiram clenches her fists. Honestly, she's still nervous, but a new fire of determination lights up in her eyes. But I'll believe in him. A loud chime echoes through the Colosseum. The battle is starting. The world around Yoyun dissolves. The bright sands of the Colosseum are replaced by the dark, cobblestone streets of a city at night. He recognizes it instantly. London's Whitechapel district, the infamous hunting ground of Jack the Ripper, the perfect stage for a murderer. Baekgyeon shouts, "Hey, Kang Yo-yun, look up front!" She panics. He disappeared. He was there just now. Yo-yun looks at the empty street where Han-jung stood just a moment ago. He's using stealth. A dark figure watches from the rooftops. It's Han-jung, a cruel smile on his face as he looks down at his prey. How should I kill him? First, I'll slowly. His thoughts are cut short as Yo-hyun's head suddenly snaps in his direction. Han-jung's eyes widen in shock. Huh? Did he get caught? No way. It must have been a coincidence. He moves, blending into the shadows on the street. Okay, from here, he definitely can't be seen. But once again, Yo-yun turns and looks directly at him. Han-jung is completely baffled. What the? Is he seeing through my stealth? Yo-yun's cold, purple eyes seem to pierce right through the darkness. From her library, Argyle watches, annoyed. What are you doing? I thought you were confident in your stealth. Han-jung growls in frustration. Shut up! Even if you don't say anything, I'll dispose of him properly. He tells himself it's fine. He launches himself forward, aiming for Yo-yun's blind spot. You won't be able to block my attack. Yo-yun's eyes are calm, his gaze unwavering. With a flash of steel, Yo-yun effortlessly parries the attack. Han-jun's eyes widen in disbelief. How? Yo-yun is unfazed, looking at his opponent as if he's nothing more than a minor annoyance. Baekgyeon asks excitedly, Hey, Kang Yo-yun, how did you see that just now? He simply replies, I have my ways. Baekgyeon figures Han-jung knows he's been seen. She asks what he'll do. His sword transforms into a wicked-looking scythe. If he doesn't come, then I'll go to him. Han-jung can only watch in shock as Yo-yun closes the distance in an instant. The transformed blade of the scythe is at his throat before he can even blink. How? He stammers, completely overpowered. Yo-hyun looks down on him with contempt. Isn't it laughable that you thought you could win with just stealth? Han-jung roars with rage. You bastard! You think stealth is my only skill? Yo-yun feels a sharp pain in his side as Han-jung's blade, coated in dark energy, cuts him. Han-jung uses the opening to leap back, pulling out a bloody dagger. From the waiting room, Hiram screams Yo-hyun's name. Han-jung's face is twisted into a sadistic grin as he lunges, screaming, Die! But Yo-hyun is faster. In a single, fluid motion, he spins and slices cleanly through Han-jung's arm. The attack is so clean, so precise, that Yo-yun doesn't even have a speck of blood on him. Han-jung stares at his severed limb in pure shock. His arm hits the pavement with a wet thud. He stumbles back, clutching the bleeding stump. Yo-yun looks at him, his expression cold and unimpressed. Are you done? A confident, predatory smirk spreads across his face. Then it's my turn now. Meanwhile, in the audience, Yo-yun's tiny owl familiar, Baekgyo, flutters with excitement as the crowd of divine spirits buzzes below. Baekgyo lets out a triumphant little chirp. The spirits can't believe what they just saw. There's no way Yo-yun dodged that on his own. It had to be some kind of skill. A faint magical circle glows in the owl's eye, taking in the whole scene. The spirits all seem to agree. He's just a teller, not a real fighter. This must all be for show, a desperate attempt to get attention. But here's the secret. Yo-yun hears every single word. Through Baekgyo, he's using a skill to share the owl's sight and hearing, getting a live feed of the audience's doubt. He's almost impressed by how much they're underestimating him. He smirks to himself. So that's what they all think of him. He'll enjoy proving them all wrong. With that, he explodes forward in a blur of motion, and Han-jung can only brace for impact. Han-jung tries to read the attack, a slash from the left, a thrust from the right. But what comes at him isn't a sword at all. In a flash of light, the weapon reshapes itself into a long, deadly spear. Han-jung is floored. A spear? Just a second ago, it was a sword. When did he even switch? Yo-yun unleashes a storm of lightning-fast spear thrusts, forcing the assassin to desperately defend himself. Han-jung is baffled by this level of spearmanship. He thought this guy was a swordsman, but after a few exchanges, he thinks he's getting the hang of it. He's starting to feel out the spear's range, learning Yo-yun's rhythm. His eyes glow with a sinister red light. He sneers, admitting Yo-yun isn't just an ordinary teller and that it's time to get serious. Yo-Yun leaps back, creating more distance between them. Hanjung laughs, thinking he's safe at this range. He taunts Yo-Yun, promising a painful death before the spear can ever reach him. But in the next instant, the spearhead itself extends, shooting forward with impossible speed and piercing straight through Hanjung's shoulder. He can only stare down at the wound in utter disbelief. Blood pours from his shoulder as he stammers, confused. He was sure he was out of reach. As Yo-Yun calmly retracts the weapon, he notes that Hanjung had been trying to dodge his attacks, but it seems he failed to predict that one. The shock and pain leave the killer speechless. He screams in outrage, realizing the spear actually got longer, while Yo-Yun just stands there, the weapon now at its full, imposing length. Hanjung can only call him a cheater, but Yo-Yun just scoffs. He reminds him that you can't complain about the rules when you're the one who started with every advantage. This isn't cheating. It's a failure of skill. Furious, Hanjung ignores the pain and lunges forward. His plan is simple: get in so close that the long spear becomes useless. He screams that he'll kill him as painfully as possible. He swings his dagger, aiming for a kill, but it smashes against something solid with a deafening clang. The spear's gone. In its place is a large, glowing shield. Hanjung's mind can barely keep up. It's not that he's switching weapons, the weapon itself is changing form. The shield morphs back to a spear, then a sword, flowing from one shape to the next. He crosses his daggers to block another strike, but the sheer force of the blow sends him staggering backward. Yo-Yun presses his advantage. The weapon shifts into a massive battle axe, and he brings it down with crushing force. The axe slams into the ground where Hanjung just stood, shattering the cobblestones beneath it. The shockwave of the impact ripples through the air. The divine spirits are stunned. A weapon like that exists? And he can use all its forms so perfectly? They wonder if he's really just a teller. The audience murmurs, wondering where he could have gotten such an item. Someone recalls hearing that both of the great factions, Eden and Pandemonium, were interested in him. Maybe it was a gift. The names of the two greatest factions are whispered through the crowd. Someone even heard their leaders themselves made an appearance. Watching from the shadows, a figure who looks suspiciously like Satan, the one they call the one smiling from the darkest abyss, allows himself a small smile. Yo-Yun certainly knows how to get attention. It's just a shame he turned down his offer. He hears the crowd mention the name Deep Dark and wonders if they mean him. As he thinks it, the air around the chattering spirits suddenly grows cold, as if an immense pressure is glaring right at them. Back in the fight, Hanjung is on the ground, battered and bleeding, his confidence completely gone. Yo-Yun leaps toward him, ready to end this. But Hanjung isn't finished yet. He slams his hand on the ground in a desperate last resort. From the sidelines, both Jinpong and Argyle scream at him to stop, but Hanjung roars back for them to shut up. He's got this. He rises to his feet, a sinister red energy pulsing around him. Yo-Yun stops, his expression turning serious. Hanjung compliments him for pushing him this far, but warns him that he let his guard down. He tells Yo-Yun he should have finished him when he had the chance. As he speaks, cursed runes crawl across his skin, his body twisting and breaking as it reforms into something monstrous. A raw, bloody power explodes from him. Argyle watches with a smirk, noting that he's revealing his special traits. She hadn't expected him to use such a powerful skill against a low-rank teller. But since he has, she figures the fight is over. Hanjung's face is a mask of pure rage and pain. He promises he won't go easy on him anymore. The ground beneath him cracks as he vanishes, leaving nothing but an afterimage. He moves faster than the eye can follow. Red energy trails crisscrossing the night sky. Even the divine spirits are in shock. They can't track his movements at all, amazed that a collector this powerful was being kept a secret. He reappears behind Yo-Yun, laughing manically, daring him to keep up with his new speed and saying it's too late for regrets. But Yo-Yun just turns his head slightly, a small, knowing smile on his lips. "Too late for who?" he asks. "You?" Before Hanjun can even process the words, Yo-Yun moves. In one single, fluid motion, he grabs the assassin's arm, spins, and slams him into the ground with devastating force. The impact creates a massive crater, sending rubble flying everywhere. Hanjung's eyes are wide with shock. Even Argyle's smug expression finally falters. Yo-yun looks down at his opponent with utter disdain, telling him he would have ended this much sooner if he knew he was going to be this lame. Hanjun lies in the rubble, completely broken. His voice cracks with disbelief. "What are you?" he screams. This was supposed to be his stage, his moment to shine. Yo-yun was meant to be a stepping stone, a sacrifice to make him look good. So how could he possibly lose? Yo-yun places the tip of his sword at the killer's throat. He explains that Hanjung lost because he was so drunk on his own power. He never bothered to learn or grow. He lost because of his arrogance. He tells the pathetic man on the ground to take a good look at the one who defeated him, the victor, at the real main character of this stage. Hanjung's eyes widen in terror, finally begging for his life. But for a monster like him, Yo-yun has no mercy. With one final, decisive thrust, he ends it, declaring to the world, to the spirits, and to himself that this is his true power. This is the value they've all been looking down on. In the quiet aftermath, the defeated assassin lies still, his lifeless eyes staring into nothing. Above, the phantom figures of the divine spirits look on, their awe and intrigue palpable. This was a victory that shook their entire universe. Standing over his fallen foe, Kang Yo-yun calmly sheathes his weapon. The announcement flashes across the void. Kang Yo-yun has won the storytelling battle. The words echo with the weight of shattered expectations, heralding a new force on the stage. A gentle ripple spreads across the mind realm as the system announces the battlefield will soon disappear. This brutal, simulated world begins to fade away like a dream. Yo-yun stands tall in the center of the arena as confetti rains down. A holographic screen declares that the winner's reward is being prepared. He looks up, a flicker of satisfaction on his face, absorbing the silent applause of the gods. A soft, knowing chuckle escapes his lips. It's not arrogance, but the quiet triumph of a man whose every move played out exactly as planned. Elsewhere, Hyreem watches the broadcast from their waiting room, her hands flying to her mouth in utter disbelief. She sees Yo-yun on screen, bathed in the glow of victory, and is overcome with emotion. Her wide, glistening eyes reflect the truth she can finally accept. A single thought rings in her mind: Yo-yun really won. A pang of regret hits her. She realizes that, until this very moment, a part of her couldn't truly believe he could pull it off. But that regret quickly melts into unwavering resolve. A faint smile graces her lips as she whispers to herself, promising that she believes in him now and wouldn't trade him for anyone in the world. On the screen, Yo-yun offers a gentle, reassuring smile. Hiram's gaze is fixed on him, seeing him as her guiding light, the one star in her uncertain world. His victory has cemented his place as a one-of-a-kind spectacle. Archangel Michael appears on a screen, marveling at Yo-yun's audacity. Fighting a deathmatch in front of so many viewers was a bold move, and he predicts that other great powers will now flock to witness his story. Michael's gaze is fixed on Yo-yun, a hint of a smile on his lips, as he says he'll be expecting more. It's a challenge and a recognition of his potential to create magnificent stories. The scene shifts to a stark, white hallway and a door marked Jinpong's waiting room. Inside, Jinpong is drowning in despair, black energy swirling around him like a suffocating cloud. He coughs, screaming into the empty room, demanding that whoever is berating him say something. A projection of his superior, Argyle, appears. Her voice drips with scorn as she looms over the image of his defeated collector. The weapon they invested so much in was destroyed in front of everyone, and by a newbie teller no less. Jinpong sweats, desperately trying to make excuses, suggesting some powerful backer must be behind Yo-yun. But Argyle cuts him off. She mocks his pitiful excuses, reminding him of the endless resources he was given, and declares the situation is beyond saving. The weight of her words crushes him. He drops to his knees, his mind scrambling for a scapegoat, for anyone to take responsibility but himself. He whimpers, begging Lady Argyle to forgive him, but her eyes are cold. Forgive him? After he lost their secret weapon and failed the mission, what use could he possibly be? Jinpong stammers, trying to plead his case, but she cuts him off. The losses he incurred, she explains with chilling indifference, are something he could never repay in 100 lifetimes. His legs tremble, barely able to hold him. It can't be possible. His worth couldn't be so little. Argyle looks down on him with utter disdain, calling his desperation unsightly. As a final blow, she informs him he has lost all rights to the library. With no pity in her eyes, Argyle leans in and whispers that taking his rights is an act of benevolence. She's freeing him, she says, from a life that would have been worse than a slave's. It's not mercy, it's a final, cruel twist of the knife. Jinpong's eyes are wide with horror. How did it come to this? The realization that he was completely played, that his ruin was absolute, finally crushes him. In his broken state, his thoughts drift to the source of his downfall. That bastard Kang Yu-hyun. He was certain of his victory from the very beginning. He knew everything. The words float in the air, a phantom of his shattered ego. Face streaked with tears, Jinpong is consumed by shame and terror. A bloody title flashes across the screen, mocking his fate, The Hunter. The hunter who became the hunted. Argyle floats in a grand, ornate room, her tiny form casting a large shadow. Glowing symbols swirl around her, a visible sign of the manipulative power she wields. The deceptively sweet, fairy-like teller turns her head, a calculating smirk on her lips. A faint clicking sound seems to follow her movements. Suddenly, Yo-Yun walks into the room. He spots Argyle, a hint of surprise on his face. He wasn't expecting her. Argyle immediately puts on a delighted smile. "Oh my, how delightful!" she exclaims, fluttering toward him and introducing herself as Argyle from the pentagram department. Yo-Yun politely introduces himself in return, but his eyes hold a much deeper, knowing gaze. She continues her act, gushing over his amazing fight. Yo-Yun accepts her praise with a polite smile, but then his tone shifts slightly. Although, he cuts straight to the point. "Where is Jinpong? I wanted to speak with him." Argyle's expression turns to one of fake sorrow. With a dramatic sigh, she casually announces that he no longer exists. She explains his fate with chilling nonchalance. He lost a battle with his life on the line, so he was destined to die. Yo-Yun's brow furrows. "That's strange," he remarks. "He had the right to decide Jinpong's fate, and he doesn't remember telling her to let him die." Argyle floats playfully, chirping that he must not be aware of how these things work since it was his first battle. Yo-Yun simply nods, his expression unreadable, but his eyes see right through her, and then the facade shatters. Yo-Yun's eyes harden, his voice cutting through the air like glass. "Are you done spouting bullshit?" Argyle's playful smile vanishes, replaced by a flicker of genuine shock. She asks if she heard him wrong, the casualness gone from her voice. Yo-Hyun's gaze is unwavering. "No, you heard me perfectly fine. Stop spouting bullshit." He challenges her directly, asking what gives her the right to dispose of someone else's property and if this kind of power abuse is normal in her department. Argyle's expression turns cold. She reminds him of her senior rank, demanding respect. But Yo-Yun calmly holds her gaze. "Seniority," he counters, "doesn't excuse wrongdoing. What she did was an abuse of power, plain and simple." She quickly pivots, forcing a bright, manic smile. "Oh my, I'm so sorry. Looks like I made a huge mistake," she says, her apology dripping with insincerity as she offers to compensate him. A holographic screen appears, displaying a sum of points. "How is it?" she asks sweetly. "That should be enough, right?" Yo-Yun glances at it, his face unreadable. A profile of Argyle appears, labeling her a pentagram department teller. Outwardly charming, but beneath the surface lies a much darker reality. Yo-Yun's thoughts darken. He knows who she is. A chilling memory flashes through his mind, a psychopath who laughs at the sight of death. Her hand, dripping with blood, a stark contrast to her cheerful facade. He still remembers. The horror is etched into his memory. The flashback deepens. He sees her hovering over a bloody storm of chaos, looking down on the corpses of the fallen as if they were worse than bugs. There's no way he could ever forget. Back in the present, Yo-Yun calmly accepts the points. With a dry smirk, he notes that it looks to be about what Jinpong was worth. He then turns the tables, offering feigned sympathy. Must have been so hard for her having to take care of a junior like that. Argyle chuckles nervously, trying to regain control. "Hee hee, you know how to appreciate me," she coos, before leaning in conspiratorially, asking if he's heard the latest rumor. Her expression turns serious. "There's a word going around," she says, "that some department is in contact with the Exodus." She watches his reaction carefully. Yo-Yun already knows. Exodus, a force that revels in the despair of the lower realms. And the department rumored to be in contact with them is her own, Pentagram. He remembers how they continued their storytelling, even as other departments shut down during a crisis, a sign of their sinister indifference. Argyle feigns innocence, wondering aloud why he's telling her all this. Someone might misunderstand and think she has connections. It's a transparent attempt to deflect. Yo-yun calmly raises his hands in surrender, explaining he was just warning her to be careful. He apologizes if she took it the wrong way, though his sharp eyes reveal his true intent. He's deliberately putting her on edge. Seemingly satisfied, Argyle floats away with a cheerful goodbye, mentioning she's off to claim Jinpong's abandoned library as her own. But as she turns, her face drops. The playful smile is gone, replaced by a cold, angry glare. His words hit their mark. Yo-yun watches her go. She's definitely different from Jinpong, he thinks. She's a master at hiding her feelings and will do anything to protect her department's secrets. Their connection to Exodus alone proves they're a force not to be trifled with. And their ability to cultivate a serial killer like Hanjong without anyone noticing speaks volumes about their hidden power. Yo-yun takes a step. He knows they'll be hard to deal with alone. However, he holds up a sleek, black book, his own library, a symbol of his newfound power. Things are different now. This time, he has the knowledge and the strength to fight back. The scene shifts to the Baekwa management office. Yo-yun is speaking firmly to his manager. Starting next time, I'd appreciate a heads up on things you're about to do. Baek Soo-yun, the manager, stands with her arms crossed, sighing with exasperation. She explains how she felt hearing that the teller she sent to make some money ended up in a death match. Yo-yun simply offers a polite apology. Soo-yun sighs again, but a hint of amusement creeps into her voice. She'll let it go, she says, since they look so sorry. Besides, what could be better than them coming home victorious? Soo-yun beams, noting how amazing Yo-yun was. Then she turns to Hiram. But you seem happier than usual. Did something good happen? Soo-yun puts a hand to her cheek, sparkling with excitement. She didn't want to say anything, but since he's dying of curiosity, she'll tell him. Yo-yun mutters that he didn't say all that, but she continues, saying it can't be helped. With dramatic flair, she proclaims, "Today is finally payday!" Golden coins rain down around her as Hiram echoes in confusion. Payday? Soo-yun confirms it, telling her the money she earned this month has been sent. Hiram's eyes widen as she checks her phone, wondering just how much it could be. She lets out a gasp, her cheeks flushing with disbelief as she stares at the number on her screen. She turns to Yo-yun, practically vibrating with joy. "Yo-yun, what should I do? I'm totally rich now," she exclaims. He smiles gently, remarking that he's jealous she can get so excited over such a small amount. Soo-yun adds that Hiram's newfound fame has brought in a flood of commercial offers. Just the contract fees we signed is over 200 million. Hiram's jaw drops. 200 million? She stammers. Soo-yun giggles happily. With this, they can pay off their debt and even have green tea in the office, not just coffee. Hiram, eyes gleaming, bounces on her feet. Soo-yun then, can we eat different types of ramen too? Soo-yun claps her hands. That's not all. We can even add eggs into our ramyuns. Hiram is shocked. Even eggs? Even Baekryun on Yo-yun's shoulder looks stunned. Soo-yun adds that, of course, they still have to make their own kimchi. Yo-yun looks at the two of them, a fond smile on his face. He shakes his head, thinking about why they're acting like this. It's because they both grew up poor. He understands their simple joys. He continues to smile, a sense of peace washing over him as he watches his companions. Soo-yun and Hiram laugh together, their faces lit with pure happiness. The Baekwa management office, once just a struggling startup, is now full of life. Soo-yun suggests they could just buy side dishes from the store, and Hiram gasps, saying that's such a rich people thing to do. As they debate, Yo-yun smirks to himself. Their ambitions are just too small. Back at the office, Baek Soo-yun is buried in paperwork. Her eyes are wide with the stress of managing Hiram's sudden fame, but her grip on the pen is firm. She's ready for anything. Yo-hyun watches her from across the desk. With all the new advertisement offers flooding in for Hiram, he knows Soo-yun is completely swamped. She just nods, too focused to speak. As Yo-hyun prepares to get to work himself, a notification chimes. It's from Celestial Body Incorporated, the main teller organization. It must have gotten buried under all the alerts from the storytelling battle. A blue holographic screen flashes before him. Congratulations! You have completed a long-term mission. Senior Associate promotion! He stares at the screen, a surprised, "Huh?" escaping him. A genuine smile spreads across his face as he realizes what this means. A promotion. His work in the storytelling battle was officially being acknowledged. The notification explains he'll be a probationary senior associate until he attends a promotion ceremony. Another alert congratulates him for achieving it in the shortest time ever and rewards him with 5,000 TP. Yo-Yun just sighs. How annoying. He taps a finger to his chin, thinking he'll have to visit headquarters soon, but the ceremony will take time, which is inconvenient. A hint of self-satisfaction crosses his face. Well, it's his own fault for growing so fast. Hiram looks up from her phone on the couch. Yo-Yun, what is it? She asks. He calmly replies that it seems he's been promoted, though not immediately. Her face lights up. Really? Congratulations, she exclaims, her joy for him pure and simple. Baek Soo-Yun looks up from her desk and claps her hands together. Congratulations, Yoo-Yun, she says with a warm smile. He thanks her, then asks how her work is going. She replies that she's handled most of it, but there's still a lot left to do. Yo-Yun leans in with a slight smirk. He knows exactly what she's dealing with. Scheduling interviews, meeting advertisers, handling byproducts from the mind realm, she's only going to get busier. Soo-Yun manages a weak, tired chuckle. Yo-Yun expresses his sympathy, but she just brushes it off, saying it's fine. Hiram needs this. Yo-Yun sits up straight, his expression turning serious. Since we're talking about it, let's start immediately, he declares, then looks at Soo-Yun. Do you have time right now? She looks surprised. Yes, I do, but why? A playful hint of a smile touches his lips as he casually suggests, let's go on a date. Soo-Yun's eyes go wide, her face flushing beet red as her pen clatters onto the desk. A shocked scream echoes through the office, the company banner practically vibrating from the force of her surprise. What? Yo-Yun hears Baekryon's small voice in his head, grumbling that he sure is mischievous. Now outside the building with a still, flustered Soo-Yun, Yo-Yun glances back with a grin. He mentally replies to Baekreon, asking if she really had to say that with Hiram right there. He admits he just wanted to tease her a bit since she's been acting out lately. A comically enraged Hiram yells from behind him, tears streaming down her face. Why don't you say that kind of thing to me? Yo-Yun just smiles. It seems he hit a home run with that one. He quickly shifts the conversation, his tone turning serious. He reminds Soo-Yun that she's been struggling to find a company to handle their byproducts. Soo-Yun looks at him, surprised. How did you know? She asks. He explains that while their agency is growing fast, it's tough for an unknown company to get deals with the big players. She reluctantly agrees, saying that in a little more time, things will be different. But Yo-Yun cuts her off. By then, it will be too late. They need to sign a contract now to build trust. His voice is sincere as he explains why he came. He wants to help her himself. If a teller shows up in person, he points out, even the biggest companies won't dare look down on her firm. Soo-Yun looks down, troubled. She thanks him and says there's a company she's been considering, but then her voice trails off. But there's a problem, she whispers. She looks up, her eyes pleading. Could you hear me out for a bit? Yo-Yun simply nods, his expression calm and attentive. Her voice is soft with memory as she begins to tell him about her family. Holding a cup of coffee, she describes a life that was once affluent and peaceful. Sitting across from him in a cafe, she continues her story. Even though it was just her and her father, it was a good life. Her older brother was a rising star collector, popular and well-liked. Her eyes fill with sorrow as she gets to the painful part. But one day, my brother passed away in an accident. The words hang heavy in the air. She looks at Yo-Yun, her expression grim. The problem, she says, is what happened after that. Several other collectors were injured in the same incident, including some from powerful clans. And those clans sued her brother, blaming him for everything. It was a complete injustice. Her brother was already gone, unable to defend himself. But the court ruled in favor of the big clan, she explains, her voice filled with bitterness. And just like that, my family was buried in debt. Yo-Yun listens, deducing that the court must have bowed to the clan's influence. Her face softens as she speaks of her brother. He was a good person, more just than anyone, and he treasured his family. But he had a controversial view. He said that society was going backward. Yo-Yun's eyes narrow. He clarifies her brother's revolutionary idea. He thought the mind realms shouldn't be maintained. A dangerous thought in a world built on them. Yo-Yun's expression becomes grim as the pieces click into place. I see, he says, understanding that the powerful clans who profited from the mind realms would have fiercely opposed him, and that, he thinks, must be why they ruined her family. His eyes flash with determination. He suspects this was more than just an accident, it was a conspiracy, and he resolves to look into it. Suddenly, a voice from behind startles them. Soo-Yun turns, her eyes wide with shock. Yo-Yun looks over her shoulder, curious. Who is this? A portly older man in a suit waves cheerfully. Wow, an old face. So good to see you, he greets Soo-Yun. She can only stammer a hello, clearly uncomfortable. This is Jian Kwangseok, her former senior. Kwangseok feigns concern, saying he was sad when she quit the clan. Then his voice turns mocking. Can you even make money with that little agency of yours? He asks. Yo-Yun asks who he is. Soo-Yun explains that he's Jion Kwangseok, her senior from her previous workplace, her discomfort palpable. Kwangseok's gaze shifts to Yo-Yun, scanning him with obvious disdain. Soo-Yun, who is this fragile-looking person? He sneers. Is this a collector you contracted with? He continues to mock them, stating that most small agencies fail within weeks. He asks what method she used to catch this guy, implying Yo-Yun is worthless. Yo-Yun's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He addresses the man directly, his voice laced with menace. Jian Kwangseok, right? Kwangseok laughs. Gosh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jian Kwangseok of the Hanwul clan. You've heard of us, right? He boasts. Yo-Hyun calmly introduces himself in return. I am Kang Yo-Hyun. Kwangseok looks him over dismissively. Never heard of you. Did you awaken recently? He scoffs, noting his lack of gear. Yo-Yun's calm facade finally breaks. Hey, enough's enough. Can you bugger off? Kwangseok's face contorts in outrage. What? How dare you tell me to bugger off? He thunders, his pride deeply wounded. Yo-Yun's eyes glow with a cold intensity. No, it's not all I have to say, he replies, his voice dangerously calm. Honestly, I want to beat you until dust flies everywhere. I'm holding back because of Soo-Yun, but look at the way you're talking. Soo-Yun quickly steps in, terrified. Yo-Yun, stop, she pleads. But Kwangseok roars. How dare a no-name threaten me, a Hanwul clan member? Yo-Yun calmly replies. Insulting her is the same as insulting me. You want me to stand still? Kwangseok bursts into mocking laughter. What, you two are in that kind of relationship? Impressive, Soo-Yun. He continues to taunt her, implying she used underhanded methods to secure Yo-Yun's loyalty. His words are condescending and predatory. Yo-Yun's patience snaps. The polite demeanor vanishes, replaced by a dark, furious aura. Hey, he says, and lunges forward. His fist connects with Kwangseok's face with a sickening crunch. Kwangseok sails through the air, landing with a painful thud. A shocked cry of Jion Kwangseok erupts from his companions. Kwangseok lies on the floor, groaning as his companions stare in horror. Are you crazy? One of them yells. Struggling to sit up, Kwangseok points a trembling finger at Yo-Yun. Are you crazy? How dare a collector be violent towards a citizen? I'll sue you. I'm going to sue you. One of his companions pulls out a phone, shouting to call the special unit. But Yo-Yun calmly interjects. It'll be useless even if you call them. He delivers the shocking truth. Since I'm not a collector in the first place, I haven't violated any laws. Kwangseok's eyes widen in disbelief. What? He stammers. Yo-Yun stands tall, an imposing figure. How are you going to punish me a teller using collector laws, he asks, his voice laced with quiet menace. The rules don't apply to him. Kwangseok is utterly stunned. A teller? He gasps, realizing his monumental mistake. Yo-Yun steps closer. What? Keep saying what you were saying earlier. His companions nervously draw their weapons. One steps forward, trying to sound brave. Even if you're a teller, enough is enough. If you don't stop, we won't stand still either. A dark, predatory smile spreads across Yo-Yun's face. You won't stand still? He echoes, gesturing for them to draw their weapons. Okay, take them out. But the moment you do, his eyes glow with a terrifying crimson light. You'll die at my hands. The air vibrates with his deadly intent, freezing the men in their tracks. With a single, cold command, he gives them one last chance. They scramble away, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Soo-yoon looks at him, a mix of awe and exasperation on her face. Yo-yoon turns to her, a casual smile back in place. "What do you think, Soo-yoon?" he asks. He gives her a charming, confident smile. "I'm quite trustworthy, right?" Soo-yoon sighs, a wry smile on her lips. "Gosh, I can't stop you," she says, acknowledging his unpredictable but effective nature. "Why did you choose me?" she asks directly. Yo-yoon explains that tellers have the ability to see someone's true talents, and he knew she was perfect for the job. Soo-yoon explains her struggles, how after the lawsuit she was blacklisted by the powerful clans, making it impossible to do business. Yoo-yoon looks at her, his expression unreadable. "Do you resent your brother, Soo-yoon?" "I hated him at first," she admits. But she realized he wasn't a bad person. He just worked hard and, in doing so, bothered those in power. Yo-yoon challenges her. "Then are you going to accept this injustice?" Soo-yoon looks down, helpless. "But what can I do against those people?" He steps closer, his voice firm and reassuring. "That's true. That's why I'm saying I'll help you." He extends his hand, offering not just a partnership, but an alliance. A determined smile spreads across his face. "Let's screw over this damned world," he declares, "raise chaos and prove that we aren't wrong." Soo-yoon stares at him, stunned. He smiles, acknowledging it sounds absurd now, but that she'll change her mind. "Then shall we go find a company to deal with byproducts first?" She looks at his outstretched hand, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and growing hope. "I'll help you," he repeats, the simple words carrying an unbreakable resolve. A soft blush spreads across her face as a silent moment passes between them. She is preparing to make her choice. Seeing her hesitation, he offers a final, teasing warning. "You might regret it." Soo-yoon confidently grasps his hand, her expression resolute. "I'm the type of person to act first and regret it later," she says with a determined smile. "You really always have a comeback, gosh." Their handshake seals a powerful new alliance. With the business deal for Baekwon Management successfully closed, the shop owner bows deeply, his face beaming with gratitude. He's overjoyed, thanking them profusely for turning his fortunes around. Outside, Baek Soo-yoon stares in disbelief. She murmurs that she tried so hard to make this deal work, but failed every time. Yo-yoon simply says he did what he could, downplaying his crucial role. Soo-yoon turns to him, genuinely wondering if he even needs her as a manager anymore. But Yo-yoon just smiles, reminding her that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, and that they're meant to help each other. A soft smile touches Soo-yoon's lips as his words sink in. She looks at him, a new sense of solidarity in her eyes, confirming that they are truly in the same boat now. Yo-yoon nods, suggesting they head back before Hiram starts to worry. As they walk, a solid and comfortable alliance forms between them, feeling less like business and more like a true partnership. The next day, Yo-yoon waits patiently by a window, arms crossed. Hiram's big magazine interview should be wrapping up any minute now. Just then, Hiram emerges, looking a little shy and hesitant. Yo-hyun greets her with a warm smile, encouraging her to lift her head, telling her it would be a shame to hide the beautiful makeup she's wearing. She admits it all feels a bit embarrassing. Soo-yoon, who orchestrated the makeover, claps her hands in delight. Hiram, now glowing in an elegant white dress, steps forward and shyly asks Yo-yoon what he thinks. His eyes sparkle with sincere admiration as he tells her she was always pretty, but today she's on another level. As Hiram giggles, Soo-yoon playfully teases Yo-yoon, calling him a total player. Yo-yoon just chuckles, and, with the preparations complete, he announces that it's time to head to the interview. They arrive before a towering, modern skyscraper, its glass facade gleaming in the sun. The sheer size of the building is a testament to the importance of the magazine they're about to visit. Hiram looks up, a little intimidated, whispering about how huge the place is. Soo-yoon reassures her, explaining it's one of the top 3 magazines in the country, and advises her to just relax and be herself. Inside, Yo-yoon confidently approaches the front desk to ask for directions. The receptionist calmly points them toward the elevator, telling them to head to the 7th floor. Hiram gives the man a polite nod and a soft thank you. As she walks past, her grace and elegance leave a shimmering impression on everyone in the lobby. Completely captivated by Hiram, the receptionist stammers to Yo-yoon, asking if they'll be all right on their own. Yo-hyun, seeing the man is flustered, just gives a knowing glance and says, "They've got it." Hiram and Soo-yeon wave a quick goodbye, leaving the smitten receptionist blushing in a daze, completely starstruck by the Sword Empress's charm. In the interview room, a woman with stylish, wavy hair and glasses greets them with a warm smile. She introduces herself, saying she's been waiting for them, her professional air immediately putting Hiram at ease. Her gaze then shifts to Yo-yeon with clear curiosity. He introduces himself as Kang Yo-yeon, there to support Hiram for the day. Realization dawns on the woman's face. She smiles, noting that he must be the other manager Soo-yeon works with. She introduces herself as Shin Gar-young, the team leader, confirming Yo-yeon's suspicion that she is Soo-yeon's friend. With introductions out of the way, Gar-young politely suggests they begin the interview. Leaning forward, Gar-young gets right to the point. She notes that Hiram has been clearing mind realms at an unprecedented rate, a feat not seen in years, and asks what her ultimate goal is. Hiram's expression is calm and resolute. She answers simply that she doesn't need a special reason. As a collector, she is merely doing what she must. Impressed, Gar-young continues, asking how Hiram feels about her new title, the Sword Empress, and what her plans are for the future. As Hiram answers, Gar-young chuckles, leaning back with a satisfied look. She praises Hiram for speaking so well, noting her humility is a refreshing change from the usual arrogance of other collectors. A mischievous glint appears in Gar-young's eyes. She leans in again, saying there was something else she heard recently, a curious rumor she wanted to ask about. Her focus shifts entirely to Yo-yeon. She mentions a rumor about a teller who socializes with humans, and Yo-yeon's expression tightens. He knows exactly where this is headed. Gar-young continues, her voice full of intrigue, describing how this teller supposedly gave up his divine protection to enter mind realms alongside a collector. As she speaks, Hiram can't help but steal a glance at Yo-yeon, a faint blush on her cheeks. He realizes Gar-young knew it was him all along. With a confident smirk, Yo-yeon raises his hands in mock surrender. He confirms that yes, he is the teller from that urban legend making the rounds. Gar-young claps her hands, delighted. She knew it. She explains that after working in this field for so long, her intuition is rarely wrong. She offers a quick apology if she seemed rude, clarifying that her questions were born from personal curiosity, not for the sake of the article. Yo-hyun looks at her calmly, offering to answer her questions as long as they aren't a problem. Boldly, she asks him the same thing she asked Hiram. Why does he clear the mind realms? Yo-yeon gives a simple, polished answer, claiming it's the best way to gain popularity. But Gar-young sees right through it, pointing out that enduring so much hatred from others suggests a motive far deeper than just fame. Yo-yeon knows she's right. The real answer to that question is something no one would understand right now. He has a personal goal, yes, but he's also aiming for something much, much bigger. His true ambition remains his secret. Decisively, Yo-hyun brings the conversation to a halt. He declares the interview is over, smoothly deflecting the attention back to Hiram by reminding everyone that she, the Sword Empress, is the real star of the day. Gar-young smiles, understanding his move perfectly. She respects his control over the situation and agrees to wrap things up. As a playful parting shot, Gar-young mentions she'd love to get his personal contact information, earning a sharp glare from Hiram. Gar-young just laughs it off, saying she was only kidding. Just as they step out of the room, they run into Baek Soo-yeon, who happily calls out their names. Soo-yeon asks Hiram how the interview went, joking that Gar-young can be a bit of a prankster. Hiram says it went well, but before she can finish, a loud commotion erupts from the lobby. Soo-yeon explains that the noise is because a famous collector named Ju Kyung-soo has just arrived, noting that he seems to have an almost celebrity-like following. Down in the lobby, a man with long gray hair and a fur-lined coat is soaking up the attention. Fans scream his name, artist, begging for autographs as he strikes a pose, a true showman reveling in the chaos. Baekryun, perched invisibly on Yo-hyun's shoulder, groans in disgust at the spectacle. Yo-hyun just shrugs, completely unimpressed. It's none of his business. He turns to leave, telling Soo-yeon it's time to go, only to find her completely starstruck, her eyes wide and fixed on the flamboyant collector. Yo-hyun calls her name again, snapping her out of her daze. She blinks, flustered and embarrassed, wondering what just came over her. Yo-hyun grows serious. He wonders if she was somehow bewitched by that man. To find out, he summons his ability, peering into the book of Ju Kyung-soo's soul to uncover his secrets. As he reads, his eyes widen. What he discovers about the man known as artist is genuinely shocking. The book reveals Ju Kyung-soo's traits, but one stands out, Casanova. Yo-yoon realizes this must be some kind of charm ability, and it explains Soo-yoon's sudden, uncharacteristic infatuation. Suddenly, Bae Crayoon warns him that the man is heading their way. Startled, Yo-hyun looks up just in time to see Ju Kyung-soo approaching them. Ju Kyung-soo smoothly takes Hiram's hand, his voice dripping with charisma as he introduces himself as artist. Hiram looks uncomfortable, but manages to remain composed. He lays the charm on thick, comparing her beauty to a lotus flower. But Hiram gives him a cool, indifferent reply. Yo-hyun notes with satisfaction that even a Casanova trait is no match for Hiram's iron will. Baekryun fumes, pointing out that this guy clearly came here just to hit on Hiram. A dangerous glint appears in Yo-hyun's eyes. He decides he needs to step in before this goes any further. Yo-hyun steps between them, his voice calm but firm, telling Kyung-soo that he's making Hiram uncomfortable. Annoyed, Kyung-soo dismissively asks who he is. Yo-hyun states plainly, "I'm her manager." Kyung-soo scoffs, puffing out his chest. He can't believe a mere manager would dare to get in his way, boasting about his national fame as a collector. But Yo-hyun is unmoved. He states coldly that his fame is irrelevant. All that matters is that he needs to stay away from his collector because she doesn't like it. Kyung-soo throws his head back and laughs, utterly convinced of his own charm. He boasts that no woman in the world dislikes him, only women who don't know him yet. Yo-hyun's patience finally snaps. A dark aura surrounds him, his eyes glowing furiously. Baekryun is just as enraged, and Yo-hyun has to physically restrain himself from starting a fight right then and there. Seeing the tension escalating, Hiram steps forward, telling Kyung-soo firmly to stop being a nuisance. Surprisingly, he listens, but then tries one last time, asking her for tea. Hiram rejects him flatly, saying she doesn't have time. He leans in closer, trying to intimidate her, offering his senior advice as a collector. With cold eyes and a hand held up to stop him, Hiram shuts him down completely. She tells him there's nothing to discuss and orders him to leave immediately. The charming smile finally vanishes from Ju Kyung-soo's face, replaced by a dark, sinister glare. He removes his sunglasses, muttering that his nice approach clearly isn't working. In a dramatic flourish, he tosses a single white glove towards Hiram. It flutters through the air as she watches, surprised by the classic, formal gesture. She looks down at the glove on the floor, the weight of its meaning settling in. A duel. Ju Kyung-soo grins, his eyes gleaming with malice. He looks straight at Hiram and announces loudly for all to hear, "Sword Empress, I request a duel with you." The lobby erupts. The crowd shrieks with excitement, phones immediately coming out to record the spectacle as they cheer for artist Ju Kyung-soo to win. Baekryun asks if it's okay for collectors to fight like this. Yo-hyun explains that the government actually prefers it this way, as formal duels prevent festering grudges and back-alley crimes. But Yo-hyun still hesitates. He tells Hiram that since Kyung-soo started this for no reason, he doesn't feel they should have to accept the challenge. He looks to her for agreement. A silent moment hangs in the air as Hiram processes his words. But Baekryun senses it first. She tells Yo-hyun that it doesn't look like his lady has any intention of backing down. Hiram's face is a mask of pure determination. She walks forward, her gaze fixed on the glove, and slowly bends to pick it up, her hand clenching with resolve. Watching her, a faint, knowing smile returns to Yo-hyun's lips. He understands. She's ready to fight. He gives her his full support, telling her she can agree. Surprised, she asks if he's sure. He just smiles, acknowledging that he knows her well enough to know she wouldn't want to run from this anyway. A radiant, confident smile spreads across Hiram's face. Her eyes shine, lit up by the thrill of the fight and the strength she draws from Yo-hyun's absolute faith in her. Yo-hyun nods to himself, thoroughly satisfied. This is the Sword Empress he's been nurturing. With a powerful gaze locked on her opponent, Hiram's voice rings out, strong and clear, through the buzzing lobby. "I'll accept your duel." Ju Kyung-soo smirks, completely satisfied with himself. In his mind, everything is going exactly as he planned. He knew it. A public challenge was something her pride as a rising star wouldn't let her refuse. And since she's a lower rank, he's absolutely certain that he will win. He scoffs at the thought of any other problems. After all, any trivial issues can be crushed with power. His arrogance swells. What can a mere newbie do against him, a member of the great Hesiod clan? He imagines humiliating the Sword Empress in front of the world, making her fall for him in defeat. The thought alone makes his mouth water. Hiram glances from Ju Kyung-soo back to Yo-yun, a hint of hesitation in her eyes, now that the initial fire has cooled. She then states her one condition. Not right now, but in 3 days. Ju Kyung-soo is amused. 3 days? How cute. As if that will change anything. But Yo-yun simply nods, calmly agreeing to her terms. Hiram turns back to Ju Kyung-soo, her expression once again firm and determined. She reiterates her terms. They duel in 3 days. Still believing victory is guaranteed, Ju Kyung-soo grandly accepts, saying he'll wait. The delay means nothing to him. With his fur coat swishing behind him, he strides away, leaving the three of them to watch him go, their faces calm but resolute. Yo-yun's eyes narrow with a cold fire. He knows that arrogance comes from being sponsored by Olympus, one of the most powerful divine forces. He clenches his fist. Just wait. In 3 days, that pride will be shattered. Suddenly, Shin Gar-young rushes over, surprised by all the commotion. Soo-yun explains that a collector named Ju Kyung-soo just caused a scene. Gar-young's eyes widen slightly at the name, a subtle frown on her face. Yo-yun asks if she knows him. She nods, rubbing her temples in annoyance. Of course she does. She remembers the creepy way he stared at her during an interview. It seems Ju Kyung-soo has a habit of making women uncomfortable. Her expression turns serious as she reveals that there are dark rumors about him using his clan's power for his own selfish deeds. She asks sharply what he did to them. Yo-yun, ever the strategist, just shrugs it off. He calmly explains that Kyung-soo simply challenged Hiram to a duel, which she accepted. Gar-young's eyes fly open in shock. A duel? That's a huge deal. She points out the massive experience gap between them, but Yo-yun just smiles. He assures her they aren't fools, they have a plan. He lays out his strategy for her. Think about it. The Sword Empress, fresh off an exclusive interview with her magazine, wins a duel against the famous artist. That, he says with a knowing look, would become a huge story. Realization dawns on Gar-young's face. She asks in awe if he's actually trying to use this entire situation to their advantage. Yo-yun just smiles and suggests it would be great if she could spread the news to her media contacts. Gar-young lets out a soft, surprised laugh. She knew he was no ordinary teller, but this level of audacity is crazier than she ever imagined. With a newfound respect in her eyes, she agrees to do as he wishes, already planning how to turn this into the scoop of the year. Hiram turns to Yo-yun, a faint blush on her cheeks, and thanks him for letting her fight. He just smiles, telling her he only agreed because he knows, without a doubt, that she can win. She then asks him why he agreed to push the duel back by 3 days. A cunning smile widens on Yo-yun's face. He explains that for this to have the biggest impact, they need to make the event as big as possible. While she prepares over the next 3 days, the news will spread like wildfire. His plan is already in motion. 3 days later, the scene is pure chaos. Reporters shove microphones in Hiram's face, shouting questions, while a massive crowd buzzes with anticipation. Baek Soo-yun is completely overwhelmed. She stares at the sea of people, whispering in disbelief at the sheer scale of the event. Yo-yun observes her reaction, noting that Gar-young must have really outdone herself. He muses that it's a relief she seems to favor him, recognizing her hand in all this publicity. But this is bigger than just Gar-young. He knows that while Hiram has the attention of the divine spirits, she isn't a household name yet. This duel is the perfect opportunity to change that. He watches the crowd with a satisfied look, his plan to elevate Hiram's name working perfectly. Inside their waiting room, Hiram sits in deep meditation, a calm blue aura crackling around her. She is perfectly centered, ready for the battle to come. Yo-yun knows she'll become an even greater collector than in his past life. He can't let her just repeat history. This time, they have to surpass her previous limits. An image flashes in his mind, Hiram, broken and bleeding on the ground, her white robes stained red as darkness closed in around her. The memory of those shadows consuming her, of her ultimate defeat, fuels his determination. This time will be different. He will ensure she transcends her former best. His gaze hardens. This fight is the first step towards that future. On the day of the duel, a grand coliseum packed with thousands of spectators stands ready under a clear sky. The air buzzes with excitement as vendors hawk snacks and the crowd mills about, ready for a show. Yo-Yoon notes the incredible turnout while Soo-Yoon, still overwhelmed, groans, clutching her stomach. She asks Yo-Yoon if he's nervous, then bursts out in frustration, gesturing to the massive crowd and the major media outlets gathered to watch the fight. Yo-Yoon just shrugs innocently, claiming he only asked Gar-young to spread the news a little. He knows the truth, though. The reaction is far bigger than he expected. Ju Kyung-soo's ego must have led him to publicize the fight even more. Soo-Yoon explains that since duels are so rare, people are probably extra excited, but that doesn't help the nervous knot in her stomach. Yo-Yoon pragmatically asks if she needs the washroom, earning him an indignant, flustered retort. He sighs, scanning the premium seats packed with powerful clan members and famous collectors. Bai Creon chimes in, noting that for all the pressure, Yo-Yoon doesn't seem nervous at all. With a knowing smirk, Yo-Yoon replies that he is nervous, he's just good at hiding it. His expression turns serious, his purple eyes gleaming. Above all, this fight isn't his. It belongs to the Sword Empress. Hiram continues to meditate, radiating a quiet, unshakable focus. A holographic timer announces 3 minutes remaining. Her eyes slowly open, sharp and ready. Yo-Yoon approaches her, asking softly if she's ready. She looks up, her gaze firm, and gives a simple, determined yes. He offers her a small, confident smile, a silent vote of absolute confidence. Then, with a sudden thwack, he chops her hard on the head. She cries out in pain and surprise. She rubs the sore spot, tears welling in her eyes as she complains that it hurt. He replies calmly that he meant for it to. He asks if she's feeling a little less nervous now. She blinks, the shock of the blow having cleared her mind, and realizes what he did. She pouts that he should have warned her, but he just winks, saying it's less effective that way. His unconventional method worked. Her expression softens. A faint blush appears on her cheeks as she looks at him, a grateful smile forming on her face as she whispers a quiet, "Thanks." A booming announcement echoes through the arena, calling for the contestants to enter. Ju Kyung-soo strides onto the field with a smug look, while Hiram walks with quiet resolve. Notifications flash, showing the divine spirits are excited, many of them wishing for the Sword Empress's victory. The roar of the crowd is deafening. A counter shows over 4,000 divine spirits are watching, a testament to the hype Yo-Yoon built. The arena itself begins to warp and transform, the field for the duel materializing before their eyes. The platform gives way to a lush, rainy forest. Ju Kyung-soo stands ready, a confident smirk on his face. The rules appear, the match ends upon surrender or incapacitation. Hiram grips her sword, her focus absolute. Points are awarded for defeating the various monsters that inhabit the field. If 3 hours pass with no winner, the victor will be decided by points. The most important rule flashes across the screen. Murder is strictly forbidden. With a final, booming announcement, the duel begins. As the crowd cheers, a monster erupts from the ground, and the fight is on. Instantly, Ju Kyung-soo strikes, slaying a large monster with arrogant ease and scoring the first points. His fans erupt in cheers. The crowd chants his name, but soon, a question begins to ripple through the spectators. What is the Sword Empress doing? She's just standing there, motionless. In the middle of the field, with her eyes closed and sword sheathed, Hiram doesn't move a muscle. People begin to wonder if she's already given up. But a closer look reveals the truth. Blue energy is crackling around her, pulsing through her body as she gathers an immense amount of power. Her eyes snap open, glowing with an intense, vibrant blue light. The energy around her surges. She is ready. Ju Kyung-soo hears a faint noise behind him, turning with a flicker of surprise. He wonders what the sound is, then realizes with a jolt something is rushing toward him at incredible speed. A blinding flash of blue energy streaks through the forest. Ju Kyung-soo's eyes widen in alarm, his confidence shattering in an instant. Hiram slams into him like a lightning bolt, her entire body a conduit of overwhelming power. His face contorts in shock as he's sent flying. He's launched backwards, crashing through trees as a trail of blue energy marks his path. The devastating impact carves a scar through the forest, a clear testament to the terrifying power Hiram just unleashed. His mind is reeling, struggling to process what's happening. Then, a horrifying realization dawns on him. The monsters, the points, they were never her goal. From the very beginning, her one and only target was him. On the massive screen, the crowd's excitement has turned to stunned silence. A murmur ripples through the audience as they realize the Sword Empress is forcing a direct duel with the artist. On the battlefield, Hyreem is a whirlwind of power. Blue energy erupts from her as she effortlessly parries Kyung-soo's frantic strikes, her eyes sharp and filled with a confidence no one has ever seen from her before. Wounded and enraged, Kyung-soo's pride finally snaps. "How dare you underestimate me?" he roars, a torrent of red energy exploding around him as he retaliates. The two forces collide in a brilliant flash. A dragon-like aura of blue energy manifests from Hyreem's attack, completely engulfing Kyung-soo's desperate counter. It's a clash of raw power, and she is overwhelmingly stronger. Kyung-soo is thrown backward, his body racked with pain. His mind can't comprehend the sheer force of her attack. Where is this absurd power coming from? His arrogance is completely shattered. But Hyreem doesn't give him a moment to recover. Her eyes gleam with a golden light, her expression a mix of fierce determination and a newfound, almost predatory, joy. She presses her attack, the ground cracking under the force of their battle. Kyung-soo is completely on the defensive, his face a mask of shock and pain as he's driven back again and again. The spectators are in an uproar, whispering in disbelief. No one knew the Sword Empress had an ability like this. They'd heard she was strong, but to think she'd be this strong? As the fight rages on, a single, clear thought echoes in Hyreem's mind. This was exactly what I wanted. She parries another strike, her movements fluid and powerful, a smirk playing on her lips. For the first time, she's not just fighting to win, she's fighting with pure, unadulterated joy. This is the feeling she's been craving, the thrill of crushing someone who looked down on her, who saw her as nothing more than a stepping stone. It's the rush of unleashing the power she's been holding back for so long, a power she was never sure she truly possessed. And with it, a profound sense of freedom washes over her. A small, breathless laugh escapes her. She finally understands. So this is how Yoyun felt. This overwhelming confidence, this absolute control. This is the world he lives in. With renewed purpose, she channels her energy into her sword. The blade hums, glowing with a brilliant blue light, ready for the next assault. She moves with breathtaking speed, a blur across the battlefield, closing the distance between them in an instant. A thin line of blood appears on Kyung-soo's cheek. He's been cut. He stares blankly for a moment, his mind refusing to accept it. He touches the cut, his fingers coming away stained with his own blood. A choked sound escapes him, a mixture of pain and disbelief. His vanity, more wounded than his flesh, erupts. "How dare you do this to my handsome face?" he shrieks, charging at her with reckless abandon. He throws his dagger, spinning it through the air with desperate precision. But Hyreem meets it head-on, her glowing sword effortlessly deflecting the attack as she prepares to counter his clumsy charge. In a flash, she's on him. She dodges under his arm and lands a powerful blow, sending him staggering. She is faster, stronger, and impossibly fluid. Kyung-soo's face is a mess of blood and shock. His eyes are wide, his mouth open in a silent scream of agony and humiliation. He's being completely and utterly dismantled. In the stands, his fans are horrified. A woman screams his name, covering her mouth in shock. Kyung-soo's mind descends into panic. He can't lose, not like this. He tries to compose himself, to think rationally and read her attacks, but it's the desperate self-talk of a man who has already lost. Hyreem raises her sword for another strike, a confident smirk on her face. Kyung-soo, seeing what he believes is an opening, thinks he's found his chance. He grins, a crazed, triumphant look in his eyes as he prepares to exploit the mistake he thinks she's made. But it was a feint. Hyreem effortlessly dodges his counterattack, moving with an almost lazy grace that makes a mockery of his efforts. She looks at him with a knowing, almost pitying smirk. It's clear to her, and to everyone watching, that he is completely out of his league. The truth hits Kyung-soo like a physical blow, a cold dread washing over him. A single, horrifying thought forms in his mind. Is she toying with me? His face twists in rage and humiliation. He wasn't just losing, he was being played with, treated like an amateur. In a shocking move, Hyreem drops her sword. She stamps her foot on the ground and shouts, "You! I'll never let this go!" she roars, lunging forward, her hands now her weapons. A brutal fist connects squarely with Kyung-soo's face. The impact is staggering, sending a spray of blood into the air as she switches from swordsmanship to raw, overwhelming CQC. She follows up with a relentless barrage of punches, beating him down with pure, unadulterated force. He has no defense against this savage, unexpected assault. The commentators in the stands are aghast. One exclaims that the artist has no chance to fight back, while the other adds, his voice trembling, that he's being completely overwhelmed. Kyung-soo is on his knees, his face bruised and bloody. He tries to surrender, to end the humiliation. I give. But before he can finish the word, another fist smashes into his face, cutting him off. His eyes are wide with terror. He realizes with chilling certainty that she's stopping him from giving up. She isn't just trying to win, she's making a statement. The audience is in chaos. An official watching the monitor shouts, demanding to know why the fight isn't being stopped. But his colleague can only watch, helpless. They can't do anything, as long as the Sword Empress won't even let him say the words. Hyrim raises her clasped hands high above her head, gathering a massive amount of energy. Her eyes burn with intensity as she prepares to deliver the final blow. She brings her fists down, creating a massive explosion of energy that engulfs the battlefield. The ground itself shakes from the sheer force of her final attack. As the dust settles, Hyrim stands tall, her profile calm and resolute. The fight is over. Ju Kyung-soo lies unconscious and defeated at her feet, his body smoking with residual energy. He is utterly broken, a testament to her overwhelming power. The crowd erupts as the official announcement rings out, the Sword Empress has won. Hyrim stands victorious, her presence dominating the entire arena. A system notification appears, announcing that the field is being disabled. The simulated forest dissolves, returning the arena to its original state. A cloud of smoke marks the center of the platform, where Hyrim stands alone over Kyung-soo's fallen form. Elsewhere, watching on a monitor, is the fairy-like teller, Argyle. Her expression is grim, revealing her hidden strength at such a crucial moment. Argyle's eyes narrow in fury. Clever, she mutters, seeing Yo-Yun's strategic hand behind this entire spectacle. Her desire for his failure has now curdled into pure anger. She glares at the screen, her mind racing. She wants to rip that smug face of his apart, but she knows she has to be cautious. If she acts rashly, he'll only use it against her. She clenches her tiny fist, a dark resolve forming. She has to bide her time. An opportunity, she vows to herself, will eventually come. The door to the waiting room slides open with a soft click. Baek Soo-yeon rushes towards Hyrim, her face full of concern. But Hyrim, back in her normal clothes, just smiles brightly, her energy infectious. Behind them, Yo-Yun watches with a calm, proud smile. Soo-yeon's worry quickly turns to excitement. You were incredible. The audience reaction was amazing, she gushes. Hyrim just giggles, a light blush on her cheeks. Yo-Yun's calm voice cuts through their celebration. Hyrim. She turns, her smile faltering slightly, her expression becoming more serious as she faces him. She looks up at him, her heart pounding, and murmurs his name. A gentle smile plays on his lips. He looks at her, his eyes soft with pride. You were so impressive, he says, his voice sincere. Great job. His praise is all the validation she needs. A radiant, happy smile breaks across her face, and she blushes deeply. Thanks, she beams, her heart soaring. Meanwhile, in a high-tech boardroom, a fist slams down on a table. An angry clan leader declares that they can't just let this be. The council argues heatedly. If they let the Sword Empress run loose, they don't know how many mind realms they'll lose. But while she has everyone's attention, their hands are tied. Lounging in a chair at the far end of the table is Lim Gunwoo from the Nemesis clan. He looks completely unbothered. What's wrong? He says with a dismissive wave. Just let them be. They'll fight amongst themselves. One of the other members scolds him for not focusing on the meeting. But Gunwoo remains relaxed, clearly unimpressed by their panic. Gunwoo sighs, disgusted by the greedy politics of the other clans. He has no interest in their schemes to exclude the Sword Empress and wonders what he's even doing in a place like this. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Baekwa Management Building, a symbol of their growing success. Inside, Baek Soo-hyun is excitedly scrolling through her phone. It's incredible, she exclaims. Everyone on the internet is talking about Hiram. The screen is filled with breaking news about the unparalleled new rookie. Suyun's eyes sparkle as she dreams of their future, with endless requests pouring in. Hiram adds excitedly, "Then we'll really be able to buy kimchi." All the while, Yo-Yun watches them, a thoughtful expression on his face. Hiram notices Yo-Yun's silence. "Yo-Yun, what have you been thinking about?" she asks, her curiosity piqued. He remains quiet for a moment longer. He finally stands up, a decision made. "I've decided," he announces. Hiram and Suyun turn to him, surprised. "What?" Hiram asks. Yo-Yun looks at them, his expression serious and determined. "We should get one more collector." The two girls freeze, their eyes wide with utter shock. Even the little heavenly owl, Baekyo, perched on Suyun's head, looks stunned. Their collective, disbelieving shock echoes through the office as Yo-Yun drops a bombshell that will once again change the course of their journey. Back at the office, Hiram is putting on a masterclass in melodrama, wailing on the couch with crocodile tears streaming down her face. She moans that she's been abandoned, completely cast aside. Yo-Yun looks on, completely exasperated. He asks her when, exactly, he abandoned her. Through her comical sobs, she points a trembling finger, accusing him of lying when he said she was all he needed. Baffled, he asks again when he ever said that. After she calms down, he patiently explains that they can't just tackle mind realms as a duo forever. While it works for now, they'll eventually need more help for the bigger, more dangerous missions. Hiram listens, her expression softening. She reluctantly agrees, understanding that sooner or later they will need to bring someone new onto the team. Seeing his opening, Yo-Yun leans in with a persuasive smile. He asks if it wouldn't be nice for her to have a junior, playing to her ego by reminding her that as her rank rises, she deserves to be treated as a senior. It works perfectly. Flattered, Hiram sits up straight, declaring that she supposes she can overlook this with the generosity of a true senior. Yo-Yun watches her, a knowing smirk on his lips. She's so easy to read. Baek Suyun gets down to business, asking who he has in mind. But Yo-Yun shakes his head. He doesn't have a candidate just yet. He runs through the most famous collectors of their generation, but they're all unavailable for one reason or another. The best of the best are already out of reach. Baekhyun suggests he use his knowledge of the future to find someone, but Yo-Yun sighs. The timing is off. The future stars he knows either haven't awakened their powers yet, or have already been scooped up by other tellers. He leans back, realizing this is going to be much harder than he thought. He can't just sign any unknown collector. His standards are too high, but his options are limited. Suddenly, Baekhyun has an idea. The collector completion ceremony is tomorrow, where all the newly awakened collectors enter the recruitment market. She suggests they might find a hidden gem there. She's certain they can find someone with untapped potential, a talent that no one else has recognized yet. Yo-Yun considers it, intrigued by the possibility. Just then, his holographic screen beeps, catching him by surprise. A notification for a personal video call from an unknown number appears. Curious, Yo-Yun accepts the call, wondering who it could be. A woman with demonic features, white hair and horns appears on the screen, grinning. It's Alicia, the teller he met once before. She greets him with a casual, "Hey, can you hear me?" She immediately congratulates him on his upcoming promotion to senior associate, her tone confident and a little smug. Yo-Yun, still surprised, just manages a quiet, "Yeah." Alicia laughs at his stunned reaction, telling him she was just thinking of him and wanted to see how he was doing. Hiram and Suyun peek over his shoulder, completely baffled by the demonic woman on the screen. Suyun whispers, asking Yo-Yun who on earth she is. Wanting some privacy, Yo-Yun playfully shoos them away from the screen. He squints at the screen, a detail suddenly clicking into place. Those horns, his eyes widen in recognition. He points at her, asking in disbelief if she's the tiny horned creature he met at the entrance ceremony. Alicia's face contorts with rage. "Horned guy? Her name is Alicia, and she is deeply offended." Yo-Yun chuckles, marveling that the tiny creature could transform into such a beauty. Realizing her demonic race, he quickly smooths things over, asking how she's been since they both worked for the storytelling office. Alicia proudly boasts about her own success, managing a collector on a high-tech fantasy planet. She brags that her collector is amazing and that she's already achieved 500 victories in her library. She puffs out her chest, going on about how her collector was a known bad boy before she turned him into a top-tier hero. With a knowing smirk, Yo-Yun easily deduces his entire backstory. Alicia is floored. How did he know her collector was from a county? She's completely dumbfounded by his accuracy. Yo-Hyun continues, laying out the entire cliché story. The troublemaking son who suddenly becomes a hero, shocking his dismissive father and his noble fiancée, even losing weight and becoming handsome. Alicia can only stare, speechless, at how he knows every single detail. Yo-Hyun leans back, satisfied, but then his tone turns serious and he asks if she's checked the teller form lately. She hasn't. He advises her to check it when she has time, telling her that something strange is happening because of her, and others like her. Claiming she's busy, Alicia quickly ends the call, leaving Yo-Yun alone with his thoughts, contemplating the very warning he just gave. He pulls up the teller forum on his screen. As he scrolls through the posts, his eyes widen in grim confirmation. He finds the headline he was looking for. A teller had died trying to copy his method. He gave up his divine blessing, fought alongside his collector, but was ultimately betrayed and killed. A video replay shows the tragic scene. A desperate teller screams for help as his cowardly collector abandons him to the monsters, telling him to figure it out on his own. The doomed teller's final cries echo as he's overwhelmed. Yo-Yun watches, his expression grim. He knew this would happen. The forum comments mock the dead teller, calling anyone who blindly copies Yo-Yun a fool. But this incident only solidifies Yo-Yun's own legendary status. The risk he took now seems even greater, and his success even more impressive. Baekryun looks concerned, noting how many others have recklessly given up their blessing. She asks Yo-Yun if he's worried. Yo-Yun replies with a chilling smirk, asking if it wouldn't be fun to watch the story of a teller suffering after making such a foolish choice. Baekryun recoils in shock, horrified by his cold detachment. The next day arrives. Hiram looks at Yo-Yun, worried about him going to the ceremony alone. He reassures her that with so many reporters still after her, it's better if he goes alone and handles things quickly. With a parting smile, he activates his hidden presence skill and vanishes into thin air. Outside, the reporters wait impatiently, completely unaware, as an invisible Yo-Yun walks right past them. He arrives at the completion ceremony, a bustling event filled with hopeful new collectors. The place is packed not just with rookies, but with clan members, tellers, and spectators, all looking for the next big thing. Baekryun worries that, with so much competition from the major clans who already have files on all the best prospects, their search will be fruitless. But Yo-Yun isn't looking for the best prospects. After all, he reminds her, the clans initially deemed Hiram worthless. He knows that no matter how good the system is, it can't perfectly assess everyone's potential. He's here to find the one they missed. He scans the crowd, looking for a spark, a hint of hidden greatness. The day begins under a clear blue sky. But as the hours pass and the sun begins to set, his search turns up nothing. The ceremony is ending, and the crowd is thinning out. Baekryun grows impatient, asking if he's found anyone yet. Yo-Yun sighs, disheartened. All the potentials he sees are average. He was hoping for another golden book like Hiram's, but it seems there's no one. He's about to give up. But then he sees it. His eyes snap wide open in utter, profound shock. He takes off running, startling Baekryun, who has no idea what's happening. He sprints through the remaining crowd, leaving her scrambling to keep up. His mind is reeling. It's impossible. It can't be. He pushes past people, desperate to confirm what he saw, praying his eyes didn't deceive him. He spots a woman with long blue hair walking away and calls out to her. She pauses, looking back over her shoulder. As his eyes meet her piercing blue gaze, he's struck with a sense of awe. The sight of her potential leaves him completely speechless. She starts to walk away again, ignoring him. Her sharp, intense eyes hint at a will of iron. Yo-Yun is still trying to process what he's seeing. It's not a book. It's an entire structure, a shimmering, multicolored library of infinite possibilities. He can't believe it. A rainbow bookshelf. He knows a person should only have one book. To have this many implies something monumental, limitless reincarnations or endless regressions. He manages to grab her arm, stammering for her to wait. She looks at him, annoyed, trying to compose himself. He offers a polite smile and introduces himself, asking for her name. The woman turns, her eyes blazing with fury. A dark, menacing aura explodes around her as she growls, "Bother me again and I'll kill you." But the death threat only makes a triumphant, ecstatic grin spread across Yo-Yun's face. He's found her, the ultimate gem. He even recognizes her line 1, the divine spirits absolutely loved in the original timeline. He stands there smiling brightly at the furious, shocked woman, completely unfazed by her hostility. He extends his hand, introducing himself as being from Baekwa management. The name catches her by surprise, momentarily breaking through her anger. He tells her he wants to make her a good offer, but she snatches her arm away, telling him to move. He persists, trying to get another word in. Her eyes turn lethal. The menacing aura intensifies as she stares him down, her voice a low, terrifying promise, "Let go, before I kill you." He lets her go, watching her walk away with a thoughtful expression. Baekryun is confused. Was that woman really so talented? Did he know her from the future? Yo-Yun replies simply that no, he doesn't know her. He muses that with a potential like that, she should have been famous, yet he has no memory of her from his past life. There's a deeper mystery here. For now, he decides to head back. Baekryun asks how he'll find her again when he doesn't even know her name. Yo-Yun just smiles, completely confident. "Don't worry about that," he tells her. They will definitely be seeing her again very soon. Yo-Yun's grand plan is unfolding, piece by careful piece. He stands before the sign for Baekwa Management, the new heart of his growing empire. Inside, he gives his sharp and capable CEO Baek Soo-hyun her next task, find everything she can on a woman named Kwon Ji-ah. The name clearly catches Soo-hyun by surprise. She asks if this is the powerful new collector he wants to recruit. With his usual unshakable calm, Yo-Yun confirms that she is the one. He explains that even his unique ability to see a person's potential, their book, wasn't enough this time. One look at this mysterious woman just left him with more questions. He leans in slightly, just needing to confirm one small detail. The name Kwon Ji-ah belongs to a woman, right? Because the incredible power he sensed was definitely female. For a fleeting moment, his mind conjures a ridiculous image of Soo-hyun comically losing it, insisting that it's just a coincidence. All his recruits happen to be women. A quick peek into his strange sense of humor. Moments later, Soo-hyun finds the file, but her expression is now laced with concern. She hesitates, asking him if he's absolutely sure about this one. Yo-Yun's gaze is steady. "Is there a problem?" The report on the screen tells a difficult story. Out of 359 graduates, Kwon Ji-ah ranked a miserable 340th. While her individual combat skills are off the charts, her teamwork and personality scores are at rock bottom. Yo-Hyun leans in, a small smirk on his lips as Soo-hyun adds that Kwon Ji-ah even got into a massive fight during training. In fact, she was almost expelled over it. Soo-hyun muses that, despite all that, her talent is undeniable. But the rumors about her terrible personality are exactly why no other teller has dared to approach her. She looks directly at Yo-Hyun, her concern clear. Does he really think this woman is a good fit? His answer is firm and immediate. "Yes, I do." Because in Yo-Hyun's vision, he sees what no one else can. Kwon Ji. Bathed in a rainbow of light, surrounded by countless glowing books. A rainbow bookshelf, hinting at power that could rival or even surpass the Sword Empress herself. Soo-hyun asks if he plans to recruit her right away, but Yo-Hyun is a man of patience. He'll wait, choosing to approach her after the upcoming promotion ceremony. He rises to leave, grabbing his coat. Soo-hyun watches him go, wondering where he could possibly be heading now. Yo-Hyun's face is set with purpose. He simply states there's someone he needs to meet. Stepping out onto the street, he adjusts his coat, his destination, a place tied deeply to his past and his future. He arrives at a small, unassuming street food restaurant. The sign reads, "Waiting at the door." An unusual name for a place like this. But as he thinks to himself, the name makes a sad kind of sense once you know the owner's story. An older woman with kind, tired eyes turns from the counter. Her hair is tied back in a neat bun, and she wears an apron stained from a long day's work. She greets him warmly, but Yo-Hyun cuts straight to the heart of the matter, his voice gentle but firm. "Are you Choi Do-hyun's mother?" The air in the small shop suddenly grows heavy. The woman freezes, her eyes wide with shock. A tremor enters her voice as she asks how he could possibly know the name of her son, a name she hasn't heard from a stranger in years. Looking at her directly, Yo-yoon reveals that he's the one who contacted her a while ago about her son. The final piece clicks into place, connecting two worlds she thought were forever separate. A simple cup of tea sits between them, the steam rising into the quiet, tense air before the real conversation begins. Her eyes are filled with a desperate, pleading hope. "Do you know where my son is?" she asks. Yo-yoon's answer is honest and painful. "No, I don't." Her hope flickers but doesn't die. If this man knows his name but not where he is, that has to mean one thing, right? She has to ask, her voice barely a whisper. "He's alive, isn't he?" Yo-yun meets her gaze, his own eyes filled with a deep, quiet understanding. He confirms it with a simple, solid yes. And then he gives her the words she has been waiting 10 long years to hear. He is alive. A single thought bubbles up, carrying the weight of a decade of worry and fear, now finally lifting. "I see." A fragile smile spreads across her face as tears well in her eyes. It's a sigh of pure, unburdened relief. "That's such a relief," she whispers. She looks at him, her gratitude overflowing, calling him her savior. But Yo-yun gently corrects her, introducing himself as Kang Yo-yun and asking her not to use such a heavy title. He explains he's just a teller, here out of curiosity about Choi Do-yoon's family. Confused, she asks how a teller would know about her son. Yo-yoon explains that tellers travel to other worlds, hearing stories from across dimensions. That is how he came to know of Do-yoon. In his mind, he admits the truth is more complicated. He doesn't know the details, only that Do-yoon survives until the very end, eventually returning to Earth during the apocalypse. Thinking about it, he feels a strange, small flicker of pity for the man who was once his enemy. He figures Do-yoon's twisted personality must have been born from the trauma of seeing his entire world destroyed. Yo-yoon realizes with a pang of sadness that in the original timeline, his mother didn't survive the apocalypse, leaving Do-yoon utterly and completely alone. The mother's voice drifts, lost in memory. She says Do-yoon was always so mature. With his father gone before he was even born, he never once caused her trouble. And because of that, she confesses, she has always carried a deep, aching guilt. She remembers how he would stand apart from the other children, always so serious. She knows that no matter how mature a child seems, they're still just a child, and there was so much she couldn't give him. The memory of the day he vanished is still sharp, a shattered room, a shattered life. As a mother, she felt she'd given him nothing, and then he was gone. Her voice softens, filled with a painful hope. She says that maybe it's better if he's living a good life somewhere else with good people. Coming back to a poor mother would only make him unhappy. But before she can finish, Yo-yoon cuts her off with a sharp, emphatic none. He leans forward, his expression intense. He tells her he understands her guilt, but he is certain that Do-yoon endured everything with only one person on his mind, her. Yo-yoon's gaze is firm. "I said he was alive," he reminds her gently. "I never said he was happy." Her eyes widen as the heartbreaking meaning of his words sinks in. In his mind, he sees Do-yoon standing alone in a ruined city. Even with the power to gain fame and fortune in another world, he chose to come back here, to the desolation. It wasn't for some grand, noble reason. Looking into her eyes, Yo-yoon gives her the simple, powerful truth. "Your family." And he is sure that Do-yoon is fighting his way back, just for the chance to see her again. A single, unexpected tear escapes down Yo-yoon's cheek, a moment of pure empathy for his enemy's pain. "You're right," he whispers, echoing her own earlier words. Now, her own tears fall freely, but they are tears of relief. She realizes her son must want to see her just as badly. She thanks Yo-yoon, his words having lifted a pointless, decade-long burden from her heart. Wiping her eyes, she looks at him thoughtfully. She remarks that, for some reason, he seems to know her son remarkably well. Yo-yoon quickly deflects, saying he just heard things from others. A knowing smirk touches his lips. She's sharper than he expected. She says she was just wondering if her Do-yoon had finally found a good friend. He thinks to himself that his own mother was just like this. Maybe all mothers are just naturally perceptive. Just as she offers him a meal for his kindness, a gruff voice shatters the quiet moment. "Hey, lady." 3 burly thugs block the doorway, their expressions smug and threatening. They're here to convince her to sell the shop. Her face hardens. She asks who they think they are to keep harassing her. The leader just smirks, warning her not to be uncooperative or things could get sad. The threat is clear. She tells them to leave, that she has a customer. The thug scoffs, looking around the humble shop. Customer? In a shabby place like this? Yo-yun, who has been watching silently, finally looks up. The thug points a finger at him, telling him to get lost if he knows what's good for him. Yo-yun thinks to himself that he really doesn't want to do this guy a favor, but seeing the distress on the mother's face, he supposes he should step in. The thugs just hear him mumbling and wonder what this fool is on about. Yo-yun's eyes go cold, his fist clenches. Get lost, he says, and with a sharp crack it's all over. The street outside is suddenly calm and empty, bathed in sunlight. And then, with a loud crash, all three thugs are sent flying out of the restaurant, tumbling onto the pavement in a heap. One of them screams, clutching a mangled arm. My arm! He broke my arm! Another cries out, damn it, my leg is broken. The force of Yo-yun's attack was brutally efficient. Yo-yun steps out, calmly adjusting his coat. The lead thug glares up from the ground, calling him a crazy bastard and warning him that a collector can't just attack a civilian. A small smirk plays on Yo-yun's lips. Why does that matter, he asks coolly, when I'm not a collector? The thug can only stare, stunned into disbelief. Yo-yun looks down at the groaning men, a flicker of annoyance on his face. He wonders aloud if all thugs get the same script because they always say the exact same things. The blue sky above offers a peaceful contrast to the brutal scene below. Yo-hyun casually walks over to the beaten men. Tell me where your office is, he says, his tone dangerously friendly. The thug just stares, bewildered. Yo-yun pulls out a small notebook. He clarifies that he isn't asking so he can apologize. He plans on pulling this problem out by the roots. He jots down the address as the thug gives it, his face a mask of dawning fear. The thug desperately asks who sent him, what he's planning to do. Yo-yun says he has no plans for them, personally. He's not going to do anything more to them. Instead, he'll just go to their office and make a huge mess. Then, he'll tell everyone that these three so helpfully gave him the address. The thug is aghast, sputtering that no one would believe such a ridiculous lie. Yo-yun's eyes turn cold. He reminds them that in their line of work, they know exactly how traitors are treated. The thug realizes the trap has snapped shut, able to do nothing but call him a crazy bastard. Yo-yun turns away with a satisfied smile. He kinda likes that name, crazy bastard. With a subtle gesture, a faint blue energy flows from his hand. He places a soundproofing barrier around the shop, musing on how convenient his new engraver title is. Do-yun's mother rushes out, asking if he's all right. Yo-yun turns to her with a reassuring smile, telling her the thugs have been taken care of and that this kind of thing is simple for a teller. He then places another barrier at the entrance, one designed to block intruders. He confidently tells her they won't be coming back, so she has nothing to worry about. His work here done, Yo-hyun bids her farewell. Do-yun's mother bows deeply, thanking him for everything. And with that, Yo-hyun walks away, his expression already focused on the next task. It's time to take care of his other work. The wheels of his grand plan never stop turning. An angry shout echoes from the thug's office. Footsteps thunder down the hall as they realize they have an intruder, an enemy. Which bastard did this? Another voice demands to know how many enemies there are to cause such a commotion. They have no idea what they're walking into. Yo-yun stands calmly amidst the wreckage, men already unconscious at his feet. A voice stutters from the back, filled with disbelief. There's just one. They were expecting a small army, not a single man. A new wave of thugs rushes in, one demanding to know how he found their secret office. Yo-yun's reply is calm, almost bored. Your subordinate outside told me. Enraged, a thug with a baseball bat screams and lunges, swinging with everything he has, determined to crush this intruder. But Yo-yun is a blur. He ducks under the wild swing and counters with a single, powerful kick, sending the large man flying. As the thug hits the ground, Yo-hyun's eyes narrow. He felt it in that brief exchange. This man wasn't just a thug, he was a collector. This means these criminals have powerful backers. A flicker of excitement crosses his face. He hadn't just stumbled into a nest of petty thugs. He had, as he puts it, unexpectedly baited a big fish. The stakes had just been raised. More men pour out from the shadows, surrounding him. But Yo-yun remains perfectly still, the calm center of a brewing storm. With a desperate, unified roar, the remaining thugs charge. Kill him! Yo-Yun moves with chilling efficiency. He weaves through their attacks, a whirlwind of precise, devastating blows. His gaze is ice-cold as he lands a crippling strike to a thug's arm, disarming him in a single, fluid motion. The collector scrambles backward, his eyes wide with fear. He can't comprehend Yo-Yun's strength. As Yo-Yun's aura flares, his Combat Knight title activates, enhancing his every move. He's showing them the difference in their levels. With a final, devastating flurry, it's over. The remaining thugs, including their collector, crash to the ground, leaving Yo-Yun standing alone in the ruined office. He looks down at the defeated men, a chilling smile on his face as he invites them to get up. Come at me all at once. The boss, a man in a suit, sits trembling on the floor, clutching a briefcase to his chest as if his life depends on it. Yo-Yun stands over him, a towering shadow of calm menace, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen men. The boss stammers, trying to appeal to the rules. Who are you? Don't you know the law about collectors attacking civilians? Yo-Yun simply adjusts his coat, dismissing the desperate plea. He calmly informs the man that legally, there is nothing he can do. The boss's eyes go wide with a dawning, terrible realization. What are you? His mind races. This man must be an underground contractor, a killer for hire. Someone powerful must have sent him. Terror overtakes him. He drops to his knees, begging. I'll give you everything, the resources. Please, just spare my life. Yo-Hyun raises an eyebrow. The man clearly misunderstood why he was here, but he thinks to himself, this is actually a good thing. Crossing his arms, Yo-Yun plays along with a casual smirk. Yeah? Give it. The boss scrambles to shove the briefcase into his hands. Yo-Yun opens it. Inside are stacks of cash and a single folder, glowing with a faint, otherworldly energy. He scans the documents. He'd expected the Hanwell clan to be working with someone powerful, but he didn't expect this. They were in collusion with the infamous Twilight Curtain clan. A mental image of the cruel fairy teller Argyle flashes in his mind. The Twilight Curtain's collectors primarily contract with her department. This raises a dangerous question. Is the Pentagram department itself involved in this? His eyes widen as the pieces begin to fall into place. A profound realization dawns on him. Perhaps, he thinks, a mind realm. The thought solidifies, cold and clear. He understands now. A hidden mind realm, its location kept secret from the government, being monopolized by a powerful clan. This is the very corruption Baek Soo-yoon's brother died fighting against. Yoo-hyun turns back to the terrified boss. Hey, get me what's in that safe too. The boss screams, his face pale with terror. What? No, I can't do that, Yoo-hyun smirks. The man's desperate refusal only confirms that whatever is in that safe is critically important. Well, he thinks, if you won't open it yourself. With a soft chime, Yo-Yun activates his teller authority. A blue screen materializes, and before the boss can even react, the entire safe vanishes into thin air. The man is left staring at the empty space, utterly bewildered. Where did the safe go? Yo-Yun chuckles, feigning concern. Gosh, all your men are in such a bad state. It wouldn't be right to leave you completely unharmed. The boss, still reeling from the impossible sight, can only stammer, Pardon? A single, clean punch sends the boss crumpling to the floor. Justice served Yo-Yun's way. Moments later, Yo-Yun stands in the pristine, silent space of the observer's room. The heavy steel safe sits before him. He examines the lock. It's a purely analog system, designed to be unhackable. A smart move, but not smart enough. For him, this is no obstacle. Using the engraver ability he gained from Bakerion, he bypasses its defenses, nullifying every lock and curse with a wave of his hand. With a satisfying click, the heavy tumblers unlock. The safe swings open, revealing a single, ominous file. Yoo-Yun picks it up, his eyes widening as he scans the contents. This is bigger than I expected, he mutters to himself. His mind is already racing, calculating. How should he use this precious, dangerous information? Back in the ruined office, the thugs are complaining to their now-bandaged boss, insisting they're the victims here. The boss explodes in fury. If you hadn't spilled, that crazy bastard would never have found us. Suddenly, his anger turns to ice-cold fear. A new figure stands in the doorway. Is this it? he whispers. A man with slicked-back gray hair and cold, intelligent eyes steps into the room, flanked by bodyguards. It's the superintendent. "Welcome, superintendent," the boss stammers, snapping into a nervous salute. The superintendent's gaze is piercing. "Is it true," he asks, his voice chillingly calm, "that our secrets were spilled because of one person?" The boss tries to explain that while the safe was taken, it's impossible to open. But the superintendent just gives a thoughtful, dismissive, He turns his cold gaze on the three thugs who started it all. "Are these the ones who failed?" he asks, his voice devoid of any emotion. The boss quickly confirms, eager to shift the blame. "Yes, it's them." "I see," the superintendent says. He gives a subtle, almost imperceptible flick of his finger. In an instant, one of the thugs collapses, his life extinguished without a sound. Another is knocked unconscious with a single, brutal kick. The superintendent's justice is swift and absolute. He tells the trembling boss that he'll be let off with a warning this time. The man can only bow his head in terrified gratitude. The superintendent then asks for a description of the intruder. "Of course," the boss begins, but the face is gone. A complete blank. "Huh?" he stammers, confused. He knows he spoke to the man, but his features have been completely erased from his memory. The superintendent understands immediately. Yo-Yun blocked their recognition. This was the work of an expert. He knows that if a man like that took the safe, it's already open. He gives a final, chilling command. "Pull out of this neighborhood, and if anyone speaks of what happened today, you will see us again." His face is a grim mask of cold resolve. "How dare he fearlessly touch the twilight curtain?" he mutters. An unspoken vow hangs in the air. "I will make you pay." Meanwhile, Yo-Yun has returned to the dazzling headquarters of Celestial Body Inc. Baikrion, his sword spirit, zips around him, sparkling with excitement. "Wow!" She gazes up at the magnificent skyscraper, completely in awe. "So this is Celestial Body Inc." She points to two imposing figures in full armor. "Who are they? Are they tellers like you?" Yo-Yun explains, "They are Guardian Office tellers, a completely different and more powerful breed." He tells her their special armor grants them incredible power, making them formidable fighters. Baekrion is amazed. "What? So it's like a power suit?" Yo-Yun chuckles. He adds that a high-ranking Guardian teller can command the respect of even the most ancient divine spirits. As he walks through the opulent hall, Yo-Hyun feels a sudden, intense pressure. A pair of powerful, ancient eyes are watching him from the shadows. What the? He looks around, confused. He can feel the gaze of someone immensely powerful fixed on him. Baekrion floats up, impatient. "Hey, what are you doing? We'll be late for the promotion ceremony." Yo-Yon snaps out of it, wondering if he just imagined it. The Tower of Celestial Body Inc. looms, a symbol of the cosmic powers now converging on him. Elsewhere, a low chuckle echoes in a grand, shadowy chamber. "Keek, so that's the one." Kang Yo-Yun. We see the source, an ancient, regal man with long white hair. He muses that it's been a long time since they've had such a fun guy. The scene cuts between the ancient being's calculating eyes and Yo-Yun's own, filled with quiet determination. Two flames of desire, both burning with a hunger for power, for a story worth telling. The mysterious figure looks out towards an unknown future. "Just how much can you show us?" he wonders aloud, a predatory smile on his lips. "I hope you can show us a very interesting story, young teller." Down below, a sudden chill runs down Yo-Yun's spine. It feels like a powerful gaze boring right into him. Baekrion notices his unease, asking if he's getting nervous, but Yo-Yun just shakes his head, admitting he felt it earlier too. He glances back, up toward the highest floors of the building. It wasn't just a feeling. Someone from the very top was watching him. Baekrion is surprised, but Yo-Yun had brushed it off before. Now, he's certain. He thinks to himself that his intuition was right. Only the most powerful beings are allowed on those floors. So, could it have been? His thoughts drift to the image of the being on the throne. Juniwang Latpiut, the CEO of Celestial Body Inc. himself. Yo-Yun now knows exactly who was watching him. A prickle of unease runs through him. Lotpiut is one of the first tellers, beings with power rivaling the original divine spirits. To have his personal attention, it's a dangerous honor. Still, he tells himself he's one of Lotpiut's own tellers, so there's no reason to be an enemy. He decides to put it out of his mind for now. There are more immediate things to deal with. Baekryon's voice snaps him back to the present, telling him to hurry up. She reminds him the promotion ceremony is about to start. They stand together in a magnificent hall, surrounded by crystal chandeliers and otherworldly architecture. The ceremony is in full swing. Tellers of all shapes and sizes, some with reptilian features, others with delicate fairy wings, applaud politely from their tables as an announcer calls for a round of applause for the newly promoted. A lizard-headed teller murmurs to his companion that this must be the infamous Kang Yo-yun. He'd heard the rumors about him giving up his blessing. To be promoted this fast is almost unheard of. Baekryong floats close, pointing out that he's the center of attention. A small smirk plays on Yo-yun's lips. He knows. After all, he didn't just get a promotion, he made a spectacle of it. He feels a quiet satisfaction. Everyone here is interested in him, in his story. As he sits at his designated table overlooking the grand hall, he can feel the weight of their gazes, and he knows that high above, the CEO is likely still watching. He reflects for a moment. The person he used to be, the one who died helpless in a ruined future, could never have imagined this kind of success. With renewed determination, Yo-yun's eyes gleam. This is only the beginning. He will keep climbing, keep pushing, and work harder than ever before. His ambition knows no limits. The ceremony ends rather abruptly, with little more than a round of applause. Yo-yun finds it a bit anticlimactic, but Baekryong tells him that's just how these things are. All he wants is to leave before he gets cornered. He starts walking away quickly. Baekryong is confused, asking where he's going in such a rush. Yo-yun explains that if they stay any longer, he'll be swarmed with transfer offers from other departments. He needs to escape before the real headache begins. Baekryong asks if he has a destination in mind. Of course, he does. He leads them to a large, ornate door labeled Records Room. Inside, they are surrounded by towering shelves of ancient records that seem to stretch into infinity. Baekryong comments on the stuffy, quiet atmosphere. Then, Yo-yun spots a familiar figure, and a look of genuine surprise crosses his face. It's the old teller from before. He greets Yo-yun with a warm chuckle, noting, "It's been about a month." Yo-yun bows his head respectfully, asking if he's been well. The old man already knows about his promotion, remarking that the rumors of Yo-yun's rapid rise have spread far and wide. Yo-yun figures the old man is here because of a promise they made. He smiles slightly, realizing he can't just keep calling him elder. And so, the ancient teller reveals his true name, one that carries the weight of legend. Galiaz. The old man smiles, a profound wisdom in his eyes, as he formally introduces himself. The name hits Yo-yun like a physical blow. His eyes go wide in disbelief as he whispers it aloud. Galiaz, the guardian of the Dragon King. Baekryong is completely lost, wondering why Yo-yun is so shaken by this old man. The story of Galiaz is a famous one. The great divine force, Draconica, is a pantheon of all dragon species, led by 7 dragon kings, beings of immense, innate power. They were born as rulers, their strength growing with every passing year, making them the most natural candidates for the title of king. But among the 7, there was an exception. Shururiel, the White Dragon King. He was the main character of a famous story called The Guardian of the Dragon King. Unlike the others, Shururiel was born small and weak. In a society that worshipped strength, he was an outcast, scorned by his own kind. Yet, against all odds, this weak dragon eventually rose to become a dragon king. And he did it with the help of a teller, the very kind of being that dragons despised the most. Their partnership was a legend in itself. Dragons looked down on tellers, seeing them as storytellers who hid behind the scenes instead of fighting. A partnership between the two was thought to be impossible. But this teller not only chose a dragon as his protagonist, he guided that weak, despised dragon to the throne of the Dragon King. This incredible achievement earned him the title, the Guardian of the Dragon King. And his name was Galiaz. Looking at him now, Yo-yun sees the subtle, scale-like patterns on his skin and the deep green wisdom in his eyes. He is face to face with a living legend. Galiaz notes Yo-hyun's reaction, brushing off his fame as a deed from the past. Yo-hyun, curious, asks why someone of his stature is working in a quiet place like the records room. Galiaz simply says, he chose it, explaining that if you run forever without rest, you eventually go mad. Yo-Yun smirks playfully, joking that maybe he'll work here too when he retires. Galiaz gives him a look, asking if he's serious. Yo-Hyun just laughs, admitting that the thought of retiring has never even crossed his mind. Galiaz lets out a hearty laugh, realizing it was a silly question to ask someone like Yo-Hyun, who is always charging forward. Yo-Hyun's expression turns serious. He looks Galiaz in the eye and tells him, softly but firmly, that he can do it too. Galiaz looks taken aback, asking what he means. Age is just a number, Yo-Hyun insists. The moment you decide to act, the moment you feel that fire again, that becomes your new prime. Galiaz stares at Yo-Hyun, a profound and emotional understanding dawning in his eyes. The young teller's words have struck a deep chord within the ancient guardian. A blue notification screen flashes in the air, reminding them that the promotion ceremony ends in 10 minutes. Yo-Hyun sighs playfully, remarking that he spent enough time with a retired old man and should probably head back. Galiaz agrees it's time. Yo-Hyun promises he'll visit again soon. A genuine, warm smile spreads across Galiaz's face. He tells Yo-Hyun he looks forward to their next conversation. Yo-Hyun returns the smile, a rare, sincere expression, and gives a small clap of his hands, sealing his promise. As he walks through the now empty corridors, he figures everyone else has left. This is the perfect chance to slip away to the station and return to Earth, avoiding the flood of transfer offers he knows are waiting for him. But suddenly, he freezes. He senses a presence he didn't expect. He turns, and his eyes widen. Standing behind him is a striking woman with long red hair and a black eye patch. He's completely caught off guard. The woman looks him over, her voice sharp and confident as she asks if he was just in the records room. This is Celestina, the head of the Celestial Being Department. She stands with her arms crossed, radiating an aura of untouchable authority and power. Yo-Hyun forces a polite smile and confirms that he was. He groans internally. Just when he thought he was in the clear, his ability activates, revealing a glowing golden book floating above her head. He's impressed. A golden book. This woman isn't just a teller. She's a department head, one of the elite. Celestina asks if he's on good terms with the old man, Galiaz. When Yo-Hyun confirms they've spoken a few times, she seems intrigued that he even knows Galiaz's name, noting that he's not an average person. A smirk spreads across her face as she puts the pieces together. She recalls hearing about a regular employee who shot up to senior associate in a single month. She asks if he is that rumored teller, Kang Yo-Hyun. Yo-Hyun grins and gives a small chuckle. Yes, that's me. Celestina laughs, delighted. So you were the real deal, she exclaims, introducing herself as Celestina. She presses further, asking if the most shocking rumor is true, that he gave up his divine blessing to fight alongside his collector. Yo-Hyun meets her intense gaze without hesitation and confirms that it is. A booming laugh echoes from Celestina. She loves his answer, declaring that this is the kind of fire a teller should have. She's sick of all the new recruits who just follow the same boring, predictable playbook. Wasting no time, she gets straight to the point, extending a direct invitation for him to join her department. Yo-Hyun is surprised, reminding her that he's already with the storytelling office. Celestina just smiles. She's from the storytelling office too. The Celestial Being Department, she clarifies. Yo-Hyun's eyes widen. He knows that name. It carries immense weight. The Celestial Being Department is legendary, run by a very small number of hand-picked elites. They don't recruit carelessly, and every single member is a top-tier talent. It's an anomaly in a company where the size of a department is usually a measure of its power. Celestina embodies that unique, concentrated authority. Yo-Hyun, still processing the offer, says he thought they were incredibly selective and asks if it's really all right for her to recruit him so casually. Celestina just winks. Of course it is. She's the department head, and she doesn't make offers to just anyone. She leans in, her smile wide and inviting, pressing for his answer. She promises to make it worth his while. Yo-Hyun pauses, tapping his chin in thought. Celestina seems amused, noting that he rejected everyone else's offers without a second thought. She reminds him her department is on another level. He considers it. Her department is known for being far less restrictive than the others. It would be the perfect fit for someone like him, who refuses to play by the rules. But even so, he apologizes and tells her he has to decline. Celestina hums thoughtfully. Yo-Hyun explains his principle. From the very beginning, he decided he would never belong to any group. He would do things his own way, alone. A wide grin splits Celestina's face. You passed, she declares. A perfect pass. She completely understands his reasoning. It's why he gets along with Gallias. That kind of independent spirit is rare these days. Yo-Yun is surprised, but thanks her. He clarifies that his decision is final, but then adds a twist. Just because he won't join her doesn't mean they can't work together. Intrigued, Celestina asks him what he has in mind. Yo-Yun lays out his audacious proposal. She can hire him as a freelancer, a mercenary. When an opportunity arises that benefits them both, they can form a temporary alliance. Celestina laughs, impressed by his boldness. Is he really suggesting that he, alone, is an equal partner to her entire department? She admits that if anyone else had said that, she would have sent them flying. But coming from him, it sounds fun. She agrees that helping each other out isn't a bad idea at all. It would be wise to build a relationship with him. But she adds a condition. It won't be unconditional help. There has to be give and take. Yo-Yun smiles, confirming that's how he prefers it. He doesn't like owing favors, or being owed them. Celestina is pleased they're on the same page. They agree to discuss the details later, when the right opportunity comes up. Yo-Hyun says he needs to go, and bids her farewell. But as Celestina turns to leave, she pauses, another thought crossing her mind. She glances back over her shoulder, her expression turning serious. She warns him that if he's working on Earth, he needs to be careful of the pentagram department. They won't leave a teller like him alone. A knowing smirk touches Yo-Yun's lips. Yes, he replies coolly. Thank you for the advice. He already knows he's on their hit list. He's been on guard since his first run-in with them. But her warning is unnecessary. As he descends the grand staircase, his expression is calm, but his eyes hold a chilling promise. He doesn't need to be careful. He's not just going to watch out for them. He's going to destroy them first.